In Her Majesty's Service. By Mark E. Cooper. 1. Back through Avalon's gate. The first years came through Avalon's lower gate in a wet, nervous line, each one looking as if the railway had delivered them to the wrong century and the rain had decided to finish the work. Oversized coats dripped onto the flagged floor. Kit bags bumped against knees. One boy clutched his hat with both hands as though Avalon might confiscate it for impertinence, while a girl with red braids stared at the ceiling gears until the blue guideline under her feet brightened and frightened her into moving. Behind them, porters, prefects, and company seniors called names over the hiss of wet cloaks and the distant knock of steam pipes warming through stone. Ned Vale stood beneath Gear Company's arch with his hands in his pockets and tried not to grin too openly. The arch's carved brass mechanism ticked above his head, the little painted hammer striking its silent bell in the same patient rhythm it had kept all last year. The smell of the entrance hall had not changed either. Damp wool, old stone, oiled brass, polish, coal smoke from the carriage lines outside, and the faint clean bite of crystal wards under everything else. Avalon sounded busy and sure of itself, and this year Ned knew enough of its hidden noises to be wary of any that seemed too pleased. Arthur Penrose leaned beside him, already taller than last year by the amount of height one gained mainly to trip over. His collar sat properly, his boots shone, and his face carried the terrible brightness of someone who had spent the whole summer being told he was nearly old enough to become impressive. "Did we look that wet behind the ears when we came?" he asked. Ned watched a first-year step directly onto the wrong line, squeak when it turned yellow, and shuffle backward into a prefect's luggage. "Well, I didn't." Arthur stared at him. "You arrived with a burned hand, a crown escort, and the expression of someone expecting the furniture to accuse him of sabotage." "That's different," Ned said. "I had dignity." Rafiq Khan appeared on Ned's other side with a folded root paper tucked under one arm and rain pearls still clinging to his dark hair. "You had soot." Livia March did not look up from the notice leaflet she had already acquired from somewhere official enough to be worrying. "And a provisional custody file." Beatrice Ashcombe joined them last, dry despite the rain in the irritating way noble girls sometimes managed, her gloves buttoned neatly and her expression calm enough that Ned immediately suspected it was hiding something. "I believe dignity may have been issued later," she said. "Pending assessment." Arthur made a strangled sound that was almost a laugh and almost sympathy. Ned did grin then, because he could. A year ago he had stood under Avalon's roofs like a misplaced parcel with crown marks on it, half convinced every polished person in the building had been trained to spot dirt, hunger, ignorance, and blame. Now he stood with friends beneath the gear arch, warm from the climb up from the station, wearing his own second-year coat with only one cuff mended badly enough for Pike to complain about, and watching other children discover that wonder could be cold, wet, and inclined to demand paperwork. He had not come back rich. That mattered more than the coat did. His trunk held ordinary school things, his main wand focus wrapped carefully in oilcloth, a notebook with stronger stitching than last year's, 3 labeled scraps Pike had permitted him to keep, a little packet of crystal dust sealed so thoroughly it looked dangerous out of sheer politeness, and one rough idea for a narrow rod he was not yet allowed to make. It was not a kit, not properly. It was a beginning, a hunger given labels. The same hunger had made him save for his vice before Avalon ever knew his name, and it had not eased just because the Crown now issued shirts, books, and instructions in impressive quantities. A thin first-year girl near the gate dropped a small tin box. It sprang open across the stones, spilling 2 pencils, a button hook, a cracked toy wheel, and a little brass washer that rolled in a slow, wobbling circle toward Ned's boot. He trapped it under the edge of his sole by habit before it could vanish beneath the traffic of feet. The girl froze, horrified. "Sorry, I'm sorry, that's mine, I didn't mean." "I know," Ned said, crouching to pick it up. The washer was cheap brass, worn at the edge, too soft for anything serious, but he turned it once between finger and thumb before handing it back. "Keep the box closed until you're off the main path. Things roll farther in this hall than they should." The girl took it as if he had returned a family jewel. "Thank you." Rafiq watched her hurry after the line. "You inspected that washer." "I looked at it," Ned said. "You considered adopting it." "It was going to be trodden on." Livia folded her leaflet with dangerous precision. "There are rules about collecting abandoned property." "It wasn't abandoned," Ned said. "It had a perfectly anxious owner." Beatrice's mouth curved faintly. That has never stopped certain people from regarding vulnerable objects as available. Ned looked at her, but her attention had moved back to the first years, where a senior was sorting them into temporary company groups beneath banners bright enough to make the wet children seem even smaller. Crown Company claimed 2 polished boys with family servants still hovering beyond the visitor rail. Gear received 3 nervous students and 1 broad-shouldered girl who stopped staring at the ceiling only when she spotted the model engine by the arch. Ned approved of her immediately. Across the hall, Peregrine Roth stood among other second years from Crown and Laurel, immaculate despite the rain and already wearing the look of someone who had learned that boredom could be sharpened into a weapon. His gaze passed over the new arrivals, then found Ned under the gear arch. He gave a polite nod, not friendly, not quite insulting, but far less childish than the first nod he had ever given Ned in the tailor's mirror. Ned nodded back because Beatrice was watching and because Livia would remember if he didn't. Arthur noticed the exchange and lowered his voice. That was almost civil. "Don't make it sound worse than it was," Ned said. The entrance bell rang twice, sending a bright mechanical note along the hall. The first-year line began to move toward the company corridors, leaving wet footprints, anxious whispers, and the smell of rain behind. Ned watched them go with a feeling he did not like well enough to name. Pity was too grand, amusement was too small, recognition sat somewhere between, awkward and stubborn. Those children thought Avalon had finished frightening them by letting them through the gate. They had no idea the school was only being polite enough to begin indoors. Rafik unfolded his route paper at last. "Gear reunion before supper, then? I have summer intelligence. Some of it is even true." Livia tucked the notice leaflet into her satchel. "I have rule changes." Arthur sighed. "Of course you do." Beatrice glanced toward the visitor rail, where a dark carriage crest was just disappearing beyond the rain-streaked glass. "I have family news, though I reserve the right to make it sound less tiresome before sharing." Ned put his hands back into his pockets and felt the edge of the small pencil stub he had carried all the way from the station. He had letters from Maddie and Tom waiting in his trunk, a notebook with empty pages, a wand focus that no longer felt strange in his hand, and a rough-wrought idea that Pike would probably forbid until he had 3 forms and a witness. He also had Gear Company around him, loud and warm and full of people who corrected him before the world could punish him too badly. For one careful moment, standing under the ticking brass arch while the last first year vanished down the corridor, Ned let himself feel glad to be back. Then the second bell rang, lower and more official, and Avalon began measuring them again. Gear Company gathered itself the way a machine gathered pressure before work. Seniors began steering first years down the company corridor, prefects called names, and the brass hammer above the arch ticked with maddening calm while trunks, boots, umbrellas, and nervous children scraped past one another in damp confusion. Ned and the others stepped aside to let a porter wheel a luggage barrow through, then followed the familiar corridor toward the gear common room, where old scorch marks, polished plaques, confiscated goggles, and model engines waited like evidence that the school had survived them once already. Arthur reached the hearth first and stood with his back to it, hands clasped behind him in a pose he clearly hoped looked officer-like. "This year," he said, "I intend to approach combat properly. Not too eager, not too theatrical, not at all like someone who wants witnesses." Rafik dropped into a chair beside the map table. "You practiced that in a mirror." "I did not," Arthur said. "You absolutely did," Ned said. Arthur looked wounded. "Once. For posture." Livia placed her notice leaflet flat on the table and smoothed it with both palms. "While Arthur has been improving his posture, the school has improved its traps. Practical reports are now cross-filed with conduct marks, permission notes, and branch observation summaries." Ned sat opposite her, the warmth of the common room sinking into his coat. "You say that like you're pleased." "I'm pleased I found it before signing anything," Livia said. "That is not the same thing." Rafik unfolded his route paper, weighting the corners with 2 brass washers from his pocket. "My uncle says Saffron Pass is still eating timetables. Officially, everything is orderly. Unofficially, every route clerk from Bombay to Portsmouth is inventing new ways to say delayed without causing a debate." Arthur's expression lost some of its brightness. "That sounds bad." "It sounds expensive," Ned said, because that was the shape trouble usually wore before anyone admitted blood was involved. Beatrice removed her gloves finger by finger, too carefully. Expensive things are easier to discuss than embarrassing ones. My family has spent the summer discovering both. The table quieted. Ned looked at her properly then. Her coat was perfect, her hair was pinned smoothly, and her face gave away nothing to anyone who didn't know her. Unfortunately for her, Gear Company had learned to notice the places polish worked hardest. Livia's voice softened by half a degree. Guest lists? And suitable company, Beatrice said. Also future obligations, prudent acquaintance, and the word alliance used 3 times before pudding. Rafik pushed the nearest washer toward her as if offering a medal. A campaign already, then. Beatrice accepted the washer with grave dignity. A tedious one. Ned looked around the table at Arthur's too bright courage, Rafik's careful maps, Livia's dangerous leaflets, and Beatrice's polished silences. They had all come back taller in different ways, but Avalon had not waited idle for them. It had new ledgers, new doors, and new measurements ready. From beyond the common room arch, a familiar polished voice said, "How touching." Gear Company has resumed muttering over paper before supper. Peregrine Roth stepped through the arch with 2 Crown Company boys behind him and not a drop of rain on his coat. That was either magic, money, or the sort of upbringing that taught rain to behave around one's cuffs. He had grown taller over summer, though not in a way that made him look awkward. Ned found that personally unfair. Rafik looked over the top of his route paper. Roth, how pleasant. We were nearly comfortable. I apologize for interrupting the atmosphere of legal panic and provincial cartography, Peregrine said, his gaze sliding from Livia's leaflet to Rafik's washers, then to Ned's hands. But I did want to see whether Gear Company had returned intact. Arthur straightened by the hearth. We're quite intact. Mostly, Livia said, still seated. Though your definition of intact may require clarification before acceptance. Peregrine's mouth curved. Still filing remarks before making them, March? Still mistaking polish for content, Roth? Ned felt the old shape of the room forming around them, but not quite as it had last year. Peregrine's tone had less childish bite in it now. He wasn't simply hunting for dock dirt, bad cuffs, or table mistakes. His eyes moved differently, weighing tools, papers, posture, alliances. Summer had not softened him. It had sharpened the part that watched. Peregrine turned to Ned at last. Vale. Roth, Ned said. I see you survived being useful. Arthur's hand twitched behind his back. Beatrice's eyes narrowed by the smallest measure. Ned kept his own hands in his pockets because they wanted to become fists for no useful reason. Disappointing for you? Not particularly, Peregrine said. Useful people survive all the time. The difficulty is that others begin expecting them to be useful again. He stepped closer to the table, close enough that the route paper and Livia's notice sat between him and Ned like rival evidence. You should learn restraint this year. Ned frowned. That sounds almost like advice. It is advice, Peregrine said. Do not mistake it for affection. Common boys who become interesting are watched. Common boys who become useful are requested. Common boys who become requested should learn very quickly which rooms they may enter, which questions they may answer, and when silence serves them better than righteous indignation. The worst of it was that Ned could hear sense under the insult. It had the same unpleasant quality as a tool that looked bent until it fitted the hidden angle perfectly. Rafik leaned back. That was nearly generous. Are you ill? Peregrine glanced at him. No, merely less entertained by preventable disaster than I was at 12. Beatrice folded her gloves together. A remarkable recovery for all concerned. Ned met Peregrine's eyes and made himself answer slowly. I'll learn restraint when people stop making it look like surrender. Peregrine's smile thinned, but he inclined his head. Then perhaps second year will be educational after all. The supper bell spared Ned from answering Peregrine properly, which was probably for the best, because every reply in his mouth had teeth. Gear Company moved as a group toward the dining hall, with Peregrine and his Crown Company shadows drifting near enough to remain part of the pressure and far enough away to pretend they hadn't followed. The corridors smelled of lamp oil, wet stone, and roasting onions, and Ned found himself walking between Arthur and Livia while Rafik kept glancing back as if Peregrine might turn into a footnote if observed closely enough. At the dining hall doors, Beatrice touched Ned's sleeve lightly. You did better than last year. I didn't hit him last year either, Ned said. No, Beatrice said. Last year you looked as if not hitting him cost you blood. Arthur gave a small cough. That is improvement. Ned glanced at him. You're enjoying this. I'm supporting your development, Arthur said, then ruined the dignity of it by grinning. Supper was loud, warm, and crowded enough that the first years looked stunned by abundance, which made Ned slow his own reach for the breadbasket on instinct. He noticed it, hated noticing it, and took one slice instead of guarding 3. Livia saw, said nothing, and passed him the butter without making mercy of it. That was one of the reasons he liked her. The hall's wall slate chimed before pudding. Conversations thinned as pale writing spread across the black surface above the staff table, line by line, too official for gossip and too interesting for comfort. Second-year Crown practical allocation, preliminary notices, term assessments, field conduct reports, practical badges, branch observation rotations. Rafik leaned forward. There it is. Arthur read faster than Ned and went pale with excitement. Military stores, route offices, signal towers, naval yards. Hospitals, Beatrice said, her voice quieter. Warded estates, Crown workshops. Livia's finger moved across the copied notice she had somehow obtained before everyone else had finished reading the slate. Students remain under named adult authority at all times. Unauthorized casting during field placement affects conduct marks, practical access, and branch recommendation. Ned swallowed a mouthful of stew that had gone tasteless. Docks are on there. So are skyship yards, Rafik said. Peregrine's voice came from behind Ned's shoulder, smooth as polished brass. How suitable. The Empire believes in revisiting formative settings. Ned turned his spoon slowly in his hand, then set it down instead of gripping it. The Empire believes in forms first. Livia says so. Livia looked pleased despite herself. I said no such thing. I said forms are where the hooks are. The slate chimed again, and one final line appeared beneath the rest. All second-year students will attend practical ledger orientation tomorrow after breakfast. Attendance mandatory. Ned looked at the words until they stopped being merely letters and became doors, all opening at once. Last year, Avalon had asked whether he belonged. This year, it had begun writing down where it might send him. 2. The practical ledger. The next morning, Avalon did not let the notice remain a supper table rumor. Second years were gathered in the main lecture hall after breakfast, still smelling faintly of toast, damp wool, boot polish, and the sharp ink of new term slates. Ned sat between Arthur and Livia on the gear benches with his notebook open, his main wand resting in its proper slot inside his satchel and his pencil sharpened almost too carefully. Below the dais, a brass-framed board stood covered by a dark cloth, and beside it waited 3 tables stacked with ledgers, field badges, folded maps, and sealed envelopes marked by branch. Arthur leaned closer, unable to keep his voice properly low. If they send me to the military stores, I shall observe with great discipline and not ask to hold a service focus unless invited. You just asked in advance, Livia murmured. I asked you. That doesn't count. It counts emotionally, Rafik said from Ned's other side. Possibly strategically. Ned looked past them to the covered board and listened to the room instead of the jokes. First years had whispered like loose steam when nervous. Second years whispered with more skill, but no less fear. Crown Company students tried to look eager. Lantern Company students looked as if they had already calculated which placements would read best on a future record. Gear Company, being Gear Company, looked half hungry for tools and half prepared to be blamed for them. Lady Principal Wycliffe stepped onto the dais, and the hall settled as if a hand had tightened a screw through it. She wore a dark green coat today, plain enough for work and cut well enough to remind everyone that plain did not mean ordinary. Master Harrow stood 2 paces behind her with his black folder under one arm. Mistress Pike waited near the ledgers, already looking offended by whatever fools might do to paperwork before noon. Second-year students, Wycliffe said, her voice carrying without strain, you have completed foundation year. That does not make you trained. It makes you less likely to mistake excitement for competence. A few students shifted. Ned kept his pencil still. This year introduces Crown practicals, Wycliffe continued. You will see professional work before it becomes a dream polished by distance. You will observe docks, hospitals, route offices, stores, workshops, signal rooms, ward sites, and other approved settings under named adult authority. You will learn that service is not a speech, a uniform, or a family ambition. It is discipline performed where the realm has work waiting. Arthur's brightness dimmed into something more serious. Livia's pencil moved once, neat and quick. Ned heard the words click together like polished gears. Observe, approved, authority, service. Beautiful words, all properly fitted, all turning toward a ledger. Wycliffe drew the cloth from the board. Columns of branch names and practical lanes shone in pale blue light. Ambition may impress your relatives. Sensible fear may preserve your fingers. Both are acceptable. Vanity is not. You will not command adults. You will not conduct private inquiries. You will not touch systems because they look interesting. You will not confuse being present with being authorized. Ned felt Harrow's gaze find him from the dais without needing to look. He stared at the board instead, where Crystal Systems observation waited in clean letters among the other lanes, and wondered why a door looked so much like a trap when adults polished the hinges. Folded copies of the practical ledger rules came down the benches in stiff cream bundles tied with red thread. Ned took one when Arthur passed the stack, then nearly tore the corner because the thread had been knotted by someone who either hated children or trusted them too much. Livia clicked her tongue, reached across, and freed the knot with the tip of her pencil. "Never fight paper before reading it," she murmured. "I wasn't fighting it," Ned said. "You were losing to it." Rafik leaned close enough to look over Ned's copy. "If the paper wins, does it get his placement?" Arthur tried not to laugh and failed quietly into his sleeve. Ned flattened the rule sheet on his notebook and made himself read the first line before the second, not skipping toward the branch names no matter how loudly Crystal Systems seemed to wait from the board. The words were smaller than Wycliffe's speech and much meaner for it. Observation, attendance, conduct, restriction, permission, named adult authority, minor practical aid, immediate withdrawal upon instruction. Livia's finger stopped halfway down the page. "There." Ned followed the nail. "There where?" "Here. Students assigned to Crown practical lanes are not laborers, officers, licensed professionals, investigators, or independent agents." Her voice stayed soft, but it had sharpened enough that Arthur sat straighter. "That sentence is a wall." Peregrine, 2 benches ahead, turned slightly. "How reassuring. Gear Company has discovered walls." Livia did not look at him. "Some people only notice walls when they keep others out. I prefer to know when one keeps me alive." Ned read the line again. Not laborers, not officers, not investigators. The words should have comforted him, but they felt like a label stitched inside a coat. "Then what are we?" "Students," Rafik said, as if testing whether the word had grown heavier overnight. Livia moved her finger to the next clause. "Students may observe, carry assigned tools, take notes, copy measurements, perform minor permitted spells, and assist with small supervised tasks when directly instructed by the responsible adult named on the practical sheet." Arthur's eyes brightened again, though more carefully this time. "Minor permitted spells. That's something." "That is also a hook," Livia said. "Permitted by whom, for what task, and under whose name?" Ned looked toward the ledger tables below the dais, where brass nameplates caught the hall light. Yesterday, docks and signal towers had sounded like doors. Now each door had a handle, a lock, and someone else's signature beside it. He touched his pencil to the margin and wrote what Livia had said in plain words he could trust. Find the name before touching the work. Master Harrow came down from the dais while students were still bent over their rule sheets, and the hall's muttering thinned before Wycliffe needed to raise a hand. He carried his black folder under one arm and a narrow stack of sample forms in the other, each page clipped to a stiff backing board. He did not look pleased to be explaining paperwork to children, which made Ned trust the lesson a little more than if he had smiled. "You have heard what you may not do," Harrow said, stopping at the first table below the gear benches. "Now you will understand what follows you when you do what you are permitted to do." Arthur whispered, "That sounds worse." "It usually is," Livia whispered back. Harrow laid the first form under the brass document lamp. Pale light spread across columns and boxes until the whole page looked less like paper and more like a machine drawn flat. Every Crown practical produces a record. Attendance, roll, responsible adult, observed work, tools issued, spells permitted, spells cast, conduct notes, withdrawal instructions, commendations, if earned, restrictions, if needed, marks, where appropriate. Ned stared at the little boxes. They were so neat, that was what bothered him. A neat box could hold a useful fact, but it could also make a boy fit where he had never agreed to go. So everything we do gets written down. Yes, Harrow said. Everything we do wrong? Everything someone responsible believes should be recorded. Harrow's gaze found Ned with its usual unpleasant accuracy. That includes wrong action, correct action, restraint, hesitation, warning, refusal, and obedience under pressure. Ned did not like how many of those could be turned either way by a person with good ink. Sounds like a way to label useful children. A few students went still. Peregrine turned his head by a fraction. Arthur looked as if he wanted to step on Ned's foot and could not decide whether friendship allowed it. Harrow did not scold him. That was worse. It is exactly a way to label useful children, he said. It is also a way to label the adults who use them. Livia's pencil stopped. Harrow lifted the second form and tapped a box near the top. A student may not be told afterward that he volunteered if the record says he was instructed. A master may not pretend a task was harmless if he signed permission for risk. A field officer may not ask a child to cast beyond his lane and then call it initiative when questioned. Written limits do not only bind you, Mr. Vale. They bind the hands reaching for you. Ned looked down at his margin note. Find the name before touching the work. Slowly, beside it, he added another line. Make them write the limit. The signing tables opened after Harrow finished, and the lecture hall became orderly in the way crowds became orderly when every path ended at ink. Students descended by company, each line passing beneath the pale blue board where the practical lanes shone like promises dressed as instructions. Crown Company moved first, polished and eager, their whispers already full of naval yards, justiciar observation, military stores, and which placements would impress which relatives before Christmas. Arthur watched them with longing so visible that Ned almost felt unkind for noticing. If I'm assigned only to root offices, I shall be grateful and disciplined. You'll sulk over every map until Rafik adopts you as baggage, Livia said. Rafik considered him too noisy for baggage, possibly a signal hazard. Beatrice, standing behind Livia with her gloves folded in one hand, glanced toward the estate wards column. Some placements impress family more than they teach students. I'm not yet sure which is worse. Ned looked at her, then at the crystal system's observation line. Being sent somewhere because people think you're useful. Or being sent somewhere because they want you to become useful in a particular shape, Beatrice said. The gear line moved. Ned reached the table where Mistress Pike sat beside a ledger large enough to have its own opinion. Harrow stood nearby, not interfering, which made his silence feel like another rule. Pike turned the ledger toward Ned and set a brass-nibbed pen beside the open line. Name, Lane, witnessed signature, she said. Read before signing. I enjoy miracles, but I prefer not to rely on them. Ned bent over the page. Edmund Vale had already been written in a clerk's neat hand. Beside it waited Crystal Systems Observation, with sub-lanes listed in smaller writing. Workshop Support, Dock Inspection Observation, Signal Housing Maintenance, Ward Crystal Handling, and Route Relay Systems. Responsible adults to be assigned per practical sheet. No independent action. Minor casting by instruction only. He found the box Harrow had tapped earlier. Responsible adult. Empty for now. Limit. Written plainly enough to see. Student role. Observer and supervised assistant. Livia leaned just close enough to murmur, "It says what it should." Ned dipped the pen. The ink clung heavily to the nib. For a moment, he thought of Grimsby pointing at him, of Voss's truth pulling straight through him, of Harrow saying written limits bound the hands reaching for him. Then he signed, careful and cramped, Edmund Vale. Pike sanded the line and stamped it with a small gear mark. Done. Do not make me regret the neatness. Around him, students were already comparing lanes as if the ledger had handed out rank instead of work. Ned stepped back with the strange feeling that he had taken both shield and chain in the same hand, and wondered how many doors a signature could open before someone else used it as a handle. 3. Year 2 Arithmetic. By second bell, the practical ledger had stopped being a signed sheet and had become a weight in Ned's satchel. Mathematics for magical systems met in a tiered room above the eastern workshops, where the windows looked down over smoking chimneys, brass vents, and the covered tramway that carried tool crates between halls. Ned sat with his notebook open, his pencil sharpened, and the uneasy sense that yesterday's signature had followed him into a room full of numbers waiting to prove they owned him. Master Fen stood before a black slate covered in clean white columns, each one linked to a diagram of a small lift cradle. Harrow waited at the side table with 3 cloudy practice crystals, a brass gauge, and the expression of a man who expected disappointment but had brought instruments to confirm it. "Second year," Fen said, tapping the slate with his wand, "is where useful instinct begins losing privileges. If you sense a fault, you will describe it. If you describe it, you will measure it. If you measure it, you will show your work." Arthur leaned closer to Ned. "That last part sounds personal." "It always sounds personal when numbers are involved," Ned muttered. Fen's gaze found him at once. "Mr. Vale, since your friends have volunteered your attention, tell us whether the cradle on the board will drift left or right when the lift crystal is charged to the marked level." Ned looked at the diagram. The frame was badly drawn for comfort, but the little crystal mark sat wrong inside the cradle. One brace was too light. The lower clamp would pull. He could feel the answer before he could count it, a small sideways itch behind his teeth. "Left, sir." Fen nodded. "Correct. Show the calculation." The room waited. Ned looked down at the figures, then back at the diagram, and the answer that had felt solid a moment ago became useless in his mouth. "I saw the clamp was wrong." Harrow made a dry sound from the side table. "The clamp is not wrong. Your language is." Heat climbed Ned's neck. "It'll pull left." "Better direction, no method," Harrow said. "A dock warning may save a minute. A professional report must survive a stranger reading it after you have left the room." Fen wrote 3 symbols beneath the cradle. "Again, Mr. Vale. This time, begin with load, charge, and brace angle. Guessing correctly is what children do before adults decide whether to trust them. We are attempting to make you harder to misuse." Fen didn't leave Ned standing alone under the room's attention. That was almost worse. He sent the problem down the benches, dividing the class into pairs and trios, then changed the cradle diagram into a root exercise with one flick of his wand. The little lift cradle became a brass-drawn supply car, then a mountain relay station, then 3 signal towers staggered along a valley line. Numbers bloomed beside them: distance, altitude, fuel weight, steam pressure loss, crystal charge, and message delay. "Now," Fen said, "tell me why a correct answer that arrives 10 minutes late may be functionally wrong." Arthur frowned at the slate as if it had insulted his family. "Because the convoy has already moved." "Possibly," Fen said. "Show it." Rafik's pencil was already moving. Ned glanced across and saw the change come over his friend's face. Not excitement exactly, but recognition. The room, the slate, even Fen's sharp voice seemed to fall away from Rafik until only the root remained. He pulled a fresh sheet from his notebook, drew the 3 towers by hand, then added road bends, slope marks, fuel stops, and a little square that Ned realized must be a pack station. "You're adding things that aren't on the board," Ned whispered. "They're there whether the board admits it or not," Rafik murmured, not looking up. "A tower on paper doesn't eat, freeze, or lose a mule. A tower in the high marches does." Fen's gaze shifted. "Mr. Khan, since you have begun correcting my teaching materials, continue aloud." Rafik went still for half a breath, then stood with his paper in hand. "Sir, the message delay isn't only the relay pulse. It's the time before anyone can act on it. If Tower 2 receives the warning but the reserve fuel is still at the lower depot, the number on the signal line lies unless we include ground response." Harrow looked faintly less bored. "Numbers do not lie. People ask them lazy questions." "Yes, Master," Rafik said, color rising in his cheeks but his voice steadying. "Then the question is lazy." A ripple moved through the room, half amusement and half alarm. Ned looked at the hand-drawn route and saw, properly, what Rafik had been doing all year with maps and railway tables and dock gossip. He was not playing at far places. He was seeing how men, fuel, animals, towers, and time fitted together, and where they broke when someone grand pretended a line on paper was a road. Fen stepped aside and pointed to the slate. "Put your correction there, Mr. Khan. The rest of you will copy it, then test whether his insolence survives arithmetic." Rafik's correction survived longer than his blush. Fen let him draw the added depot line on the slate, then made the whole class work the problem again until the new delay showed itself in ugly numbers. What had looked like a tidy relay chain became a convoy arriving short of coal, hot food, and dry bandages, all because the first calculation had stopped where the signal ended instead of where the men began. Good, Fen said, which sounded less like praise than permission to suffer properly. Now we add command choice. The slate shifted again. The supply car became a column, the column became 2 roads, and the road split around a ridge marked with little blue sparks for signal coverage. A red arrow appeared on the upper track. Arthur straightened before he seemed to notice himself doing it. Ormond entered from the side door as if Fen had summoned him out of the problem. His red instructor's coat was damp at the shoulders, and his cane touched the floor once beside the slate. Mr. Penrose, take the upper road. Explain why. Arthur stood too quickly, knocking his pencil against the bench. It reaches the ridge before nightfall, Master. From there a small force could secure the signal station and hold until support arrives. Could it? Ormond asked. Arthur looked at the slate again, confidence already trying to become calculation. If they move light, yes. No heavy stores, no spare mule teams, only fighting men, 2 field signalers, and a healer if one can keep pace. Fen's wand touched the numbers. The lower road dimmed. Little gray marks appeared behind Arthur's red arrow, clustered along the route he had abandoned. Ned heard Rafik and Hale beside him. Ormond's voice stayed level. Count them. Arthur's face changed. Master? Count the men who now wait because you wanted the ridge seen before you knew whether the road could feed it. The room had gone too quiet for comfort. Arthur bent over his paper, lips moving as he worked through the figures. 12 wounded from the lower column. 6 stretcher bearers. 2 mule handlers. 1 wagon crew. The reserve healer chest. His voice tightened. 23, Master. Plus whoever needs the chest before the lower route clears. And why are they waiting? Arthur's hand clenched around the pencil. Because I sent the fast men where people could see courage and left the slow work without enough hands. Ormond didn't smile. That mercy made the lesson sharper. Glory is often arithmetic done badly in advance. Sit down, Mr. Penrose. Correct the route, then write beside it what your first answer cost. Arthur sat with his shoulders tight and wrote what his first answer cost in a hand that grew smaller with every word. Fen let the silence remain long enough for the numbers to stop feeling like marks on slate and start feeling like people in the cold. Then he turned back to Ned's bench and set 1 cloudy practice crystal into a brass cup at the front of the room. Mr. Vale, Fen said, bring your calculation. Ned looked down at his page. The first half was scratched through. The second half was better, mostly because Livia had leaned over twice and tapped the place where he had skipped a step. He carried the paper down with his wand tucked against his palm, aware of Peregrine watching from 2 rows back and Arthur still staring at his corrected route as if it had bitten him. Fen placed Ned's sheet beside the brass cup. You will project the cradle drift. Not by instinct, by calculation. Feed the diagram only what your numbers justify. That sounds like the sort of spell that notices cheating, Rafik murmured from behind him. Harrow's voice came from the side table. All useful tools notice cheating. That is why fools dislike them. Ned set his paper flat, drew his wand, and touched the tip to the chalk mark Fen indicated. The little crystal woke with a dull glow. A tiny cradle formed above it in pale lines, no bigger than Ned's hand, with a speck of blue light hanging where the lift crystal should sit. For one pleased breath, the diagram held. Then it shivered, the cradle twisting left, then right, then sagging into a blur of light that made the front row murmur. Fen didn't sound surprised. You have given it an answer without the middle. Ned's jaw tightened. I wrote the brace angle. You wrote 1 brace angle. The opposing brace does not vanish because you dislike writing fractions. A few students laughed softly. Ned bent over the paper, found the missing line with a sick little drop in his stomach, and added the second angle. His pencil scraped too hard. Livia's voice came from the bench, low but firm. Load first, then angle, then correction. He nodded once, touched the wand to the mark again, and forced himself to follow the numbers instead of the itch behind his teeth. Load, charge, brace angle, opposing brace, correction. The cradle formed again, steadier this time. It drifted left by the smallest visible measure, then settled exactly where his final figure said it should. Harrow glanced at the little diagram. Acceptable. Ned looked up before he could stop himself. Harrow closed the gauge case with a click. Do not look so hungry, Mr. Vale. It was not praise. It was evidence that discipline improves the tool. Ned lowered his wand, but the warmth in his chest remained despite the sting. For once, the room had not asked him to stop hearing wrongness. It had shown him how to make the wrongness small enough, clear enough, and written enough that someone else could see it too. 4. Workshop permissions. The workshop should have felt like mercy after mathematics. Ned came down the iron stair with chalk still caught under one fingernail and Harrow's acceptable lodged in his chest like a coal that would not quite cool. He wanted the solid comfort of benches, clamps, lamps, labeled trays, and tools that didn't care whether a boy could make fractions behave before breakfast. The moment he stepped through Mistress Pike's door, however, he saw the new brass-framed board beside the scrap cabinets and stopped so quickly Arthur nearly walked into his back. Mistress Pike stood in front of the board with her sleeves rolled to the elbow, a ledger under one arm, and a box of red paper slips on the nearest bench. Behind her, the workshop smelled as it always did of filings, warm brass, cleaning vinegar, old oil, and careful heat, but the benches had been cleared into inspection order. Each scrap tray bore a fresh number. Each crystal dust jar had a wax seal. Even the cracked game pieces waiting for repair had been sorted into shallow dishes with little cards beside them. Rafik looked from the slips to Ned. That is not the face of mercy. No, Ned said, feeling the pleasant part of the room retreat behind ink. That's forms. Pike's eyes found him at once. Mr. Vale, if you can identify paperwork at 10 paces, then last year was not wasted. Seats, all of you. Hands visible. Nobody touches a tray until I have finished ruining your afternoon. The Gear Juniors settled at the benches with the reluctant discipline of children who had seen Pike confiscate joy and return it safer. Ned sat beside Livia, who already had her notebook open, and Beatrice, whose gloved hands rested very still on the edge of the bench. Arthur leaned close to the nearest labeled tray and then leaned back again when Pike looked at him. Second-year workshop permissions begin today, Pike said, setting the ledger down with a thump. Student making remains permitted. Commissions remain permitted under review. Repairs remain permitted. Scrap use, crystal powder inlay, charm channels, tool modification, focus experiments, and anything clever enough to become evidence after an accident will now be labeled before use, recorded during work, and signed off before leaving this room. Ned stared at the sealed dust jars. The workshop had not become hostile, exactly. It had become official. Mistress, even scraps? Especially scraps, Pike said. Scraps are where clever children hide mistakes, inventions, and things they swear were like that when found. Ned looked at the trays again and hated how quickly the numbers changed them. Yesterday, a bent brass sleeve, a chipped crystal bead, or a strip of copper wire had been possibilities. Now each one sat under a little card as if it had already been accused of something. His fingers itched to sort, test, weigh, and listen, but Pike's hand's visible order held him still. Mistress, he said, trying to keep his voice careful, the workshop is where we fix things. If we spend half the time writing where a screw came from, nothing gets made. Pike's face did not soften. If you spend no time writing where a screw came from, then when a charm channel fails, everyone gets to invent where it came from. It's a screw. It's evidence if someone important is angry enough. Pike picked up a brass washer from tray 7 with tongs, held it where the class could see the tiny crack through its rim, then dropped it onto a slate dish with a click. This washer could be harmless scrap from a toy racer. It could be a rejected pressure collar from a training valve. It could be stolen from a sealed housing by a fool with quick fingers. Without a record, the truth must compete with the loudest accusation. Ned's stomach tightened before he could stop it. He saw Grimsby's pointing finger, the relay board, and the way adults had shaped facts around him until Voss had forced them straight. The workshop smelled safe. That did not mean safety lived here by accident. Livia's pencil moved once beside him. So the record is a witness. Pike nodded. A dull witness, Miss March. The best kind. It does not grow frightened, vain, forgetful, or eager to please its uncle. Arthur glanced at the red slips with new respect. What does the slip say? Pike took one from the box and pinned it beneath the washer. Tray number, source, intended use, student name, supervising permission, disposal or finished destination. If Mr. Vale takes this washer for a brassfield repair, the slip says so. If the repair later performs beautifully, the slip protects his claim. If it fails, the slip shows what he used, what he was permitted to use, and whether he followed instruction. Ned looked at the red paper, then at the sealed jars, and the anger in him had nowhere useful to go. So even honest work has to defend itself. Pike's eyes held his. Especially honest work. Dishonest work already knows it needs cover. Pike let that settle, then began passing red slips along the benches. Ned took one and felt ridiculous for resenting paper thin enough to tear with damp fingers. Livia accepted 3, because of course she did, and flattened them in a neat row before turning one over to inspect the back. Beatrice did not take hers at once. Her gaze had fixed on the shallow dish of cracked crystal beads near the center bench, the kind used for little light charms, desk stones, and genteel nonsense rich people somehow made important. She drew her gloves off finger by finger, slower than usual. "Mistress Pike, may a student commission be requested by family?" Pike's eyes sharpened. "That depends on the family, the commission, the payment, the pressure, and whether the student asked as a maker or was presented as available equipment." The words changed Beatrice's posture by a fraction. Ned saw it because he had spent a year learning that polished people flinched inward. "My aunt asked whether Mr. Vale might make a small ward sympathy marker for her writing desk. Decorative. Nothing structural. She saw the bookmark he repaired last term and thought something similar might be suitable." Arthur looked pleased before caution caught up with him. "That sounds harmless." "Harmless is a word that often arrives before paperwork," Livia said, already reaching for her pencil. Ned looked at Beatrice, then at Pike. "A desk marker's easy enough if it's just glow and sympathy pull. I'd need to see the setting." Pike lifted one finger. "And there it is. Easy enough becomes need becomes obligation before the bench has even cooled. Miss Ashcombe, did your aunt name price, deadline, materials, ownership of design, or what happens if the work fails?" Beatrice's cheeks warmed, but her voice stayed steady. "No, she said the family would be grateful." Ned did not like how every adult-shaped hook in the room seemed to turn toward that word. Livia laid a blank page beside the red slip. "Then gratitude is not sufficient. We need a form, requesting party, maker, agreed object, permitted materials, maximum time, payment or gift status, failure terms, design ownership, delivery conditions, and a statement that social obligation does not extend beyond the named work." Rafik stared at her. "You just built a fence out of ink." "Good fences prevent polite theft," Livia said. Beatrice looked down at the page, then across at Ned with something unguarded and uncomfortable in her eyes. "I did not mean to bring a hook to your bench." Ned picked up the red slip and smoothed one bent corner with his thumb. "You noticed before it caught. That counts." Pike did not let the room admire Livia's fence for long. She picked up one cracked Brassfield Scout piece from the center dish and set it on the bench before Ned, its tiny brass legs bent, its cloudy bead eye loose in the socket, and its charm channel split along one side like a bad seam. Test case. Harmless repair, minor student work, no outside client, no family gratitude, no hidden uncle. Mr. Vale, make it legal before making it better. Ned drew the red slip closer. The paper looked absurdly bright beside the dull little Scout, but his hand steadied when Livia slid her draft form next to it like a second tool. "Tray 12, he said, reading the card. "Source, damaged Brassfield practice piece. Intended use, repair for gear company common set." "Materials?" Pike asked. Ned looked over the piece properly before answering. "A pinch of low-grade crystal powder, brass pin shaving, and a touch of binding wax. Charm channel needs closing, not replacing." "Permission?" Pike said. Ned lifted his eyes to her. "Supervised minor repair under Mistress Pike." "Write that before your clever fingers run away," Pike said. He wrote it, cramped but clear, then waited while Pike inspected the line and stamped the corner with a small red mark. Only then did she unlock one crystal dust jar, scrape a measured pinch into a porcelain spoon, and place it beside him. Ned took his wand from its slot in his satchel and felt the familiar fit of it settle into his palm. He did not cast at once. He set the Scout in a clamp, warmed the wax with a little brass lamp, eased the cracked channel open with a fine pick, and breathed through the itch to fix it faster. Arthur leaned forward despite himself. "It looks like surgery for a very small, very doomed soldier." "Quiet soldiers survive longer," Rafik murmured. Pike tapped the bench once. "And noisy observers lose pudding privileges." Ned fed the powder into the split channel with the pick's tip, then touched his wand to the brass pin shaving and whispered the sealing charm Calder had drilled into them until his tongue hated it. The wax softened, the powder caught, and a fine blue thread ran through the repaired line before dimming into the body of the piece. The scout's bead eye brightened, steadied, and projected a tiny flicker of a brass-field skirmisher standing upright on the bench. Beatrice's breath eased. That is better than it was. Ned reached for the piece, but Pike's tongs came down in front of his fingers. Not finished. He froze, then looked at the red slip and felt foolish. Disposal or finished destination. Good, Pike said. Where does it go? Gear Company Common Set, Ned said, writing carefully. Repair completed. Powder used. Charm channel sealed. Supervised and inspected. Pike read the slip, signed it, and only then let him unclamp the scout. Ned turned the little piece over in his fingers. It worked because he had repaired it. It was protected because the paper said how. Freedom would always feel better than forms, but freedom was terrible at standing up in a room where someone important wanted blame. 5. Crown Practical. Orientation Day. By the time Crown Practical Orientation was called, Ned had begun to suspect that second year intended to put a label on everything before letting anyone breathe near it. The assembly hall below the West Gallery had been cleared of desks and turned into a parade of adult work, each station marked by a brass placard and watched by professionals who looked as if they had been polished, armed, or warned according to branch. Students entered in lines under Wycliffe's silent eye, and the first disappointed murmur ran through the hall almost before the doors shut. Arthur craned his neck toward the displays. This is still at Avalon. Yes, Livia said, reading the posted order before she looked at the uniforms. Orientation Day, campus-based, liability contained. Rafik leaned sideways to see past a knot of Crown Company boys. Listened to the heartbreak of children who wished to be released into naval yards before luncheon. I did not expect a naval yard, Arthur said, then spoiled it by adding, not today. Ned looked down the hall and felt his own disappointment catch against relief. He had wanted doors into the Empire when the practical ledger was only ink. Now the doors were here in miniature, and each one had adults beside it, rules in front of it, and tools that looked expensive enough to turn a mistake into a report. A hospital station gleamed with green field chests, white tiles, folded linen, wand lenses, and a glass-lidded stasis cradle no larger than a cradle for a doll. Beside it, scribes arranged order bundles, seals, copy slates, and ribboned ledgers in ranks sharper than soldiers. Warders stood behind boundary stones and blackstone posts. Signal mages had a brass valley model whose tower lamps blinked in time chains. At the far end, the tuner station held gauges, clamps, diagnostic lamps, dampers, probes, sealed housings, and a black velvet case Harrow had not yet opened. Beatrice's gaze moved from station to station with careful composure. It looks less like adventure when each adventure has a form beside it. That may be the lesson, Ned said. Peregrine, passing close enough to hear, glanced at the tuner display. Some lessons are arranged indoors so students can fail without damaging anything worth repairing. Ned looked at the sealed housings, then at the permission sheets clipped neatly to each table. Then it's kind of them to invite so many experts in failing safely. Peregrine's mouth tightened, but before he could answer, Master Harrow's voice cut across the hall. If you are finished rehearsing cleverness, Mr. Vale, you may begin by observing how professionals label the tools children are tempted to touch. The first rotation sent Gear Company toward the healers, where a woman in green cuffs stood beside 3 field chests, a folding cot, and a glass-lidded stasis cradle that hummed so softly Ned felt it more in his wrist than his ears. She didn't let them crowd the table. A white line had been painted on the floor, and her assistant watched toes with the severity of a guard at a powder magazine. Healer Sanford, the woman said, lifting a wand lens from its velvet slot. You are here to see how field care begins before heroics. You will not open a chest. You will not touch the cradle. You will not cast over a living patient unless a licensed healer tells you to, and even then, you will be too frightened to improvise. Arthur's mouth opened, then closed again. Good, Sanford said, noticing. That is the correct first answer. She passed the wand lens above a carved practice arm marked with red paint wounds. Pale green light gathered around splinter, burn, and bruise, each one showing a different shape through the glass. Ned watched her change no bandage, close no wound, and yet learn more in 3 breaths than Panic would have found in 10 minutes. Rafik leaned nearer to the line. So the scan tells you what happened. It tells me what the tissue admits, Sanford said. What happened may require witnesses, timing, and someone sensible reading the supply sheet. Next station. The scribes had no blood, but they somehow looked more dangerous. Their table held order bundles tied with colored cord, seal presses, copy slates, and a rack of little metal tags stamped with numbers. A young scribe with ink on one knuckle handed Livia a blank ribbon and watched her inspect both sides before touching the seal. Livia's eyes brightened despite herself. These bind document sets by route and authority? And prevent fools from sending boots to a hospital and splints to an artillery yard, the scribe said. Mostly. At the warder station, boundary stones stood in a neat square around a brass lamp. The warder tapped one stone, and the lamp vanished from sight while its heat remained against Ned's palm when he was allowed to pass his hand near, not through, the line. Beatrice looked unsettled. It hides the object but not the effect. Good wards don't make problems disappear, the warder said. They decide what may cross. By the time they reached the signal mages, Ned's notebook had more warnings than wonders in it. The Brass Valley model blinked tower to tower, each lamp neat, patient, and timed. Rafik's face went still with interest, and Ned realized the hall was not showing them careers like prizes in a case. It was showing them how many kinds of careful kept the Empire from falling over. The tuner station waited at the far end of the hall as if it had no need to compete for attention. No dramatic glow hung above it. No model towers blinked. No practice arm bled red paint. A plain table stood beneath a brass placard, and every object on it had been laid with such exactness that Ned felt untidy merely looking at it. Gauges sat in fitted cases. Clamps rested on folded cloth. Diagnostic lamps, blackstone collars, dampers, probes, calibration keys, sealed housings, and recording needles formed careful ranks around the unopened velvet case. Harrow stood behind the table with his hands folded over the head of his cane. Students will remain behind the marked line. You are not here to touch. You are not here to prove sensitivity. You are here to observe what adult work requires before anyone trusts a sensation. Ned stopped with his toes safely behind the line and hated how badly he wanted to lean over it. The tools pulled at him worse than sweet stalls did, because each one looked made to answer a particular sort of wrongness. His wand sat in his satchel, familiar and useful, but the table before him made it seem suddenly broad and blunt, like trying to mend a watch with a dock hammer. Harrow opened a sealed housing and revealed a palm-sized lift crystal mounted inside blackstone and brass. Practice housing. No live lift load. No field hazard. Mr. Vale, tell me what you are permitted to do. Ned swallowed his first answer, which was look properly. Observe from the line. Take notes. Ask questions if allowed. Not touch the housing, tools, or crystal. And if you feel something? Harrow asked. Report in words, Ned said. Not act. Acceptable. Harrow took a narrow probe and set its silver tip into a socket beside the crystal. Now observe the tool, not the stone. That was harder. The crystal had a faint tightness to it, like a screw turned a hair too far, but the probe caught the same feeling and translated it into a trembling needle on a dial. Harrow adjusted a damper, and the needle steadied. He changed clamps, and the tightness eased. Ned's pencil moved faster. The clamp changed the answer. The clamp allowed the system to give an honest answer, Harrow said. A wand may cast. A proper instrument asks a smaller question. Rafik leaned closer to Ned's notebook. You're writing that down like it's a holy text. No, Ned murmured, eyes still on the tools. Like it's a shopping list I can't afford. Harrow's gaze flicked to him. Good. Wanting tools is healthier than believing yourself one. The Justiciar station stood near the end of the hall, quieter than all the others. It had no clever model, no glowing cradle, and no tools arranged to tempt curious hands. A plain table held 3 objects under glass: a cracked seal, a torn strip of ledger paper, and a brass key with one tooth filed down. Behind them stood Justiciar Voss in white and gold, so still that the bustle of the orientation seemed to move around her by permission. Arthur slowed before the table. I thought there would be truth spells. There are, Voss said. You are looking at the part that comes first. Ned glanced at the objects and felt the old pull of a room where facts had to be made straight before someone smaller was blamed. Livia had already opened her notebook, but she had not written anything. That alone made Ned more careful. Voss lifted the cracked seal with gloved fingers. Observation is not investigation. Say that back to me. Observation is not investigation, the student said, with uneven conviction. Better, Voss said. Now, Miss March, what may an observer do? Livia's answer came cleanly. Notice, record, preserve wording, and report to the responsible adult. And what may an observer not do? Question suspects, handle evidence without instruction, form public accusations, or confuse suspicion with authority, Livia said. Voss looked at Ned. Mr. Vale? Ned looked at the filed key tooth, the torn ledger strip, and the crack in the seal. The answer sat in front of him like a little trap. You want me to say the key opened something it shouldn't. I want you to say what you see. He swallowed. The key's been filed. The seal's cracked. The ledger strip is torn from the bottom, not cut. They might belong together, but I don't know that. Voss gave the smallest nod. Good. Disappointment? Ned stiffened. Mistress? You wanted the answer, Voss said. You dislike stopping before the work is satisfying. Heat crept up his neck because she was right, and because everyone knew it now. Yes, mistress. Then learn to dislike being wrong more, Voss said. A useful observer can live with an unfinished thought long enough for the proper person to finish it. Livia wrote quickly at last. Rafik leaned close enough to murmur, that sounded like she just put you in a ledger. She did, Ned muttered. Voss's eyes shifted to Livia's page. Miss March, what did you record? Livia did not flinch. Mr. Vale is relieved not to have authority and disappointed not to be allowed the answer. He will need managing. Arthur made a helpless sound. Beatrice pressed her lips together, not quite smiling. Ned looked at the glass-covered objects and felt both insulted and protected. Orientation had not opened the Empire to him. It had shown him the locks, the lines on the floor, and the adults who intended to notice if he crossed them. 6. Steam kites and bad weather. The afternoon after orientation, Gear Company decided that the proper cure for professional caution was to send small boilers into a high wind and pretend this counted as recreation. The steam kite contest took over the lower practice lawn, where the grass shone wet, the sky hung low and gray, and the wind came hard enough off the valley to snap coat hems, tug caps sideways, and turn every instruction into something shouted twice. After a morning of lines on floors and adults saying no in different uniforms, Ned found the noise almost merciful. Rafik stood with his boots braced in the grass, adjusting the copper tail fins on a narrow kite whose canvas had been patched in 3 colors and marked with tiny root arrows along the frame. Crosswind from the west wall, gusts curling round the observatory tower, and at least one Crown Company boy about to discover that polished silk does not make a kite obedient. Arthur held his own kite under one arm as if it were a cavalry banner. It was handsome in an eager, slightly doomed way, with red canvas, brass ribs, and a little boiler strapped beneath the spine. Mine will climb beautifully once it gets a clean launch. Everything doomed says that before takeoff, Livia said, tightening a rule-approved safety cord around her wrist. Ned set his kite on the grass and felt several eyes find it at once. It was ugly, no use pretending otherwise. The canvas came from 2 torn practice sails and one old laundry sheet Pike had declared unsuitable for dignity but acceptable for engineering. The frame was mismatched brass and ashwood, the boiler was squat, the stabilizer vane had once belonged to a toy racer, and the tail line included 3 repaired brassfield pennants because the red scrap slips had made them legal to use. Beatrice crouched beside it, careful not to let her skirt brush the wet grass. It has more weight low than the others. It kept flipping in trial, Ned said, checking the little pressure gauge with his thumb beside the glass. So I stopped asking it to be pretty and let it be stubborn. Across the lawn, 2 noble boys unpacked polished family kits from lacquered cases while a senior student called the launch order through a speaking trumpet. Peregrine's kite gleamed blue and silver, all clean seams and perfect fittings. Ned looked at it, then at his own patched creature crouched in the wet grass like a dock cat that had survived 3 winters. Arthur followed his gaze and winced. Yours may be less decorative. Ned opened the boiler vent with a careful twist. Decorative things fall with style. The senior with the speaking trumpet made them line their kites along the chalked launch strip, and the lawn turned instantly into a market of advantage. Polished kits unfolded with little brass legs and velvet-lined tool rolls. Noble students clipped on bought stabilizers, fresh pressure capsules, silk tails, and pre-balanced vanes stamped with maker's marks. Gear company scraps sat among them like honest mutts at a dog show, damp, determined, and badly dressed. Ned crouched beside his patched kite and checked the boiler seam again. It held. The steam line held. The stabilizer vane trembled under his thumb, but not badly. He could feel the frame wanting to tug left when the wind struck high, so he adjusted the tail weight by a finger's width and tied the knot down with a bit of waxed thread saved from Pike's bin. A boy from Crown Company wandered over with a polished green kite tucked under one arm and two friends smiling behind him. Vale, isn't it? The famous gear repairman. Ned didn't look up from the knot. Depends who broke something. The boy laughed as if Ned had performed correctly. Edwin Caro, I was wondering whether you'd like to make the launch interesting. Red slip match. Kite against kite. Arthur's head came round at once. That's a bit steep for a practice contest. Equal stake, Caro said, lifting his green kite so the brass fittings caught what little light there was. One kite against one kite. Perfectly fair. Livia stepped closer, eyes narrowing at the ownership slip tied beneath Caro's frame. Perfectly equal on paper, not in consequence. Caro's smile thinned. If Mr. Vale lacks confidence in his work, he may simply say so. Ned's fingers stilled on the waxed thread. He looked at Caro's kite, then at his own. The green one could be replaced by supper. His had 2 weeks of scraps in it, Pike's permission marks, 3 repaired pennants, and enough little choices that losing it would feel like handing over part of his bench. No. Caro blinked. No? No match, Ned said, standing. I'll race it. I won't wager it. One of Caro's friends snorted. Afraid it'll fly worse than it looks? Afraid you'll think buying another one makes you brave, Ned said. The wind snapped the tail between them hard enough to make both boys glance down. For a moment, the contest sounded quieter around the little patch of grass. Caro's face colored, but Beatrice moved before insult could find a sharper edge. A gentleman does not press a refused wager, she said, calm as a closed door. Caro looked at her pin, her gloves, and the ashcombe polish he could not easily dismiss. Of course, he said stiffly. Enjoy your repair exercise, Vale. Ned watched him go, anger hot under his collar and useless for flying. Rafik nudged the patched kite's tail with one boot. Good. Now we only have to beat him without losing our property first. The speaking trumpet blared, and 20 small boilers began to hiss across the launch strip. Seniors moved between the kites with inspection tags and long lighting rods, checking pressure valves, safety cords, charm knots, and ownership slips. Ned knelt in the damp grass, touched his wand to the little brass loop near his stabilizer vane, and whispered the balancing charm slowly enough that each word found its place instead of tumbling over anger. The vane twitched, then held. A thin thread of pale light ran along the tail line and settled into the repaired pennants. Not pretty. Steady. Livia leaned over his shoulder. You used the approved stabilizing charm? Yes. Full wording? Yes. Did you alter the charm to account for the ridiculous tail? Ned looked at her. No. She looked at the tail, then at him. Shame. It deserves ridicule. Arthur laughed, then nearly dropped his own kite as the senior called the first launch. He charged forward with perfect courage and terrible timing, releasing his red canvas into a gust that took it straight up, sideways, and almost into a startled lantern girl. The little boiler whistled bravely as the kite spun twice, recovered for 3 glorious seconds, then dived nose first into a muddy patch with a sound like a spoon hitting porridge. Arthur stared at it. I achieved height. Rafik, already backing into position with his route-marked kite, said, briefly and against the advice of geography. His own launch looked dull until the wind tried to bully it. Rafik gave the line slack instead of fighting, let the kite slide across the gust, then drew it into a clean curve that carried it past 2 floundering silk models. His patched canvas snapped hard, but his tail fins took the crosswind and turned it into speed. Ned watched with a grin he couldn't quite hide. That's cheating, Arthur said, hauling his muddy kite upright. That's listening to the valley, Rafik said. Livia launched last among them. Her kite rose neatly, obeyed every regulation interval, cleared every marker post, and remained so carefully within the safe lane that several spectators forgot to watch it. She looked faintly offended by its respectability. It is performing correctly. Ned set his patched kite into the wind and ran. The boiler caught, the tail snapped, and for one horrible moment the frame dragged left. Then the stabilizing charm held, the low weight bit the air, and the ugly little thing climbed like stubbornness had learned wings. Ahead, Peregrine's blue and silver kite gleamed beautifully at the front of the field. Then the wind shifted round the observatory tower, struck high, and made beauty pay for being light. Peregrine's kite did not fail like Arthur's, with honest enthusiasm in mud. It failed beautifully. The blue and silver canvas snapped taut, the polished ribs flexed, and the whole machine lifted higher as if accepting applause before the gust caught beneath its left wing and twisted the boiler line hard enough to make the little pressure whistle scream. A senior shouted through the trumpet, "Cut steam, Roth, cut steam." Peregrine hauled the control cord, but the kite had already swung beyond the safe lane. Its silk tail streamed toward the stone path, where 3 first-years scattered with more noise than dignity. The blue frame pitched, dipped, and began dropping nose first toward the flagstones. Caro laughed once from the far side of the lawn. "That'll be expensive." Ned was already running. He let his own kite line slide through the glove until the patched frame sagged safely toward Rafik, then dragged his wand free and snapped his attention to the falling blue shape. It was too far for a proper levitation charm and too fast for a clean catch. He needed to mark, tug, and slow, not grab. His wand felt broad in his hand, too heavy for the fine work, but it was what he had. "Vale, don't cross the lane," Livia called. "I'm not," Ned said, and dropped to one knee in the wet grass at the boundary chalk. He set the wand tip against the kite cord where it whipped past, muttered the marker charm, and pushed a thin pulse of light along the line. The charm caught the silver tail ring, flared too wide, then narrowed when he bit down on the casting and dragged the pull sideways instead of up. Peregrine's kite shuddered, scraped one brass rib along the path with a shriek, and bounced into the grass rather than shattering on stone. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then Arthur exhaled as if he had been the one falling. That was less decorative. Peregrine strode over, pale with fury, fright, and the horrible knowledge that gratitude was about to be required in public. "I had it." "You had flagstones," Ned said, lowering his wand. "They're less forgiving." The senior inspector lifted the blue kite by its frame, checked the scraped rib, and glanced at Ned. "Unapproved intervention." Ned's stomach dropped. "Useful," the senior added, "but unapproved. Report the charm after supper." Beatrice stepped beside Ned as Peregrine took back his wounded kite. "You could have let it break." Ned wiped wet grass from his knee. "It would have been stupid to waste a good frame because he's irritating." "That is restraint," Beatrice said, her voice soft enough not to make a lesson of him before the whole lawn. "In some rooms, restraint is a social weapon." Ned looked at the scraped blue kite, his own patched one limping down into Rafik's hands, and the wand still too clumsy in his grip for the fine tug he had wanted. "I need a lighter marking rod." Beatrice's mouth curved. "Naturally, Mr. Vale. Design advice." "It is design advice," Ned said, though he wrote both things down later, just in case one turned out to be a tool before the other. 7. Letters with teeth. Letter day arrived 2 mornings after the steam kite contest, and the gear breakfast table turned into a display of family weight before the tea had properly cooled. Parcels came first for the old names, carried in by junior porters with straps across their shoulders and little brass delivery tags swinging from the knots. Peregrine received a flat lacquered box that looked expensive enough to apologize to before opening. A Crown Company girl laughed over a hamper of sugared fruit. Someone from Lantern unfolded 3 pages of elegant maternal concern and a bank draft tucked between them like a pressed flower. Ned received 2 envelopes, one folded square and hard as a warning, the other stained at one corner with machine grease. He touched the grease mark first because it made more sense than the neat official delivery tray. "Tom," he said, before he read the name. Arthur leaned over with bright interest. "Is that good grease or alarming grease?" "With Tom, both," Ned said, sliding the greased envelope under his plate for later and opening Maddie's first. Maddie's handwriting had not softened over summer. It marched across the page in dark, sharp lines, each word pushed hard enough into the paper that Ned could feel the grooves with his thumb. Doc says 3 things about you now, the letter began. 1. Lucky boy. 2. Useful boy. 3. Dangerous boy. Lucky is said by men who did not listen. Useful is said by men who wish they had. Dangerous is said by men who do not like remembering they were wrong. Ned stopped chewing. Livia noticed at once. Bad news? Not exactly, Ned said, and found his voice rougher than he wanted. Accurate news. Rafik held out his hand. May I? Ned hesitated, then passed the page over because keeping Doc truth to himself would not make it lighter. Rafik read silently, his expression losing its breakfast ease. Arthur's shoulders tightened. Beatrice lowered her teacup without a sound. Peregrine glanced up from his lacquered box. One hopes your correspondents have discovered punctuation this year. Ned took back the letter and folded it carefully. They've discovered memory. That's rarer. Tom's envelope held a sketch instead of comfort. A boiler governor drawn in fierce pencil, with arrows, measurements, and one question written across the bottom. Do Avalon people know anything useful about real machines yet? Or do they still think bolts tighten themselves because a wand asked politely? Ned laughed before he could stop himself, the sound rough and grateful. Tom wants to know whether magic respects bolts. Rafik's face cleared first. Only after Mistress Pike threatens it with paperwork. Rafik's joke loosened the table enough for Ned to open Maddie's second page without feeling as if the whole hall had its fingers on the paper. The lower half of the sheet had been written more tightly, as though Maddie had run out of space and patience at the same time. He flattened it beside Tom's boiler sketch, holding one corner down with his cup. Oh, he said. Arthur leaned closer at once. Oh good or oh alarming? With Maddie, both, Ned said, and read on. Maddie had underlined one name hard enough to nearly cut the paper. Tansy Rook has learned your name is worth buns. She is calling herself Slip now, as if giving yourself a smaller name makes adults less likely to grab you. She found a loose board under the East Market Gate and has been getting in without paying. She says she has 3 stories about Avalon Ned, 2 of them mostly true if no one asks where mostly starts, and one she sells only for iced buns or brass buttons. Ned put a hand over his mouth, but the laugh escaped anyway. Beatrice's expression softened despite herself. A friend? Trouble, Ned said. Not mine exactly. Doc Trouble. That is not a category I find reassuring, Livia said, reaching for the page when Ned angled it toward her. Rafik read over her shoulder. Slip Rook. Excellent name. Professionally worrying. She's fast, Ned said. Small, sharp, and impossible to keep out of anywhere with a gap bigger than a cat. Maddie used to say she could steal a whisper before it reached the next ear. Arthur looked delighted. That sounds useful. It sounds illegal, Livia said. It can be both, Rafik said. Ned tapped the line about buns and buttons. She won't know which stories matter. She'll trade anything if it keeps her fed or amused. Livia's face changed from dry amusement to calculation. Then right back before someone teaches her which version of you pays best. The warning folded itself into Ned's good mood. He looked down at Maddie's hard little letters again and pictured Slip slipping through market legs, grinning with a stolen bun in one hand and his name in the other. It was funny. It was warm. It was also a loose wire near a boiler. Peregrine closed his lacquered box with a soft click. Your acquaintances appear to run on theft and pastry. Ned folded Maddie's page carefully. Better than vanity and expensive hinges. Arthur choked on his tea, and for a moment Slip's name sat at the table like trouble that had not yet decided whether to become a joke or a warning. Arthur was still coughing tea into his napkin when the breakfast porter returned with one last envelope pinched between 2 fingers. It was cream paper, folded with care, sealed in green wax, and addressed in a hand so exact that even the letters looked as if they had been taught posture. The porter paused beside Rafik and held it out with unusual caution. Family seal, Mr. Khan. Rafik took it lightly, but Ned saw the way his thumb stopped on the wax. Thank you. The table's noise shifted around him without quite touching him. Peregrine opened his lacquered box at last and began arranging some polished instrument inside it. Arthur recovered enough to steal one more look at Slip's name. Livia kept Maddie's letter in the corner of her eye as if it might misbehave if unguarded. Rafik broke the seal with his breakfast knife and unfolded the page. For 3 lines, his face did not change. Then it went calm in the wrong way. Ned noticed because machines did that too. A boiler could sound steadier just before pressure found the weakest seam. Bad? Rafik did not answer immediately. He read the page again, slower, and Ned watched his eyes pause in places where the writing apparently said nothing at all. No, polite. Livia's pencil appeared. That is rarely comforting. Rafik laid the page flat beside his plate. My father says the northern routes are under strain, but not in a manner suitable for household alarm. He hopes my studies in signal timing proceed diligently. He says mountain work rewards patience, redundancy, and men who do not confuse distance with time. Arthur frowned. That sounds like advice. It is advice, Rafik said. It is also not the sentence he wanted to write. Beatrice leaned slightly nearer. What is missing? Rafik's finger rested beside a blank space between paragraphs, where no sensible reader would have seen anything but paper. He always names people. Uncle Javed at the route office. Aunt Samira's brother with the pack contracts. Colonel Huxley if military roads are involved, because father thinks him an idiot and enjoys saying so carefully. Here he says regional officers. Supply acquaintances. Reliable friends. No names. Ned looked down at the neat letter and felt the breakfast hall grow less warm. Why leave names out? Because names can travel farther than letters, Rafik said quietly. Livia stopped writing. Across the table, Arthur lowered his napkin. Rafik, is your family in danger? Rafik folded the letter along its old crease, too neatly. Everyone near a strained route is near danger. That is what roots are for, apparently. Carrying other people's trouble until it becomes yours. Ned thought of Maddie writing about dock stories, Slip selling his name for buns, Tom asking whether magic respected bolts, and now Rafik reading silence where words should have been. Home letters were not lessons, but they were beginning to teach anyway. By evening prep, the letters had followed them out of the breakfast hall and into Gear Company's common room like extra homework. Rain tapped against the high windows, pipes knocked behind the walls, and a half-repaired model engine on the mantel clicked every seventh turn because nobody had yet admitted to noticing. Ned sat at the long table with Tom's boiler sketch pinned flat beneath two brass weights, Maddie's pages tucked safely to one side, and a blank sheet waiting in front of him. Arthur leaned over the governor drawing with honest admiration. Tom's handwriting is terrible, but the arrows are excellent. He thinks in arrows, Ned said, sharpening his pencil with careful strokes. Words are what happen when a drawing gets crowded. Livia set a clean page beside him. Then answer in both. Tell him Avalon respects bolts when Mistress Pike is watching, and that professional magic apparently uses more clamps than theater suggests. Rafik sat opposite them with his father's letter folded under one hand. He had been quieter since breakfast, but not gone away inside himself, which Ned took as a good sign. Mention the tuner station, Rafik said. Gauges, dampers, probes, recording needles. Tom will enjoy knowing wizards need boxes of tools to avoid embarrassing themselves. Ned began writing, slowly at first, then faster as the shape of the answer found him. Tom, Avalon people do know bolts exist, though some of them look offended about it. Tuners use proper instruments, gauges, clamps, lamps, dampers, probes, collars, keys, needles, and reports. Wands are useful, but they're not a spanner, and Harrow would probably bite anyone who tried to tune a lift housing by waving one about. Beatrice smiled over her embroidery hoop. You cannot write that Master Harrow bites people. He might, Arthur said. He would do it with paperwork, Livia said. Which is worse? Ned crossed out bite, then wrote ruin instead. It was probably truer and less likely to get copied into a conduct note. He added a sketch of the tuner table as best he remembered it, marking the clamps and damper with little labels Tom would mock and understand. Then he turned to Maddie's reply and paused with the pencil touching paper. Tell Slip not to sell my name, he said. That won't work, Rafik said gently. Tell her which parts are cheap lies and which parts get people hurt. Ned looked up. The room had gone quieter around that, not solemn, but attentive. Livia nodded once. Beatrice lowered her needle. Arthur stopped tracing Tom's arrows with his finger. So Ned wrote it plainly. Maddie, tell Slip some stories buy buns and some stories buy trouble. Lucky boy is cheap. Useful boy is dangerous. If anyone asks too carefully about the accident, the levers, the relay, or what I heard before the ship slipped, tell her to find you or Tom first and not be clever alone. When he finished, The two letters lay side by side beneath the warm gaslight, one full of tools and one full of warning. Ned looked at them and understood what the morning had given him. Not secrets, not evidence, something rougher and more alive. People at docks, markets, route offices, boiler rooms, and breakfast tables felt pressure before ledgers named it. If he wanted to understand the empire, he would have to keep reading the people who carried it. 8. Observation in white and gold. The summons came folded around breakfast, which Ned thought was unfair to both paper and toast. It lay beside his cup with Lady Principal Wycliffe's seal pressed into dark green wax and his name written in the Academy Secretary's neat hand. Livia received one as well. Hers was already open before Ned had managed to decide whether sealed paper could ruin porridge by proximity. Arthur leaned across the table. Is it practical placement? Controlled observation, Livia said, reading quickly. Justiciar procedure. Attendance by approval of Lady Principal Wycliffe. Responsible adult. Justiciar Aurelia Voss. Student role, witness to procedure. Ned opened his own notice and found the same words waiting for him in tidy lines. Witness to procedure. Not assistant. Not investigator. Not useful boy with clever hands. It says we are not to question parties, handle evidence, draw conclusions aloud, interfere with questioning, or speak unless instructed. Rafiq buttered toast with care. That seems aimed at someone. It is aimed at sense, Livia said, though her mouth twitched. Beatrice glanced from Ned's notice to Livia's. Only you two? Selected for observation under separate strengths, Livia read. Technical sensitivity and procedural literacy. She folded the notice with visible satisfaction. That is almost a compliment disguised as liability. Peregrine looked up from farther down the table. How fortunate that the Crown now recognizes literacy as an escort for sensitivity. Ned tucked the notice inside his notebook before his temper could reach for it. It's safer than sending sensitivity out alone. The observation chamber stood below the law lecture rooms, behind a frosted glass door etched with a crown, scales, and a narrow line of gold script Ned could not read. Voss waited inside in white and gold, gloves uncreased, boots polished, collar severe enough to make the room stand straighter. Wycliffe stood beside her in dark green, not as decoration, but as the adult whose permission made Ned's presence lawful. Wycliffe handed Ned and Livia each a cream card. Read your roll aloud before you enter the marked area. Livia went first. Student observer. Witness to procedure. May take notes on process, object handling, wording, and sequence. May not question parties, direct attention, touch evidence, or form public accusation. Ned looked at his card, then at the white line painted on the floor. Same. And if I notice something, I report to the responsible adult when instructed. Voss nodded once. Good. Today you learn that truth has doors. You are here to watch how they are opened, not to kick them in. The case waiting behind the inner screen looked too small for white and gold. A cracked training crystal sat on a square of black cloth in the center of the table, its practice housing split at one corner and its pale glow gone dull. Beside it stood two first-year boys, both scrubbed, nervous, and trying not to look at one another. One had ink on his cuff and fear in his mouth. The other wore a better coat and kept his chin lifted as if posture might do the work of courage. Voss did not sit. State your names. The better-dressed boy spoke first. Julian Marrow, Lantern Company. The ink-cuffed boy swallowed. Peter Bell, Gear Company. Ned's pencil hovered above his notebook. Gear Company made the name land closer than he wanted. He forced himself to write only sequence, not sympathy. Voss looked at the cracked housing. Mr. Marrow, what happened? Julian drew a breath too carefully. Bell dropped the practice crystal during handover, mistress. I told him to wait for the instructor, but he grabbed it from the bench. Peter's face flushed. I didn't grab it. Voss turned to him. You will have your turn. Mr. Marrow, did you touch the crystal before it broke? No, mistress. The answer seemed to pass through the room cleanly, but Peter's hands clenched at his sides. Voss looked at him next. Mr. Bell, what happened? Peter stared at the black cloth. I was told to carry the housing back to tray 3. Marrow said I should hurry because the instructor was coming. When I picked it up, the side was already loose. It slipped. I caught it against the bench, but the corner cracked. Julian's head snapped round. That's not true. Voss lifted one gloved hand. and the interruption died as if cut. "Mr. Bell, did Mr. Marrow tell you to hurry?" "Yes, mistress." Julian went pale. Voss's voice remained calm. "Mr. Marrow, did you tell Mr. Bell to hurry?" Julian's mouth opened. The room waited. The truth did not rush him. That was worse. "Yes, mistress, but I did not mean for him to break it." Livia's pencil moved steadily beside Ned. Ned looked at the cracked housing and saw a smear near the loose corner, a crescent of polish where someone had tried to press the side back into place before it failed. His tongue pressed against his teeth, holding the words where they belonged. Voss's gaze shifted to him. "Mr. Vale, you have noticed something. You may describe the object only." Ned kept his eyes on the cloth. "There is a rubbed mark along the cracked side. It looks handled before the final break. I don't know by whom." Peter's shoulders sagged as if someone had taken a weight from them. Julian looked suddenly younger than his coat. Voss nodded once. "Good. Object first. Comfort later." Voss did not touch the housing after Ned spoke. She let the mark sit in the room as if it had earned a place among the witnesses, then turned to the small tray beside the black cloth. 3 tags lay there, numbered in brass, each attached to a loop of thin red cord. Ned had seen enough workshop slips to recognize the shape of order hiding inside small objects. "Miss March," Voss said, "read the tray record." Livia stepped to the side table, careful to remain outside the marked line, and bent over the slate without touching it. "Training crystal housing, junior practice set, issued from tray 3 at second bell, returned incomplete at 2:30 second bell, damage reported by Mr. Marrow, counterclaim by Mr. Bell, instructor witness absent during interval." Voss looked at Julian. "When did you first notice the side was loose?" Julian's throat moved. "After Bell dropped it." "Wording," Voss said. Livia's pencil stopped. "He said after Mr. Bell dropped it, not after it broke." Ned felt the little click of that. It was not crystal, not sound, but it had the same almost right wrongness. Julian had answered the question by stepping around the thing that mattered. Voss turned to Peter. "When did you first feel the side move?" Peter rubbed his ink-marked cuff with his thumb. "When I picked it up, mistress. It shifted under my fingers. I tried to catch it tighter, and Marrow said not to make a scene." Julian's face crumpled in anger before fear covered it. "I didn't want him making me look careless." Voss held up the cracked seal from the tray card. "You signed the issue record, Mr. Marrow. You had responsibility until return. Mr. Bell had hands on it only after instruction from you. If damage existed before handover, silence did not make it his burden." Ned watched her build it without force. "Object. Record. Timing. Words. No shouting. No guess dressed as certainty." Each piece found its place because Voss gave it no softer one to hide in. Livia whispered, not quite to Ned. He moved blame at the handover point. Voss heard her anyway. "And what preserved the handover point?" "The tray record," Livia said. "Without it, the argument becomes 2 boys and a broken thing." "Correct," Voss said. "Procedure is memory that does not care who is frightened." Ned looked at Livia then, at the way her eyes had sharpened on the record before his had finished following the crack. She heard wrongness in paper. Not magic, not like his own sense, but just as real. The thought unsettled and steadied him at once. He was not the only one at the table listening to things that did not speak. Voss completed the matter without drama, which somehow made it harder to look away. Julian Marrow was not dragged, shamed, or crushed beneath white and gold judgment. He was made to state what he had done, made to hear the tray record read back, and made to watch as the cracked housing, rubbed mark, and signed issue slip were placed together in order. Peter Bell was not declared innocent like a rescued hero. He was told that hurried hands still carried responsibility, even when someone else had made haste feel necessary. "You will both write the sequence before supper," Voss said. "Mr. Marrow will include the moment he chose silence. Mr. Bell will include the moment he obeyed pressure instead of calling the instructor. Truth does not absolve foolishness. It merely assigns it accurately." Peter nodded, miserable but upright. Julian looked at the floor. "Yes, mistress." When the boys were escorted out, the room felt larger and colder without their fear filling it. Ned kept his pencil still until Voss turned toward him and Livia. Wycliffe remained beside the door, silent enough that Ned had almost forgotten she was there, which he suspected was one of the more frightening things adults could learn to do. Voss took 2 narrow cards from the table and wrote on them with a gold-nibbed pen. The sound of the nib seemed too small for the weight Ned felt gathering in his stomach. She handed Livia's card over first. Miss March. Strong procedural attention. Good restraint. Useful awareness of wording, handover, and written responsibility. Livia accepted the card with both hands, and for once her face did not immediately know what to do with approval. Thank you, Justiciar. Voss handed Ned the second card. Mr. Vale. Useful object attention. Technical instinct applied within instruction. Over-eager internal conclusion restrained with difficulty. Ned read the line twice. Restrained with difficulty sounds like failing politely. It is succeeding honestly, Voss said. Barely. Livia's mouth twitched, but she did not look up from her card. Ned tucked the note carefully into his notebook because he knew better than to treat any written mark from Voss as casual. I didn't say more than you allowed. No, Voss said. You wanted to. You also wanted the mark to mean one complete answer the moment you saw it. Noticing is not authority, Mr. Vale. It is only the start of duty. Wycliffe opened the frosted glass door. Return to class. Both of you will submit clean observation copies by tomorrow morning. Ned stepped back over the white line with Livia beside him, the card stiff inside his notebook and Voss's warning lodged beside it. He had thought the difficult part was seeing the thing everyone else missed. Now he was beginning to understand that the harder skill was stopping while someone lawful decided what seeing meant. 9. First Field Practical. The Old Sky Dock. Ned had thought the first real field practical would feel like a door opening. Instead, it began with boot inspection, weather cloaks, 2 signed cards, and Master Harrow making 12 second-years stand in the departure court while a clerk read their names as if mispronouncing one might cause a diplomatic incident. The morning air smelled of wet stone, horse leather, coal smoke from the lower engine house, and the sharp polish someone had used on the academy carriage lamps. Beyond the gate, a steam tram waited on the private spur, hissing impatiently beneath a painted board that read Imperial Sky Dock Authority, Western Yard. Arthur looked from the board to Ned with open caution. It's a sky dock. Not mine, Ned said, before the old tightness in his chest could decide otherwise. Rafik leaned past him to study the route placard. Western Yard, smaller than the river dock. Freight, repair berths, courier overflow, maybe training lift cradles. Do you know every yard in Britain? Livia asked. No, Rafik said, only the interesting ones, the badly placed ones, and the ones adults pretend are dull. Harrow's cane struck the wet stone once. The sound cut through tram steam, whispers, and Arthur's nervous shifting. Attend. This is not a school outing with machinery. It is a crown practical under adult authority. Responsible adults are myself, Yard Engineer Marlowe, and Inspector Bevan of the Western Yard. Student role is observer and supervised assistant only. Ned tightened his fingers around his notebook because Harrow's gaze had found him on assistant. You will carry assigned gauges if told, Harrow continued. You will take readings when instructed. You will record what you see, hear, measure, and are told to record. You will not touch lift housings, relay boards, vent levers, stabilizer locks, dock chains, signal panels, sealed crates, tool racks, pressure valves, or anything painted yellow, red, or black without direct instruction. A lantern boy raised his hand halfway. Master, what if something appears unsafe? Then you report it to the nearest named adult and keep your hands to yourself unless ordered otherwise. Harrow turned his head by a fraction. Mr. Vale, repeat the rule. Ned met the old fear before it could rise fully. Notice. Report. Don't act unless a responsible adult tells me to. Good, Harrow said. Today we practice arriving before usefulness becomes trespass. The tram doors opened with a brass clack, and Ned stepped aboard behind Livia. The Western Yard waited beyond the valley, not his dock, not his accusation, but a sky dock all the same. Somewhere inside him, the boy who had grabbed a burning relay handle went quiet and listened. The tram carried them through the academy cutting, down past wet woods and slate roofs, then onto the industrial spur where Avalon stone gave way to yard fencing, coal bins, signal posts, and the long iron ribs of the Western Yard. It was smaller than Ned's old dock, but not gentle. 2 repair berths stood open to the gray morning, steam crawling along the ground beneath suspended work lamps. A stubby cargo skyship rested in a cradle near the far wall, its envelope patched in dull canvas and its brass propeller housings blackened by use rather than ceremony. Ned stepped down from the tram and smelled home in pieces. Coal smoke, damp rope, machine oil, hot iron, wet boards, and men trying to finish work before weather made opinions. His chest tightened anyway. The western yard was not the river dock. No one here knew Grimsby's pointing finger. No damaged crown courier hung crooked above him. Still, the chains creaked in a language his bones remembered. Yard engineer Marlowe met them beneath a corrugated awning, a square woman in a dark service coat with rolled cuffs, a pencil behind one ear, and gloves already stained at the fingertips. Inspector Bevan stood beside her with a clipboard and a mustache that looked formally disappointed. Harrow exchanged nods with both adults, then turned the students toward them. Marlowe looked over the group and stopped on Ned just long enough to show she knew exactly who he was and was choosing not to make theater of it. You are observers. That means eyes open, hands quiet, mouths useful only when addressed. I run a yard, not a nursery. Arthur straightened. Yes, engineer. Good. The polite ones are often first to touch things they shouldn't. Marlowe picked up a leather gauge case and placed it in Ned's hands. Vale, carry this. Do not open it until I tell you. The weight settled into Ned's palms, solid and professional. He wanted to open it badly enough that he held it farther from his thumbs. Yes, engineer. Livia wrote that down. Marlowe led them toward the cargo skyship's port lift pod. Today's work is inspection after routine strain. No heroics, no sabotage, no grand mystery. Canvas wear, chain stretch, boiler soot, tired seals, ordinary crystal fatigue, and 3 pages of dull readings that keep ships from becoming funerals. Rafik murmured, dull readings sound underrated. They are, Marlowe said without turning. That is why clever children find them boring and dead men don't complain. The port lift pod sat beneath a blackstone collar, its brass casing dulled by weather and work. Marlowe made the students stand behind a painted yellow line while 2 yard men loosened inspection screws and swung the outer panel open on its hinges. The pod did not glow dramatically. It ticked, breathed faint heat, and gave off a tired little vibration that disappeared under the cargo ship's boiler rumble unless Ned held himself still enough to notice. Marlowe pointed to the leather case in his hands. Vale, bring the gauge case to the crate. Set it down. Do not open it. Ned stepped forward, placed the case exactly where she pointed, and retreated to the line before his fingers could embarrass him. Set down, engineer. Good. Observation? He looked at the pod, then at Harrow, then back at the casing. His first answer rose in dock words. Sounds off. Pulls rough. Not wrong enough to run. He swallowed it and reached for the drilled language instead. Port lift pod gives an uneven low vibration under boiler noise. It feels intermittent, not escalating. No sharp pull, no heat spike that I can see. I request adult inspection. Marlowe's eyebrows rose by a fraction. Better than poetry. Harrow? Harrow did not look pleased, which Ned had learned meant the lesson had not failed. Acceptable report. No action taken beyond words. Inspector Bevan made a note. Time recorded. One of the lantern boys whispered, he just got a mark for saying it hums funny. Livia spoke without looking up from her notebook. He got a mark for not touching it. Marlowe opened the gauge case herself and removed a dial meter, a clamp probe, and a thin recording needle mounted on a brass arm. She fixed the clamp to the pod's casing, set the needle against a strip of smoked paper, and nodded to a yardman. Half-test pulse. The pod answered with a muted thrum. The needle scratched a wavering line across the paper. Ned felt the unevenness in his teeth, then watched it become ink in motion where everyone could see it. Marlowe studied the line. Ordinary bearing wear near the lower brace. Seal fatigue too, but not urgent. No tampering. No sabotage. No clever enemy. Just a tired part that would like replacing before winter. Ned let out a breath he had not meant to hold. Harrow's gaze found him. Disappointed? No, master, Ned said, then corrected himself because Voss's card seemed to rustle inside his memory. Relieved. Also a bit annoyed that ordinary wear can still sound important. Marlowe closed the gauge case. Ordinary wear is important. It is merely less dramatic than frightened children prefer. Marlowe did not let the inspection become a lesson that ended with talk. She took a yellow chalk pencil from Bevan's clipboard, marked the pod casing with a small circle near the lower brace, then held out a narrow tin of temporary charm tabs. Mr. Vale, you may cast one approved marker charm on this housing. Purpose? Ned looked at the worn pod, the smoke paper line, and the place where the tired vibration had become dull, ordinary evidence. To mark the worn brace for scheduled repair without changing the system. Limits? No stabilizing, no tightening, no heating, no cleverness, Ned said. Marker only. Instruction given, Marlowe said. Permission recorded, Bevan added, pencil already moving. Ned stepped over the yellow line only after Harrow nodded. The POD's warmth touched his face, and the old doc part of him wanted to fit fingers to screws, test the casing, and check whether the lower brace had play in it. He kept his hand still. His wand came out of his sleeve instead, plain and familiar, and he set the tip just beside Marlowe's chalk circle rather than on the casing seam. The marker charm was small enough to feel insulting after all the warnings. Ned still took a breath and cast it cleanly. A dot of pale blue light appeared over the chalk, flattened into a neat oval, then settled into a faint glowing mark that pulsed once every 5 breaths. Arthur let out a quiet breath behind him. That's it? Marlowe looked over her shoulder. That is the sound of a student doing exactly what he was told. Admire it. It's rarer than explosions. Ned stepped back from the pod, wand lowered. Nothing sparked. Nothing lurched. No alarm bell rang. No adult shouted. And the cargo skyship remained a tired working vessel with a worn brace instead of becoming a story. The ordinariness of it felt stranger than danger. Harrow examined the marker, then the distance between Ned's boots and the housing. Acceptable. Your mark is visible, limited, and late enough to follow evidence instead of replace it. Ned tucked his wand away. It feels like a very small victory. It is, Marlowe said, closing the outer panel. Small victories keep ships flying long enough for large ones to happen somewhere else. On the tram back to Avalon, the gauge case rested unopened on Ned's knees, returned to silence. He had reported, waited, cast by permission, and fixed nothing. Somehow, that felt more professional than saving a tower. 10. The doc remembers. The tram did not climb straight back to Avalon. It stopped first at the Western Yard Market, a strip of covered stalls pressed between the freight gate and the public road, where workers bought tea, hand pies, bootlaces, cheap tobacco, and arguments before the next bell dragged them back under the gantries. Harrow announced the detour as if 20 minutes of supervised tea required the moral discipline of a treaty signing, then named the boundary posts, the time, and the adults responsible until even the smell of fried onions seemed formally permitted. Students remain between the tea stall and the blue gate, Harrow said. No wandering, no bargaining over machinery, no accepting packages, no speaking to reporters, pamphleteers, dock agents, or anyone who begins a sentence with, "I only wondered." Arthur glanced at Ned. Does that happen often? With adults? Ned said. Constantly. The market should have felt easier than the yard, because it was human in a way inspected housings were not. Steam kettles rattled. A woman in a striped shawl slapped pies into paper sleeves. Men in work coats stood shoulder to shoulder under the awning, talking over mugs so strong the tea looked nearly black. Ned bought one currant bun with his own carefully saved coin and held it too long before eating, because a bun paid for by his own pocket still felt different from food placed on an academy table. Then he heard his name without anyone meaning him to. Vale, that was the boy, one dockhand said near the tea urn. River Yard lad. Knew the courier was wrong before the inspectors did. Lucky guess, another man said. Lucky don't name a vent lever. Aye, and useful boys get used. Heard the crown took him same day. Ned's fingers tightened around the bun until currents pressed into his palm. The voices were not cruel, not exactly. That made them worse. They spoke of him the way men spoke of weathered rope, broken gauges, good horses, dangerous boilers, and other things that might save or kill a man depending on who held them. Rafik heard too. He shifted closer without making a show of it. We can move. No, Ned said, though his throat had gone tight. I wanted to know what it sounded like out here. Livia's eyes moved over the tea stall, the workers, the awning posts, and Harrow's distant position near the gate. It sounds like 3 versions of you competing for the same cup. A third worker laughed into his mug. Mark me, that one'll either end up with a medal or locked in a room where only ministers can find him. Ned finally bit into the bun. It tasted of sugar, currants, and the unpleasant discovery that being remembered by strangers could feel very like being claimed. The old dockhand who turned toward Ned did not do it sharply. He looked once, looked away, then looked back more slowly, as if age had taught him that some faces were better recognized by the trouble standing around them. He was broad through the shoulders, gray in the beard, and missing the last 2 fingers of his left hand. A steam burn marked one cheek in a pale twist that disappeared into his collar. "You're Bram's lad," he said. Ned swallowed the currant bun too fast. "I'm not anyone's lad." The man's eyes softened, which was worse than suspicion. "No, course not. I meant you ran with Bram Hobb at the river yard." Ned's fingers closed around the paper sleeve. "You knew Bram? Shared a boiler watch with him when the East Gantry still had timber braces and sense." "Name's Enoch Price." The old man glanced at Harrow, then at Ned's academy coat, then back at Ned's face instead of the uniform. "Bram wrote me once after the courier business. Said you'd heard the wrongness before the shiny men did." Ned's throat tightened. "He wrote that?" "Aye." Price's mouth crooked. "Said you had dock ears and no patience for fools. Said if Avalon knocked the dock out of you, he'd come haunt someone out of spite." Arthur made a small sound that might have been amusement if he had not looked so careful. Rafik lowered his tea. Livia's pencil had appeared, then stopped, as if even she knew this was not hers to record. Ned stared at the wet boards beneath the awning. Bram had been soot, curses, rough hands, and the grip that had held him steady beside the relay. Bram had been real enough that thinking of him inside a letter made something behind Ned's ribs ache in a place reports could not reach. Price took a folded scrap from his coat pocket and held it out. He was proud, boy. Not surprised. Proud. Ned did not take the scrap at once. His good sense, lately overtrained, looked for hooks. "Reporter, dock agent, I only wondered." The man saw it and nodded once, approving rather than hurt. "Smart," Price said. "Show your master before you touch it, then." Harrow appeared at Ned's shoulder without seeming to cross the market. "Mr. Price." "Master Harrow," Price said, not warmly but without fear. "Old letter. Bram's hand. No payment, no request, no trap unless grief counts." Harrow inspected the folded scrap, then gave it to Ned. "Read it later." Ned took the paper carefully. The market noise pressed too close all at once, kettles, boots, voices, and the creak of dock chains blurring together until he could barely hear Price's farewell. He stepped sideways toward the blue gate, needing air, needing quiet, needing the world to stop putting Bram's pride into his hands where it weighed more than any gauge case. Ned had almost reached the blue gate when something small dropped from the awning pole, landed beside a crate of onions, and said, "Avalon makes you walk like you swallowed a ruler." Arthur yelped. Rafik spilled tea onto his glove. Livia's pencil appeared as if summoned by crime. The girl straightened from her crouch with a grin too sharp for innocence and a cap pulled low over hair that had been cut with either haste or personal philosophy. She was thin, quick-eyed, and dressed in layers of market brown and dock gray, with one stocking striped, one bootlace replaced by twine, and a cloth pouch tied under her jacket where honest pockets would have surrendered hours ago. She held up both hands before Harrow could speak. No packages accepted, no bargaining over machinery, no sentence beginning with, "I only wondered." I listened. I'm educational. Ned stared at her. Slip. She bowed badly. Avalon Ned. Harrow's cane touched the boards once. Name. Tansy Rook if I'm in trouble, Slip if I'm not, she said, then looked at Ned. Am I? You're always in trouble, Ned said. Good. Familiar ground. Slip darted a look at the others and brightened. You've got friends with buttons. Lovely. Tall nervous one, map one, rule girl, shiny girl, and thundercloud master. I bring news, washer, and possibly message. Livia's expression became dangerous. Possibly? Slip pulled two bent brass washers from her sleeve and set them on the crate, then added a folded scrap no larger than a biscuit. Maddie says don't be stupid, which is unfair because she didn't say which kind. Tom says the East Market Gate still hates inspectors. I say a man in a blue scarf has been asking who saw you before the courier slipped. Ned's hand closed around Bram's folded letter until the old paper bent. What man? Slip shrugged, too lightly. Clean boots pretending not to be clean. Paid Jory 2 teeth for names. Asked about Bram, Grimsby, Levers, and whether the boy heard things after the crash or before. Harrow stepped closer. You will come with me and repeat that to Inspector Bevan. Slip looked at the distance between herself, Harrow, and the open market. Tempting. Counteroffer. No. Ned reached out before she bolted. Slip, don't be clever alone. For half a heartbeat, her grin slipped. Then she tossed him the folded scrap, sprang onto the onion crate, and vanished into the stallbacks with a flash of striped stocking. Then keep up, Avalon Ned. Harrow did not chase Slip. That frightened Ned more than if he had shouted. He turned once toward the stallbacks where she had vanished, then lifted his hand to Inspector Bevan across the market. The gesture was small, but men in official coats began moving at once, not running, not alarming the workers, simply narrowing the ways a small girl might leave without being seen. She'll slip through the onion stall roof, Ned said. Harrow's eyes cut to him. How do you know? Because I would. For one breath, Harrow looked almost approving and deeply annoyed by it. Bevan, roofline behind the vegetable stalls. Do not grab her unless she endangers herself. Watch where she goes. Ned looked down at the folded scrap Slip had thrown him. His fingers wanted to open it, but Harrow held out one hand. No. It's from Maddie. Then you can want to read it honestly while still obeying a rule sensibly, Harrow said. Hand it over. Ned's jaw tightened. He gave Harrow the scrap, then the 2 bent washers from the crate because not giving them over would be stupid after everyone had watched Slip produce them from her sleeve. Harrow inspected the washers, wrapped them in a clean handkerchief, and handed both bundle and scrap to Bevan when he arrived. Livia had already written half a page. Statements should be made now, before memory begins polishing. Correct, Harrow said. Mr. Kahn, Mr. Penrose, Miss March, Miss Ashcombe, Mr. Vale. You will each write what you heard. Not what you fear, not what you think it means. Arthur swallowed. Master, is this serious? A man asking whether Mr. Vale heard a fault before or after the crash may be idle curiosity, Harrow said. It may also be someone learning which lie will fit the public record. Adults will decide the weight. Students will preserve the wording. Ned looked toward the stallbacks, where Slip was nowhere to be seen. The market had already begun pretending nothing had happened, because markets were good at surviving official interest. Kettles rattled. Men drank tea. A woman sold hand pies with extra force, as if pastry could defend trade from law. Rafik touched Ned's sleeve. She wanted you warned. I know, Ned said. And chased. Ned looked at him then, and the truth of that sat between them like a dropped tool. Slip had not only brought news. She had made herself the next moving part. Harrow returned Bram's old folded letter to Ned after checking the outside. Read that under supervision later. Keep it safe. Ned tucked it inside his notebook beside Voss's card. On the tram back to Avalon, the washers rested sealed in Bevan's case. The scrap sat unread beneath official paper, and Ned carried 1 currant bun, 2 bits of brass for Tom, and the cold knowledge that someone from the old dock had started asking after the exact shape of his miracle. 11. The Signal Tower Model. The next morning, Ned discovered that the worst thing about carrying worry into class was that Avalon liked turning worry into diagrams. Signal magic met in a long room above the north cloister, where windows overlooked misty lawns and the far hills beyond the academy. At the center stood a brass map table nearly as wide as a wagon bed, its surface engraved with ridges, rivers, rail lines, roads, sea routes, and tiny blackstone towers no taller than Ned's thumb. Pale crystals slept inside each tower cap, dark until the instructor touched the master key. Mistress Bellamy wore signal blue cuffs and a chain of little silver tower charms at her collar. She looked too cheerful for someone about to make distance behave. Second years, today you will learn why a message that arrives perfectly in the wrong order may be worse than no message at all. Arthur leaned toward Ned. That sounds like a threat wearing mathematics. It's worse, Rafik murmured, eyes already fixed on the map. It's logistics. Bellamy tapped the master key against the first tower. A blue spark woke, leapt across the table to a second tower, then split toward 3 more. Lights ran along the engraved roads in quick, disciplined chains until the whole map glittered like a city seen through wet glass. Ned felt the pulses under the table's brass edge, not loud, not wrong, but precise enough to make his teeth pay attention. Each light waited a fraction before answering the last. If 2 chains crossed too soon, the whole route would stutter. Rafik's hand lifted before Bellamy asked for one. Mistress, The northern branch can't answer before the lower valley confirms, or the supply notice reaches the ridge before the road knows to clear wagons. Bellamy's smile sharpened. Good. Show us. Rafik stepped to the table with a pointer and traced the line without touching the crystals. Here, then here. If Tower 4 sends before Tower 2 confirms the depot change, the message is fast but false in effect. The ridge receives yesterday's order in today's conditions. Ned watched the pulses again and saw what Rafik meant as motion instead of words. The timing was not decoration. It was the difference between conversation and noise. Bellamy looked to Ned. Mr. Vale, what are you watching? The pauses, Ned said. The lights matter, but the waiting stops them arguing. Rafik grinned at the map. Signals as manners. Terrifying. Bellamy tapped the master key once, and two routes deliberately crossed too soon. The lights flickered, blurred, and spat a harsh little red spark into the air. Precisely. Courtesy, in a signal chain, is sometimes the only thing between instruction and disaster. Bellamy let the red spark fade before she reset the master key. The map dimmed in sections, valley by valley, until only 3 towers remained awake along the northern edge, their pale crystals pulsing in slow order. Ned saw Rafik's attention tighten at once. The little line of towers sat beside engraved ridges so narrow they looked like scratches, and beyond them a brass plate had been etched with a name every newspaper had learned to say carefully. Saffron Pass. Mistress Bellamy tapped the nearest tower. There are students who imagine signal work as bright messages racing heroically from tower to tower. Those students are usually disappointed to discover how much of the profession concerns delay logs, fog intervals, mule reports, local station discipline, damaged shutters, tired operators, and making absolutely certain the right instruction reaches the right place after the right condition is confirmed. Arthur looked at the tiny ridge road. A message can't just say send supplies. It can, Bellamy said, and her pointer clicked against a depot mark. If you enjoy feeding the wrong hill. A few students laughed, then stopped when she did not. Bellamy turned the master key. A blue light left the depot, ran through 2 towers, and arrived at the pass. Tiny supply icons, no larger than fingernail clippings, moved obediently along a road that glimmered under them. This is a correct chain. Depot confirms available stores. Lower road confirms passable conditions. Ridge tower confirms receiving station. The message authorizes movement only after all 3 have answered. Rafik leaned forward, unable to help himself, because if the lower road is blocked, the convoy waits where there's shelter. Good, Bellamy said, and if the ridge tower answers late? The depot doesn't assume silence means permission, Rafik said. Better. Bellamy adjusted the key again. This time the depot light shot forward before the lower road answered. The tiny supply icons moved smartly up the route, then stopped beneath a dark tower. One by one, their lights blinked out. Fast, confident, fatal in effect. In the field, that may mean food waits in a frozen yard. Healer chests go to a closed road. Replacement crystal reaches a storehouse instead of a cracked relay. Or a convoy burns coal and time reaching a pass that cannot receive it. Ned stared at the little extinguished lights. There was no broken bridge on the table. No explosion. No screaming metal. Just order arriving too soon and becoming useless. It wastes the same as damage. Bellamy looked at him. Say that more precisely. Ned forced the words into shape. A failed signal can break a route without breaking the road. Bellamy nodded. That, Mr. Vale, is why boring reliability is not a lesser virtue. It is infrastructure. Bellamy reset the failed chain and set a small brass timing wheel beside the map table. Its teeth clicked softly as it turned, each click releasing a faint pulse through one tower cap and into the next. Now you will hold one interval visible while Mr. Khan corrects the route order. This is not a contest. A good signal chain does not care which mind made it reliable. Ned felt half the class look at him anyway, as if Bellamy had placed the word contest on the table and forbidden everyone to touch it. Rafik only grinned, but his fingers had already found the edge of the map where the northern branch met the lower road. Bellamy held out a narrow practice focus, then withdrew it when Ned touched the pocket that held his own. Mr. Vale, use your own wand focus. Marker light only. Keep Tower 2's answer visible after it fires. Do not strengthen, delay, hurry, or correct the pulse. Show us what has happened, not what you wish had happened. Ned drew his wand focus and placed his boots carefully beside the brass table. The tower crystals were small, but the timing in them was alive enough to bother him. The pause between Tower 1 and Tower 2 had a neat little catch in it, like a latch closing. He touched his wand tip to the blackstone rim, not the tower, and cast the marker light under his breath. A pale ring appeared around Tower 2, too wide at first. Ned narrowed it with a careful twist of his wrist until the ring sat just outside the crystal cap. When the depot pulse reached it, the ring brightened and held, glowing around the tower while the chain moved on. Bellamy looked at the class. What did Mr. Vale do? A lantern girl said. He marked the response. What did he not do? Livia answered before anyone could make it grand. He did not alter the chain. Correct, Bellamy said. Support magic is useful precisely because it does not flatter itself into command. Mr. Khan, repair the route. Rafik took the pointer and leaned over the brass ridges. Depot waits here. Lower road confirms here. But the ridge station cannot answer directly in fog because the north shutter is slow. So the answer must pass through the east shoulder tower first. He tapped each point in order, quick but not rushed. It adds delay, but it gives a true answer. Arthur frowned. That's slower. Yes, Rafik said, eyes bright. That's the point. Bellamy turned the key. The pulse moved through Ned's marked tower, waited, crossed east, returned north, and only then sent the supply icons forward. This time they reached the pass still lit. Ned let the marker fade and lowered his wand. The pleasure of doing the spell cleanly was real, but smaller than the look on Rafik's face as the route settled. Ned had held the lamp steady. Rafik had found the road. That felt right in a way winning alone never had. That night, the signal lesson followed them into Gear Company's common room and took possession of the map table with the confidence of a guest who had not been invited but knew where the good chair was. Rain tapped the windows in neat little bursts, a kettle hissed on the hob, and Arthur had fallen asleep over his combat reading with one hand still bravely holding the page open. Livia sat nearby copying her signal magic notes into cleaner form, while Beatrice mended a glove and pretended not to listen. Rafik had drawn 3 towers on a scrap of paper, then crossed out the road between them twice. You keep calling it a machine because you like things that can be opened with screws. Ned turned a brass washer between finger and thumb. It has parts: towers, crystals, shutters, timing wheels, operators, ledgers. That's a machine. It has places, Rafik said, tapping the paper. Roads, depots, passes, shelter points, bridge conditions, fog pockets, mule stations, people who know whether the North Road is passable because their boots are wet. That's a map. A map doesn't do anything unless someone uses it, Ned said. A machine doesn't do anything unless someone built it correctly, Rafik said, far too pleased with himself. Livia dipped her pen. You are both circling the obvious answer with unnecessary male industry. It is a procedure. Beatrice smiled down at her glove. And here I thought it was a conversation. Ned looked at her. A conversation? Of course, Beatrice said, drawing the thread through pale leather. One tower asks whether the road is ready. Another answers only when it knows. The depot must wait its turn. The pass must not pretend it heard what was never said. It is a rather strict conversation, but then most useful ones are. Rafik leaned back, delighted and offended. That is annoyingly good. It's also a machine, Ned said. And a map, Rafik said. And a procedure, Livia added. Arthur lifted his head from the book, hair flattened on one side. Is it a battlefield? No, 4 voices said at once. He blinked. Right, good, carry on. Ned laughed into his tea, and the knot of the morning loosened somewhere behind his ribs. Saffron Pass was still out there in newspaper ink, route silence, missing names, and careful adult faces. Slip was still gone into the market roofs, and someone with clean boots was still asking old Doc questions. But for this hour, under warm lamps and Gear Company pipes, the Empire had become 3 scratched towers on scrap paper while friends argued it into sense. 12. Brassfield Convoy. By the next evening, Gear Company's common room had stopped pretending Brassfield was only a game. The old war table had been dragged to the center rug, its rune-carved slab polished until the crystal veins shone beneath the lamps, and every chair, stool, toolbox, footrest, and a legal crate had acquired a student. Someone had hung a paper banner above the hearth reading Convoy League, High Marches Campaign, and someone else had drawn a mule in a field marshal's hat beneath it. Ned stood shoulder to shoulder with Rafik near the table's brass control rail, watching Master Pell, the senior league adjudicator, unlock the campaign case. The pieces inside were not the grand tournament figures noble students boasted about, but they were not the battered gear practice set either. Tiny mule trains stood beside supply carts, signal crews, field healers, ward posts, steam crawlers, scout riders, mountain guns, and little skyship markers with folded brass fins. Each one held a chip of crystal no larger than a crumb, but when Pell touched the campaign key to the board, the whole table woke with a low bright hum. Arthur breathed, "That is magnificent." Livia folded her arms. "It is a logistical trap with excellent lighting." "It can be both," Rafik said, unable to hide his grin. Blue-white signal sparks leapt from tower to tower above the slab. Brass ridges rose out of the table like miniature mountains, while mist rolled through the passes in thin enchanted ribbons. A mule train began moving along a road no wider than Ned's finger. Ward posts lit one after another along a ridge, and a tiny skyship corridor shimmered overhead, narrow, expensive, and watched by storm lamps that flashed whenever Pell turned the key. Ned leaned closer before he remembered not to crowd the rail. The table did not feel wrong, but it felt busy, all little answers, routes, and rules pushing against one another. The convoy marker nearest him flickered whenever the mule train crossed under the signal line, not failure exactly, more like two people trying to speak over the same kettle. Pell looked over the gathered students. The league begins with a protected supply run to Kestrel Ridge. You will move food, ward crystal, medical chests, and spare signal shutters through poor roads, worse altitude, and imperfect information. Glory earns applause. Supplies earn survival. Try to learn the difference before the table teaches it rudely. Arthur straightened. Medical convoy should take the forward road if protected by cavalry scouts. Rafik winced with his whole face. That sentence already needs a stretcher. Across the table, a rich Crown Company boy with silver-trimmed cuffs set down a polished officer piece that gleamed too brightly beside the school set. Perhaps Gear Company will discover courage this campaign. Ned glanced at the officer piece, then at the worn scout beside it in another boy's careful hand, and felt the room sharpen around the table before the first move was even made. The rich boy's name was Felix Carraway, and Ned knew it because Felix said it often enough for the table to remember. He wore Crown Company blue with silver cuff braid, and his game case had velvet slots shaped to each piece, as if even the toys had personal servants. Opposite him, a smaller lantern boy named Mikkel Dane held the scout piece between finger and thumb with the care of someone holding the last good button on a coat. Felix tapped his polished officer against the table edge. Since Gear seems so interested in courage, perhaps we should begin properly. Red slip wager. Officer against scout. The room made the little sound students made when rules had been invoked too cleanly to call them unfair. Pell's eyes narrowed, but he did not speak at once. Red slip matches were allowed in league play if both pieces were registered, both owners agreed, and the ownership slips matched the figures on the table. Equal item for equal item, the rule said. Ned looked from Felix's officer, all enamel, brass trim, and clear crystal glow, to Mikkel's scout with its worn cloak, chipped base, and careful repair across one leg. Equal, if a person had never needed to count cost. Mikkel's ears reddened. That scout's my best ridge piece. Felix smiled politely. Then it should perform well. Unless Lantern prefers to watch from behind Gear's skirts. Arthur shifted beside Ned. That's a nasty choice. It's not a choice, Livia said quietly. It's a trap wearing permission. Mikkel looked toward his own company bench, where two older Lantern students watched with tight faces but no rescue ready. Pride had him by one sleeve and poverty by the other. Ned knew that pull too well. Say no, and the room heard fear. Say yes, and something useful might leave your hand forever. Pell held out his palm. Ownership slips. Felix produced his red slip at once, crisp, signed, and folded with ornamental precision. Mikkel had to search his pocket, then his waistcoat, then the little leather pouch tied to his belt. The delay was worse than mockery. When he finally placed the creased slip into Pell's hand, Ned saw the ink had been gone over twice where someone had tried to make an old registration legible. Pell read both slips, then looked at Mikkel. No student is compelled to accept an item wager. Felix gave a soft laugh. Of course not, sir. We're all gentlemen here. Mikkel's jaw tightened. I accept. The scout piece clicked onto the table. Its tiny crystal woke with a thin green spark, loyal and underfed. Felix set his officer down opposite it, and the polished piece lit bright enough to throw a clean reflection across the brass rail. Ned felt Rafik go still beside him, not angry in a loud way, but focused, as if he were already measuring how a legal road could still lead somewhere cruel. Pell touched the adjudicator key to the table, and the convoy campaign began moving. Mule bells chimed in tiny silver notes. Steam crawlers puffed along the lower road with medical chests lashed to their backs, while signal sparks snapped above the ridges, each one waiting for its tower before leaping onward. The whole table gave Ned the uneasy pleasure of a working system full of ways to go wrong. Arthur took command of the forward medical convoy because no one stopped him quickly enough. If we reach Kestrel Ridge before the storm shutters close, the healers are safe and the pass holds. Scouts screen the bend, cavalry clears the road, and the medical wagons go straight through the center. Rafik stared at him. You have just described a parade with casualties. It's decisive, Arthur said, moving the little medical carts with careful fingers. It's lonely, Livia said. Your stores are back here, your signal receipt is unconfirmed, and your road authority is still waiting at Tower 3. Arthur hesitated, but Felix's smile had found him from across the table. Penrose at least understands that timidity loses campaigns. That did it. Arthur's jaw set, and the medical convoy advanced into the narrow road between two brass ridges. For 3 bright seconds it looked glorious. Tiny healer lamps glowed green. A scout horn sounded. The forward ward post sparked alive just as a painted storm cloud rolled from the mountain track and covered the pass. Then Tower 3 failed to answer. The road marker under the convoy changed from blue to uncertain amber, and Felix's polished officer swept across the ridge with cavalry support, cutting the medical wagons from their supply train. One by one, the green healer lamps blinked out. Arthur went pale. I thought the scouts had cleared that. Mikkel's scout cleared the bend, Rafik said gently. Not the whole mountain. Mikkel flinched as Felix tapped his officer piece forward. That is what an officer is for. It gives orders where little scouts merely peek. Ned crouched by the table edge because the nearest convoy marker had begun flickering again, worse now after the lost medical run. Master Pell, the marker's losing its inlay line. Pell glanced down. Permitted repair. Minor wand work only. No altering the campaign state. Ned drew his wand focus and touched the point to the marker's chipped brass rim. The charm channel was no wider than a thread, but the loose powder inside it kept breaking contact. He breathed slowly, warmed the inlay with a tiny steadying spell, and pressed the glow back into a clean line until the convoy marker stopped stuttering. While he worked, Rafik moved the remaining supply carts away from the center road. We don't beat him with speed. We build 2 ugly routes, confirm every tower, and make him waste his officer chasing the wrong convoy. Livia slid a record token beside the lower depot. And we log each transfer. If he cuts one road, the other has lawful authority to continue. Ned lifted his wand as the marker settled. The game looked slower now, less heroic and harder to kill, but Mikkel's worn scout stood alone on the ridge with Felix's officer bearing down on it. Mikkel tried to save the scout by running it down the ridge path behind the ward post. The little figure moved quickly for something so worn, cloak fluttering in a painted mountain gust while its green crystal winked between brass rocks. For a moment, Ned thought it might slip through, not by strength or polish, but by being small enough to survive what grander pieces missed. Felix let him hope. Then he placed 2 fingers on his officer and turned it with lazy precision. Intercept under command authority. Cavalry detachment confirms ridge dominance. Pell checked the table's response, then tapped the adjudicator key. The polished officer's light flared. Felix's cavalry swept across the miniature ridge, and Mikkel's scout froze with 1 foot on the safe road. Its green spark flickered once, twice, then went out. Scout captured, Pell said. Red slip transfer stands. Mikkel did not move at first. His hand hovered above the table as if the piece might wake again if he reached carefully enough. Around him, students shifted, hungry for the next move and embarrassed by the cost of the last one. The campaign kept running, but Mikkel's place in it had gone quiet. Felix lifted the scout between thumb and forefinger. Charming little thing. Very earnest. I can see why Lantern treasured it. Mikkel's voice came out tight. It plays rich concealment better than most school scouts. Did, Felix said, and inspected the chipped base. Past tense seems more accurate. Arthur took a step forward. You've won it. There's no need to be foul. Felix looked at him mildly. I'm evaluating my property. The word hit harder than the capture. Ned watched Felix press the scout's cloak hinge with his nail until the old repair line cracked. A tiny brass flake dropped onto the table. Mikkel made a sound too small to be protest and too raw to hide. Pell's face hardened. Caraway. Damage after transfer is your responsibility, but unnecessary destruction during league proceedings is poor conduct. Felix gave a shallow bow. Of course, sir. I find the piece unsuitable for my case, that's all. The game ended without feeling finished. Rafik and Livia's uglier routes saved more supply than Arthur's charge had lost, but no one cheered much when the final convoy reached Kestrel Ridge. Mikkel stood apart, hands empty, while his friends tried to speak around the fact that he no longer had a piece worth fielding in the next match. Later, when the common room thinned and Felix's laughter had moved toward the corridor, Ned saw the scout lying in the discard tray beside a bent steam crawler axle and 2 cracked ward tokens. Its cloak hinge was split, the base chipped worse, and the dead little crystal still held a faint green seam under the soot. Ned looked at Pell. Discard trays open salvage? Pell studied him for a moment, then nodded once. If you record what you take. Ned picked up the broken scout with careful fingers. Anger sat hot and useful in his chest, but beneath it his hands had already begun measuring hinge, base, crystal, and repair. Felix had thrown away Mikkel's best piece because he could afford contempt. Ned could not fix that tonight, but he could make sure the discard tray remembered differently. 13. Practical at St. Brigid's Ward. The next crown practical did not smell of brass polish, scorched game table crystal, or gear company tea. Street. Brigid's Ward smelled of boiled linen, clean tiles, carbolic sharp enough to bite the nose, and steam sterilizers ticking behind glass doors. Ned stepped through the receiving hall with his satchel strap held too tightly in one hand and his wand focus sealed in its travel loop, very aware of the green visitor badge pinned to his coat and the printed line beneath his name. Student observer, no independent casting. Mistress Calder had walked the selected students from Avalon's carriage stop to the hospital gate herself, which did not improve anyone's sense of adventure. You are here to observe service, not collect stories, she said as the porter opened the ward doors. Patients are not lessons arranged for your convenience. You will speak when addressed, move when directed, and touch nothing unless a healer places it in your hands. Arthur nodded so hard his collar shifted. Yes, mistress. Ned looked past the porter and forgot the answer waiting in his mouth. The ward beyond was bright without being grand. White tiles ran up the walls to shoulder height, scrubbed so clean the gas lamps reflected in them like little yellow coins. Rows of beds stood behind green privacy screens, each bed fitted with brass rails, folded blankets, and a softly glowing crystal frame above the pillow. Healers in green uniforms moved between them with quiet speed, carrying trays, changing instruments, checking charts, and sliding glass-fronted cabinets open and shut. At the far end, steam sterilizers breathed in disciplined bursts, fogging their little windows before clearing again. Beatrice, walking beside Ned, lowered her voice. It's less pretty than the charity pamphlets. It's cleaner, Ned said, then winced because that sounded too dockside and too simple. A healer passing with a covered tray glanced at him. Clean saves lives more reliably than pretty, Mr. Vale. Keep that instinct. Ned straightened, startled. Yes, ma'am. The healer stopped before their group and gave them a brisk nod. She was broad-shouldered, dark-skinned, and tired around the eyes in a way no uniform could hide. Her green cuffs bore silver branchwork and a tiny crown pin. I'm Senior Healer Amara Say. For this practical, I am the named responsible adult. Mistress Calder is your escorting instructor. You will carry labeled trays, observe maintenance routines, and learn why quiet competence costs more than speeches. If anyone faints, sit down before falling. We are busy enough. Rafik whispered, that instruction feels tested. It has been, Healer Say said without looking at him, and led them into the ward. Healer Say gave Ned a tray before she gave him a lecture, which made him trust her more than he expected. The tray was shallow steel with a green enamel rim, divided into labeled sections. Clean gauze, sealed glass ampules, brass clips, warming stones, and 3 blackstone collar rings wrapped in linen. Each label had been written twice, once in ink and once in a tiny charm script that glowed when Say passed her wand over it. Read the label before you lift, read it again before you set down, and if anyone tells you to hurry past the second reading, you slow down, Say said, placing the tray into his hands. A wrong tray in a hospital is not merely untidy. Ned adjusted his grip until the weight sat evenly. Yes, ma'am. Arthur received a stack of folded chartboards and looked at them as if they might bleed. Beatrice was given a covered basket of warm blankets. Rafik carried a map slate showing bed numbers, service routes, and clean path arrows through the ward. Livia, to no one's surprise, was given the supply tally and immediately frowned at it. This says 3 stasis collars issued, 2 in ward reserve, 1 pending replacement, Livia said. It does, Say replied. The cabinet has space for 6. It does. Livia looked up. That is not comforting. No, Say said, leading them between the beds. It is accurate. Ned followed her to a bed screened on 3 sides. Inside lay an older man with one arm wrapped in white dressing from wrist to elbow. A crystal frame curved above him, its light soft and steady, running through brass joints into a thumb-sized focus mounted near the pillow. The glow did not pulse dramatically. It simply held, quiet as a good engine doing necessary work without applause. Say pointed with 2 fingers, not touching the frame. Stasis support. It slows shock, steadies pain response, and keeps damaged tissue from worsening before deeper treatment. It does not heal by wishing. It buys time. Ned leaned just enough to see the mounting screws, blackstone insulation, and the little gauge bead trembling green inside its cage. It's holding properly. Say's eyes moved to him. Is that observation or guesswork? Observation, Ned said carefully. The bead's steady, and the frame isn't pulling against the collar. It feels settled. Good. Now observe the record. Say tapped the chartboard Arthur held. Settled crystal, proper collar, clean dressing, checked at 9 minutes past 10. A patient survives because the work is done, written, repeated, and paid for somewhere by someone who may never meet him. Ned looked at the man's sleeping face, then at the half-empty stasis cabinet beyond the screen. The ward was working. That was the frightening part. Even working things could be short of what came next. The next screen held boys not much older than Arthur. That was what caught Ned first, not the bandages or the crystal frames, but the terrible unfairness of boots lined neatly beneath beds where their owners lay too still. 2 wore academy gray training coats folded over chairbacks. 1 had a military practice badge pinned through the cloth, bright and useless beside a basin of bloodied water being carried away by a nurse. Arthur stopped so abruptly that Ned nearly walked into him. They're students. Trainees, Say said, taking the chartboard from his stiff fingers before it slipped. 6th years on controlled field exercise. A boiler cart overturned during a supply drill. Not battle, not glory, weight, steam, slope, and poor timing. Arthur stared at a sleeping boy whose face was bruised yellow beneath the stasis light. But they were training. Yes, Say said. Training is where sensible people learn that danger does not wait for speeches. The words were not cruel, but Arthur flinched as if they had struck the polished part of him first. Ned wanted to say something and had no idea what would not make it worse. Across the narrow aisle, a small child began crying behind a half-drawn screen, thin and exhausted rather than loud. Beatrice moved before Say instructed her. She set the warmed blanket basket on a chair, knelt beside the child's bed, and folded 1 blanket open with careful hands. The girl inside the bed could not have been more than 7, with 1 leg braced under a clean frame and a stuffed cloth rabbit tucked under her elbow. Beatrice did not coo or perform sweetness for the watching students. She only warmed the blanket between her palms, tucked it over the girl's shoulders, and said softly, "There. The hospital ones scratch less if you fold the edge under. My brother taught me that after he broke his arm falling out of a perfectly innocent tree." The girl sniffed. Trees aren't innocent. No, Beatrice said gravely. They're dreadful social climbers. A tiny laugh escaped the child before she could stop it. Ned saw Say notice and say nothing, which somehow made the kindness larger. A younger healer beckoned Ned to the next bed. Mr. Vale, light charm. Soft level only. Hold it above the tray, not the patient's eyes. Ned drew his wand focus too quickly. The first light sparked sharp and white, making the patient blink and the healer's brows lift. Heat crawled up Ned's neck. Sorry. Again, the healer said. She lifted her own wand and cast a low amber glow that settled like lamplight over linen, steady and unhurried. Hospitals don't need impressive, they need tolerable. Ned breathed out, copied the angle, and let the second light grow slowly until it sat warm over the tray without glare. The healer nodded once. It was not praise, but it felt better than that because the patient stopped squinting. The light charm held steady while the younger healer checked the tray, selected 2 brass clips, and passed one to Ned without letting go until his fingers were properly placed. Not the hinge, the stem. If you touch the hinge, you warm the spring and spoil the pressure. Ned shifted his grip at once. Like a weak valve. Close enough, the healer said. Set it beside the gauze. Label outward. He did, slower than he wanted, and the healer nodded him back before moving to the next bed. That was how the ward worked. No gesture was grand enough to be safe without being exact. No one praised the tray for arriving. No one clapped when the light stopped hurting a patient's eyes. Work simply fitted into work, and if it didn't, someone suffered before anyone had time to make speeches. At the far cabinet, Say unlocked a green-painted drawer and removed a wooden packing list sealed with 3 stamps. Livia leaned closer, then caught herself and waited until Say looked at her. You may ask, Say said. Livia's voice came carefully. The listed mountain chests are not in the cabinet. No, Say said, laying the list flat on the counter. They were packed yesterday for Saffron Pass. Arthur, still too quiet from the trainee beds, looked up. Medical chests? Field stasis collars, warming stones, splint charms, burn dressings, fever powders, clean gauze, pain drafts, surgical thread, sterilizing ampules, and 2 small crystal frames for transport work, Say said. She tapped each line as she named it, not theatrically, but as if the list deserved the dignity of being read aloud. They should already be on the northern route. Rafiq's hand tightened on the map slate. Should? Say closed the drawer with more care than force. Delayed at a transfer office. The note says route confirmation pending. Ned thought of the Brassfield table, the amber road marker, the little healer lamps blinking out because Arthur had run ahead of his own supplies. The game had been clever and cruel and small enough to pack away. This list was not small. It had weight, stamps, patients not yet seen, and cold rooms waiting somewhere beyond the mountains. Beatrice folded the child's empty blanket basket against her hip. Can they send another set? Say looked at the half-empty cabinet and the spaces built for callers that were not there. From what, Miss Ashcombe? No one answered. The ward kept moving around them, clean and bright and short of things it needed. Ned looked down at the tray in his hands, label outward, clips placed correctly, light still soft over the linen, and understood that Saffron Pass was no longer a headline, route lesson, or game campaign. It was a place where someone would wait for a chest that had not arrived. 14. Mott's consequences. By the time second-year alchemy began, Ned had learned that Avalon liked arranging its lessons in pairs that did not admit they belonged together. Street. Bridget's had shown him clean work, labeled trays, and empty cabinet spaces where medical chests should have been. Dr. Mott's alchemy room, 2 mornings later, offered labels of a different sort. Danger signs, cracked jars, sealed waste crocks, scorched benches, and a brass incident ledger standing open on a lectern like a warning that had learned to write back. Dr. Mott stood behind the front bench in a brown coat with blackened cuffs, his sleeves tied neatly, his goggles resting on his forehead, and a long measuring spoon balanced across 2 fingers. The room smelled of vinegar, hot glass, mineral salts, and the faint bitter edge of things sensible people did not taste. Each student had a place marked by brass clips, a ceramic tile, a sand bucket, a water bulb, and a little red card that read report spills before pride makes them expensive. Arthur read the card twice. That feels personal. It is probably addressed to everyone who has ever been 12, Rafiq said, checking the sand bucket with professional gloom. Mott tapped the measuring spoon against an empty beaker. Alchemy is the art by which small errors become undeniable. This makes it a useful subject for the overconfident, the careless, the romantic, and anyone whose family has confused neat handwriting with competence. Peregrine's expression did not move, which made Ned suspect he had taken the blow and filed it somewhere polished. Mott set 3 identical beakers on the front bench and added a pinch of blue powder to each. Correct measure. The first beaker warmed to a steady green. Half a measure too little. The second beaker clouded gray, sagged into useless sludge, and gave off a smell like boiled cabbage losing an argument. Several students leaned back. Half a measure too much. The third beaker spat purple smoke, cracked down one side, and sent a sharp hiss into the room. Maud dropped a blackstone lid over it with one hand and pulled a cord with the other. A brass vent hood swung down from above, swallowed the smoke, and rang a small bell over the incident ledger. A narrow slip of paper slid from the lectern, already printing in red ink. Ned stared despite himself. It writes the accident down? It writes the beginning of the paperwork down, Mott said. The accident was yours the moment your hand became foolish. He lifted the smoking beaker with tongs and held it where the cracked glass caught the light. Smoke, poison, ruined equipment, lost time, frightened neighbors, and a report. Consequences are generous. They usually arrive in groups. Mott assigned partners by drawing name slips from a cracked porcelain bowl, which fooled no one who had watched him look over the class first. Alchemy dislikes friends, he said, dropping the slips beside the incident ledger. Friends forgive habits. Partners survive them. Ned already knew what was coming before Mott read the second name. Vale with wrath. Across the room, Peregrine closed his notebook with calm precision. How educational. Ned looked at the bench between them and decided the sand bucket was not large enough. Their task was stabilizing paste, a pale green compound used for sealing minor charm channels before final curing. Mott set the ingredients along the front table. Powdered chalkstone, oil of wintermint, ground brass salts, 2 drops of binding tincture, and a pinch of powdered ley glass so fine it looked like dust pretending innocence. Your paste should spread evenly, hold shape under warmth, and not smoke. Smoking paste is failed paste. Glowing paste is interesting, which is worse. Peregrine took the instruction card, read it once, and began lining the tools in exact order. Spoon, rod, scale, dropper, tile, warming ring, clean cloth. Ned watched despite himself. The arrangement was fussy, but nothing was in the way. Nothing rolled, nothing hid under anybody's elbow. You do know the bench isn't a parade ground, Ned said. No, Peregrine replied, setting the scale weight with 2 fingers. A parade ground often tolerates mud. Ned bit back the first answer because Mott was watching from 3 benches away with the air of a man hoping for evidence. Fine, you measure. I'll mix. You will not mix until the dry measure is correct. You will not talk like my hands are contagious. Peregrine's mouth tightened, but he tipped the chalkstone into the scale pan exactly to the line. Your hands are not the issue. Your impatience is. Ned wanted to hate that. Unfortunately, Peregrine was right about the measure. When the powders reached the ceramic tile, Ned took the mixing rod and worked them slowly, feeling the drag change under his fingers. Too dry at first, then slick at the edge, then suddenly close. Stop, he said as Peregrine lifted the dropper again. The card says 3 drops. The card says 2 drops unless the paste drags grainy. It is grainy. Not now. Ned turned the rod once, folding the paste back over itself. Feel it. Peregrine looked offended by the suggestion, then touched the rod. His expression altered by a fraction. Oh. Mott appeared behind them. A moving statement, Mr. Roth. Peregrine released the rod. The texture changed before the written adjustment became necessary. And Mr. Vale noticed because his hands were doing their work. Mott inspected the paste, then warmed the tile with a low ring of heat. The paste softened, held, and settled into a smooth seal without smoke. Infuriatingly clean. Continued disliking one another at this standard. Mott did not let them enjoy the clean paste for long. He set a tray of tools at the front bench and lifted them one by one. Spoon, glass rod, brass clamp, warming ring, wand, measuring knife, and a small blackstone scraper with a chipped handle. Observe the Academy's most persistent form of stupidity, he said. A student sees that all tools may be held in the hand and concludes all tools are therefore cousins. Ned looked down at the mixing rod in his fingers and quietly shifted it away from the paste bowl. Mott noticed. Good fear, Mr. Vale. Keep it clean. He held up the spoon. This measures. Poorly, unless used with the scale. He lifted the rod. This combines without cutting the structure. The clamp clicked shut in his fingers. This holds heat away from skin and pressure away from fingers. Then he raised his wand, and the room grew much quieter. This is not a spoon, rod, clamp, knife, broom, pointer, poker, substitute courage, or apology. Rafik whispered from the next bench, "There goes my apology plan." Mott turned his head. "Mr. Khan, if your apology ever requires a wand, begin with silence and work upward." A few students laughed into their sleeves. Peregrine did not. He was watching the tools with aggravating attention, and Ned disliked that he respected it. Mott brought the tray to their bench and pointed to the second sealing groove on the practice plate. "Apply paste. Use the correct implement for each stage. If either of you uses a wand to hurry a task the rod can do properly, I'll make you explain the difference to the incident ledger." Ned reached for the rod, but Peregrine caught his wrist lightly with 2 fingers, not hard enough to be rude, just enough to stop him. "Clamp first. The plate is still warm." Ned pulled his hand back. "I saw it. You reached anyway." Peregrine was right again, which was becoming a serious flaw in the day. Ned took the clamp and fixed the practice plate in place, then spread the paste along the groove. The seal went down smooth, but the last corner dragged where the plate cooled too quickly. "Warming ring," Peregrine said, already holding it ready. Ned fitted the ring around the edge and watched the paste loosen just enough to settle. "Useful, when you're not being unbearable." "Competence is easier," Peregrine said, adjusting the scale weight, when everyone knows their place. The words reached farther than the bench. Arthur looked over. Livia's pencil stopped. Ned kept the rod moving until the seal lay even, then glanced at Peregrine. "Paste doesn't care about names." Mott's mouth twitched as he inspected the groove. "No, but it does care about order, pressure, measure, heat, and fools who confuse place with worth. Remember both halves of that, gentlemen." Mott let the silence after that remark do its work, then pointed the measuring spoon toward the side sinks. "Vale, Roth, cleaning duty after class. Not punishment for producing good paste. Punishment for arguing near open reagents while producing good paste. I refuse to let competence develop vanity." Peregrine's jaw tightened. "Yes, Dr. Mott." Ned looked at the sealed groove, still neat and clean on the tile. "Yes, sir." Class ended in the usual alchemical retreat of stools scraping, water bulbs being emptied, sand buckets checked, and students carrying their failed pastes to the waste crocks with the expressions of people escorting guilty relatives. Rafik passed Ned on the way out and murmured, "If you and Roth become friends over a mop, I shall require notice to prepare emotionally." "We won't," Ned said. Peregrine, already removing his cuffs and folding them with irritating precision, said, "On that, at least, we are united." Mott left them with 2 basins, 3 cloths, a tin of neutralizing powder, and a list of surfaces arranged by danger rather than convenience. Ned started at the waste tiles, sprinkling powder over a faint blue stain until it stopped fizzing. Peregrine took the glassware, rinsing each beaker twice before holding it to the light. For several minutes they worked without speaking, which made the room sound larger than it was. Water ticked into the basin. The vent hood clicked as it cooled. Somewhere in the incident ledger, a little brass wheel advanced by 1 tooth. Peregrine broke first. "You nearly grabbed the warm plate." Ned rubbed harder at the tile. "You nearly drowned the paste." I followed the card. The card said adjust if grainy. It was grainy when I began reaching. It changed. Peregrine set a clean beaker upside down on the rack. "Yes, I noticed that after you told me." Ned looked up. The words had not sounded like surrender, but they had not sounded like mockery either. "Your measuring was good." Peregrine's fingers stilled on the next beaker. "I am aware." "Don't ruin it," Ned said, and went back to scrubbing. A faint, unwilling breath of amusement crossed the bench between them. It did not make them friends. It did make the work go faster. Peregrine began setting clean tools in the order Ned would need them, and Ned stopped reaching before checking the plate heat. When the last tile was clean, Mott returned, examined the bench, the sink, the tool rack, and the incident ledger. "Acceptable," Mott said. "How disappointing. I had prepared a longer lecture." Peregrine dried his hands. "We endeavored to deprive you of it, sir. Do not grow smug. Smugness has a melting point." Mott looked from him to Ned. You both work better when annoyed. Learn to use that without mistaking irritation for judgment. Ned left the alchemy room smelling of vinegar and wintermint, with sore fingers, a cleaner respect for clamps, and the unpleasant knowledge that a rival could make good work sharper without becoming anything so comfortable as a friend. 15. A state ward visit. 2 days after Dr. Mott taught Ned that annoyance could be useful if properly scrubbed afterward, Avalon sent selected second years to a lesser Ashcombe estate and called it a ward practical. The word lesser did not prepare Ned for iron gates higher than the parish house roof, a gravel drive wide enough for 2 steam carriages, and boundary stones half hidden in clipped yew like old teeth with silver script set into their faces. The estate house stood beyond the lawn in pale stone and tall windows, handsome without shouting, which made it more certain of itself than any grand hall at Avalon. Ned climbed down from the school carriage with his satchel tight against his side. The broken scout piece lay wrapped inside it beside his notebook, properly entered on a salvage slip because Livia had stood over him until his handwriting became legal. Its presence made the house feel less overwhelming. He had brought one ugly, damaged thing here that belonged to work, not display. Beatrice stepped down last, gloved hand resting briefly on the carriage rail, and her face changed so little that Ned only noticed because he knew her now. The calm did not vanish. It locked. Arthur looked up at the house. This is a lesser estate? Rafik tilted his head toward the distant stable court, where a groom crossed between buildings with a bucket in each hand and did not once look lost. If this is lesser, I'd like to see what they call excessive. Quietly, Livia murmured, already studying the gatehouse ledger held by the waiting steward. And preferably after we know who is recording our remarks. Mistress Calder descended from the front carriage and turned before anyone could drift. You are observers under ward practical authority. Wardmaster Elion Crew is responsible for the technical demonstration. Mr. Ashcone's steward is responsible for household movement. You will not open doors because they are pretty, touch stones because they hum, or assume servants are scenery. The steward, a narrow man with silver hair and a chain of household keys at his waist, bowed as if Calder's rules pleased him. Ashcombe House thanks Avalon for its precision. Students will use the east service path to reach the ward office. The family entrance is not required. Arthur blinked. We're not going through the front? Beatrice's voice came smooth and exact. Working routes are usually more informative. Ned glanced at her, then at the servants' path curving behind the yew. It avoided the shining doors, crossed 2 gravel breaks, past a coal hatch, a lamp store, and 3 small ward stones placed where visitors would never admire them. The house was not only beauty and old names. It was roots, locks, fuel, hands, records, and people who knew which doors mattered because they used them. That made it easier to breathe, though not much. The east service path brought them close enough to the house to hear it working. Coal shifted behind a hatch with a dark sliding cough. Somewhere below the kitchens, a pump knocked in steady time, and a maid carrying covered baskets stepped aside without seeming to slow. The estate's fine front windows reflected pale sky and clipped lawn, but the side passage smelled of lamp oil, damp stone, hot bread, and wet wool from coats hung near a servant's door. Wardmaster Elion Crew met them beside a low office built against the older wing. He was a compact man with graying hair, brown gloves, and a field case strapped crosswise over one shoulder. His coat bore the Ashcombe crest at the cuff and a crown warding license pinned beneath it, as if family service and imperial law had agreed to share a sleeve. Second years. Good. We're beginning with the southeast boundary stone because it's annoying, not because it's dangerous. Arthur looked relieved. Annoying sounds preferable. Annoying is often how dangerous introduces itself before it has manners, Crew said, and opened his case on a stone bench. Inside lay chalk sticks, a blackstone testing collar, a folded ward map, brass measuring pins, and 3 slender rods with crystal tips no brighter than candle glass. You will observe. Mr. Vale may report sensation if asked. No one casts unless I give the instruction and Mistress Calder agrees. Calder's answer came at once. Agreed. Crew led them to a squat boundary stone half hidden behind yew roots. Its silver script was clean, but one corner held a greenish stain where damp had gathered. Ned felt the sourness before he meant to listen for it, a small pressure behind his teeth like milk just beginning to turn. Crew glanced at him. You noticed something. Ned kept his hands away from his wand focus. It feels sour at the lower left. Not broken, just pulling unpleasantly. Beatrice watched him carefully, then looked at the stone as if it had been rude in front of guests. Crew knelt and pressed a brass pin into the soil near the stained corner. The crystal tip gave a faint yellow wink. Seasonal saturation. The drainage run below this bed silts every autumn, and the stone dislikes standing wet. Mrs. Pikehouse has told the household twice, I believe. The steward's face tightened by one polite thread. The gardeners had it on their list. A passing housemaid with flour on her sleeve paused before she could stop herself. Begging pardon, Mr. Alcott, but it's the scullery channel that backs it first, not the garden run. You can hear it after heavy rain. Crew looked up, interested rather than offended. Can you now? Ned looked from the maid to the stone, and the house shifted again in his mind. The wardmaster had instruments. The steward had ledgers. The maid had wet floors, sound, habit, and memory. Beatrice's gloved fingers curled once at her side before smoothing flat again. Then perhaps the scullery channel should be on the ward map, she said. Crew smiled slightly and handed the maid a chalk stick. Show me where it runs. The maid's chalk line changed the ward map more than anyone expected. Crew made no fuss over it. He only pinned the amended sheet to his portable board, marked the scullery channel with a blue cross, and asked Mr. Alcott to have the drainage run inspected before the next hard rain. The steward accepted the instruction with perfect courtesy and the expression of a man who would rather have swallowed a button. By the time they returned through the side passage, the house had noticed them. Not loudly. Ashcombe House did not need loudness. A footman opened one door before they reached it. Another had tea waiting in a narrow morning room overlooking a clipped garden. The table held cups thin enough to frighten Ned, little sandwiches arranged like engineering samples, and cakes so neat they looked measured rather than baked. Beatrice stopped just inside the room. I understood the practical would remain in the ward office. Mr. Alcott bowed. Mr. and Mrs. Ashcombe wished to greet the Avalon party briefly, Miss. Calder's eyes moved from the tea table to Beatrice. Briefly is acceptable. Students remain under my supervision. Beatrice's father entered with a smile that seemed made for portraits. Her mother followed in pale gray, her gloves already removed, her gaze passing over Beatrice's coat, Ned's satchel, Arthur's eager posture, Rafiq's map slate, and Livia's notebook in one smooth sweep. My dear, you have brought quite the useful little company. Beatrice curtsied because the room expected it. Mother, father, Wardmaster Crew has found the southeast issue. It's ordinary drainage strain. How reassuring, Mrs. Ashcombe said, though her attention had shifted to Ned. Mr. Vale, is it? We have heard your name in connection with unusual sensitivity. Ned's fingers tightened on his satchel strap. I report what I'm asked to report, ma'am. Livia's pencil paused over her notebook. Mr. Ashcombe laughed softly. A cautious answer. Avalon has been improving him already. Beatrice's chin lifted by a careful fraction. Ned improved himself before Avalon knew his name. The smile on Mrs. Ashcombe's face did not move, but the room changed around it. Loyalty is becoming on you, Beatrice. It will serve you well, particularly as your acquaintance widens. Families notice which young people gather around capable daughters. Arthur reached for a sandwich, then thought better of it. Mrs. Ashcombe turned the smallest bit toward Calder. There may be opportunities for Beatrice to host further practical visits. Suitable company, supervised of course. It is useful for young talents to be seen in proper settings. Ned heard praise, invitation, and trap only after Livia's eyes narrowed. Beatrice heard it at once. How generous, mother, she said, and her voice had gone polished enough to cut paper. I'm sure Avalon will decide what settings best serve my education. The return journey began with the polite sound of carriage wheels on gravel and no one speaking at all. Ashcombe House receded behind them with its pale windows, trimmed yews, correct servants, corrected ward map, and tea room full of sentences that had looked harmless until they found places to bite. Ned sat with his satchel on his knees and watched Beatrice's reflection in the carriage glass. She was looking out, gloved hands folded, chin level, face composed enough that strangers might have mistaken it for calm. Arthur lasted nearly 5 minutes. That was nice tea. Rafiq looked at him with deep sympathy. Penrose, if an ambush serves good cake, it remains an ambush. Arthur's ears went red. I knew it wasn't entirely nice. Livia closed her notebook with a soft snap. Mrs. Ashcombe invited Avalon to create repeated supervised occasions in which Beatrice can be seen gathering capable peers around her, preferably in a family setting where the Ashcombes control the room, the guest list, the route, and the story afterward. Ned looked from Livia to Beatrice. She was showing you off? Beatrice's mouth moved by a fraction. Not only me. Ned thought back to Mrs. Ashcombe's gaze passing over his satchel, Rafiq's slate, Livia's notebook, Arthur's posture, Calder's authority, Crew's license, and Beatrice's too perfect stillness. She was counting who stood near you. Yes, Livia said, and asking Avalon to help make that standing near official. The carriage rocked over a rut. Beatrice's fingers tightened once around her gloves. My mother prefers useful people to arrive properly labeled. It makes conversation more efficient. That's vile, Arthur said, then looked horrified at himself. Sorry. No, Beatrice said, still facing the window. It is accurate. Ned looked down at the satchel in his lap because the answer sitting in his chest was too angry to be useful. He knew what it felt like to become a thing other people planned around because usefulness had made him visible. Beatrice had better gloves and worse furniture, but the shape of it was close enough to recognize. Beatrice turned from the glass at last and touched one finger to the bulge in his satchel. Is that the broken scout? Ned blinked at the change. Yes. Show me. He unwrapped it carefully. The little scout looked even worse in carriage light, with its split cloak hinge, mismatched base chip, and dead green crystal seam. Beatrice studied it gravely. It is hideous. Thank you, Ned said. It also draws the eye to every repair rather than the figure's purpose. Darken the hinge, smooth the cloak edge, and put the ugly reinforcement under the ridgeline. Then it will look battered by weather instead of mauled by a drawer. Rafiq leaned forward, delighted. The disreputable mountain rat receives wardrobe counsel. Ned turned the scout between his fingers and saw what she meant. It would still be ugly, but ugly with intention. Ugly that survived. I can do that. Beatrice gave him a small, tired smile. Good. Then something useful came out of today after all. 16. Peregrine was right. Field conduct and etiquette met in a mirrored room that seemed designed to make every mistake visible from 3 angles. By the time Ned arrived, the tables had been arranged like a small reception, with tea service at one end, a mock inspection bench at the other, and a line of chairs where students waited to be judged by furniture. Ned had come straight from morning workshop permission, so his satchel held his notebook, 2 labeled brass scraps, 3 wrapped springs, a polishing cloth, the broken scout, and a narrow tin of darkening paste Pike had allowed him to carry only after Livia wrote the slip properly. He set the satchel beside his chair. It sagged open at once, spilling the polishing cloth half out, rolling one spring beneath the chair leg, and presenting the scout's cracked cloak to the room like evidence from a small battlefield. Peregrine Roth looked down at it. Vale, has your luggage suffered an ambush, or is this the intended arrangement? Ned caught the spring with his foot before it escaped. It's not luggage, it's work. That, Peregrine said, is precisely the difficulty. Beatrice, who had been smoothing her gloves by the tea table, glanced over. He is not entirely wrong. Ned looked at her. You too? I said not entirely, Beatrice replied. That is practically a defense. Mistress Calder entered before Ned could decide whether betrayal counted differently when phrased politely. She took in the mirrors, the tea service, the inspection bench, Peregrine's immaculate case, and Ned's satchel leaking useful objects onto the floor. Mr. Vale, if you wished to demonstrate why field conduct includes presentation, you might have warned me so I could applaud the educational generosity. Rafiq leaned toward Arthur. Opening score. Satchel, 0. Society, 1. Arthur whispered back, should we be scoring this? Emotionally, yes. Calder held out one hand. Mr. Roth, since your expression suggests strong views, identify the fault without making it a family sermon. Peregrine stepped beside Ned's chair and pointed, not touching. His materials are not unsafe, but they appear uncontrolled. A visiting officer, patron, steward, or guild examiner would not see useful repairs. He would see a boy who cannot keep track of his own kit, and then every correct answer would arrive already damaged. Ned hated the sentence because every part of it fitted. He bent to pick up the spring, slower than anger wanted. So the work has to look obedient before anyone believes it works. Calder's eyes sharpened. No, Mr. Vale. The work must look under your command before anyone trusts you near theirs. Calder did not give Ned time to sulk over being corrected by someone he disliked. She ordered him to repack his satchel on the inspection bench while the rest of the class watched, which proved that education and cruelty could share a timetable. Ned laid out the notebook: salvage slip, wrapped springs, brass scraps, polishing cloth, darkening paste, and broken scout in a row that looked less like work and more like a confession. A visiting officer entered while Ned was still deciding where the scout should sit. Captain Ellery wore a dark service coat with dull gold braid and the careful expression of a man who had been asked to inspect children when he would rather inspect artillery. Calder greeted him, named him properly, and turned the class toward the mock bench. Captain Ellery will hear 3 field observations. Your task is not to be brilliant. Your task is to be useful without becoming troublesome. Rafik whispered, a cruelly narrow target. Calder's look crossed the room. Mr. Khan may demonstrate second. Rafik sat very straight. Honored, mistress. Ned was called first because the universe had grown fond of patterns. Calder set a small practice housing on the bench, its crystal window clouded by dust and its brass side plate loosened by one screw. Mr. Vale, report what you see to Captain Ellery. Ned stepped forward, looked at the housing, and forgot the room for one clean second. The side plate had been put back crooked. The dust was harmless. The screw mattered because the pressure line behind it would rub if the housing warmed. Side plates badly seated, he said. Dust doesn't matter. Screw's the trouble. If this heats, it'll chatter itself worse. Captain Ellery's brows lifted. Chatter itself worse. Ned heard it then. Not what he meant, but what he had sounded like. A boy with dirty verbs standing beside a bench of scattered repairs, telling a captain that a crown-shaped housing would chatter. I mean the loose screw will let the plate vibrate under heat, sir. Better, Calder said. Too late. Beatrice came to stand beside Ned before embarrassment could turn into anger. Truth without a handle is easy to drop, Captain. Ned's first answer was accurate in workshop speech, but not fit for report. Ellery looked amused. And what is fit for report, Miss Ashcombe? Beatrice inclined her head toward Ned, making the rescue feel like a challenge rather than mercy. He should say, side plate improperly seated, lower retaining screw loose, dust superficial, recommend reseating before heat test. Ned repeated it, slower and with each word placed where someone else could pick it up safely. Captain Ellery nodded once. It was not approval exactly, but it did not dismiss him either. Peregrine, from behind the chairs, said quietly enough to avoid Calder and loudly enough to reach Ned, a handle, Vale. Not a muzzle. Ned did not turn around. That was fortunate, because for once he had no useful argument against him. Rafik's demonstration lasted exactly 14 seconds before strategy became theater. Calder placed a route report before him, asked for a formal summary, and watched him turn a simple delayed wagon note into a campaign briefing involving 3 roads, 2 imaginary mule teams, and 1 officer who apparently made poor hat choices. Captain Ellery's mouth twitched. Mr. Khan, am I receiving useful information or being invaded by it? Rafik paused with one finger still on the map slate. Both, sir, but I accept that one is less welcome before tea. Score correction, Arthur whispered. Officer, 2. Rafik, uncertain but decorative. Calder turned toward him at once. Mr. Penrose, since you are eager to contribute, you may assist Mr. Vale. You will play a courteous officer receiving a technical answer. Mr. Vale will answer properly. Miss March and Miss Ashcombe will correct what survives. Arthur rose with tragic bravery and crossed to the mock inspection bench. He squared his shoulders, clasped his hands behind his back, and lowered his voice into something he clearly thought sounded military. Mr. Vale, kindly provide your observations regarding the, questionable brass thing. Livia closed her eyes. We are doomed. Ned looked at the practice housing, then at Arthur's solemn face, and felt laughter trying to ruin him. The questionable brass thing has a loose lower retaining screw, sir. Arthur nodded gravely. Excellent. And would this brass thing endanger the men under my command? Beatrice put one hand to her forehead. Arthur, no officer asks whether the object intends emotional harm. It might, Arthur said, wounded. If it failed. Captain Ellery gave up hiding his amusement. Continue. I'm learning more than expected. Ned tried again, choosing each phrase like a tool from a tray. The housing is unsafe for heat testing until the side plate is reseated and the lower retaining screw tightened. Dust is superficial. Recommend maintenance before use. Livia tapped her pencil against her notebook. Better. Remove, unsafe, unless you can define the risk. Say, not cleared for heat testing. It sounds less like panic and more like procedure. Ned repeated the sentence with the change. It sat better. He could feel the handle Beatrice meant, not a muzzle, not a surrender, but a shape that let other people carry the truth without dropping it on his foot. Arthur lifted his chin. Very good, Mr. Vale. The Empire thanks you for your brass thing. The room broke. Even Calder looked briefly toward the window as if discipline might be recovered from outside. Ned laughed despite himself, and the shame that had been sitting under his ribs loosened enough to let the lesson stay. Calder waited until the laughter had turned back into breathing, then made Ned repeat the report one final time while Captain Ellery stood at the inspection bench with his arms folded. This time Ned laid his satchel beside the practice housing before speaking. Notebook flat. Salvage slip visible. Wrapped springs in one corner. Darkening paste sealed. Broken scout placed on the cloth with its cracked cloak turned inward instead of shouting its injuries at the room. He took one breath, looked at the housing, and kept his hands still. Side plate improperly seated. Lower retaining screw loose. Dust superficial. Housing not cleared for heat testing until the plate is reseated and the screw tightened. Recommend maintenance before use, sir. Captain Ellery inspected the bench, then the housing, then Ned. Clear enough to act on. Not dramatic enough to frighten the clerk. That is rarer than you think. Calder made a mark on her slate. Mr. Vale receives one practical conduct note. Improved formal report under correction. Mr. Roth receives one conduct note. Accurate criticism delivered without family sermon. Miss Ashcombe and Miss March receive assistance marks. Mr. Penrose receives no mark for brass thing, but considerable warning. Arthur bowed with painful dignity. Understood, Mistress. Rafik raised a hand. Mistress, may unofficial scoring recognize moral contribution? No, Calder said. Yes, Rafik whispered, and wrote something on the corner of his root slate. By supper, the unofficial Gear Company practical marks board had appeared above the common room mantel, which meant someone senior had either approved it or decided plausible ignorance was more entertaining. Ned found his name under a chalk heading marked Field Conduct, one small improvement, not yet dangerous. Beneath it, someone had drawn a tiny satchel with a spring escaping from the flap. Livia studied the board. This is procedurally irregular. You're smiling, Ned said. I object happily. Peregrine stood near the arch, looking at the chalk note with deep irritation. I seem to have improved your record. Ned glanced at him. Not on purpose. No, Peregrine said. That is my only comfort. Beatrice touched the broken scout's wrapped bundle where it sat neatly in Ned's repacked satchel. And now your work looks less like wreckage. Ned looked from the board to the satchel, then to the friends trying not to look too pleased with him. It's still wreckage. Rafik leaned against the mantel. Yes, but now it has manners. Ned hated how much that helped. Somewhere between the mirrors, the laughter, Peregrine's unwanted sense, and the little chalk mark above the fire, the lesson had become small enough to carry. 17. Military Stores. The military stores practical began beneath the Academy's West Armory, where romance went to be counted, labeled, and packed in straw. Ned had expected swords on racks, polished cuirasses, and perhaps a row of service foci glowing like bottled courage. Instead, Captain Ellery led them through a long brick vaulted hall lined with shelves of boots, folded blankets, rolled ground sheets, field kettles, splint frames, waxed canvas, tins of lamp oil, signal wire, blackstone blocks, ammunition crates, spare buttons, heel plates, frost salve, and socks packed into wooden cases with more reverence than most churches gave relics. Arthur slowed beside the first sword rack they had seen all morning, which held 6 practice sabers, 2 chipped bayonets, and a sign reading training issue, not field priority. Is the main armory elsewhere, sir? This is the main lesson, Ellery said, not unkindly. He wore the same dark service coat as in Calder's field conduct room, but here he seemed less like a visiting officer and more like a man standing inside his own grammar. Mistress Calder has signed you in as observers. You may carry tally boards, read labels aloud, and touch only what I or Quartermaster Bell authorize. The Crown likes children better when their fingers remain attached to them. Quartermaster Bell stood at the nearest ledger desk, a square woman with graying hair, rolled sleeves, and a pencil tucked behind one ear. The Crown likes inventory better when students don't admire it to death. Rafik glanced at the stacked crates. Can inventory die of admiration? Yes, Bell said. It begins with picking things up for a closer look and ends with 3 missing bootlaces, 1 misfiled warming stone, and a report written by someone who was already tired. Livia opened her notebook at once. That sounds preventable. It is, Bell said, handing her a tally board. By not being the reason I need a report. Ned took his own board and followed the line deeper between the shelves. The place did not glitter, but it worked on him more strongly than glitter would have. Every object had a shape that expected cold hands, mud, bruises, hurry, darkness, and men too tired to be careful. The field kettles were dented before issue because shine wasted effort. The blankets were numbered by size and wool weight. The blackstone blocks sat in dull rows, each one stamped with a warding mark and a destination code. Beatrice paused beside a crate of socks and read the label. High March's winter issue. Double heel, treated wool. Arthur looked at the crate, then back toward the abandoned sabers. Socks outrank swords? Ellery's face did not change. By weight, frequency, and survival rate, yes. Ned looked down at his tally board and felt the chapter of war in his head become less like a painting and more like a storeroom that had to be right before anyone heroic arrived. Arthur stayed quiet longer than Ned expected, which made the stores feel colder than the brick walls deserved. He took his tally board seriously now, marking crate numbers beside Livia while Bell checked the shelf codes. Every few minutes his eyes wandered back to the sabers or the covered ammunition racks, then returned to socks, heel plates, frost salve, and blanket bales as if he were learning a language that had lied about its alphabet. Ellery stopped beside a long table where 3 kits had been laid out. Private on parade, he said, pointing to the first. It held polished buttons, clean straps, ceremonial gloves, and a dress cap stiff enough to cut bread. Private in barracks. The second held folded spare shirts, boot brushes, mess tin, razor, sewing roll, and a prayer book. Private on a winter signal route. The third kit looked uglier and much more honest. Double socks, dry foot wraps, coal tablets, blackstone hand warmer, frost salve, emergency rations, waxed matches, needle case, signal cord, and 2 rolled blankets in an oilcloth sleeve. Arthur looked from the first kit to the third. There's no sword. Very observant, Bell said. Arthur flushed. I meant, would he not need a weapon? Ellery picked up 1 pair of thick socks and tossed it to him. Arthur caught it against his chest by reflex. More soldiers freeze from failed supply than die in duels, Mr. Penrose. A brave man with wet feet becomes a slow man, then a sick man, then a burden on 3 other men who might otherwise be holding a line. The socks sat in Arthur's hands like an accusation made of wool. Ellery's voice stayed level. Courage is often arriving with socks. It is a mule team reaching the post before dark. It is a quartermaster counting boring things until no one dies dramatically from the lack of them. Rafik's pencil hovered over his tally board. Sir, does the High March's route lose more to cold or delay? Delay becomes cold, Ellery said. Cold becomes injury. Injury becomes transport. Transport steals mules from supply. Supply delay becomes more cold. That is why officers who sneer at stores should be made to march barefoot behind their own rhetoric. Bell gave a satisfied grunt. I have long supported that policy. Ned watched Arthur fold the socks properly before setting them back on the table. The movement was small, almost embarrassed, but careful. Last year Arthur would have saluted the saber first. This year he looked at wool, oilcloth, and rations as if bravery had just been taken apart in front of him and repacked into things nobody painted. Beyond the winter kits, Bell unlocked a caged aisle where the shelves changed from wool and oilcloth to blackstone-lined racks. The air there felt drier, flatter, and more disciplined. Standard pattern service foci lay in rows inside wooden slots, each one short, dark, capped in brass, and numbered along the grip. They did not look like the personal wand foci students made in first year. They looked like tools issued to people who were expected to return them clean or explain why they could not. Ned leaned closer before he remembered the rules. They're all the same pitch? Bell snorted. No, they are all the same pattern. If they were all the same pitch, I would retire and let angels manage inventory. Ellery took one focus from its rack and placed it on a black cloth. Standard pattern means an armorer can maintain it, a replacement grip will fit, and a trained hand knows where the response should begin. It does not mean every piece feels identical. Ned stared at the brass cap. The focus was sturdier than his own, heavier at the base, duller through the grip, with blackstone insulation set where fine response would otherwise be easier to feel. It's built to be handled hard. It's built to survive tired men, bad gloves, rain, mud, transport crates, and being dropped by corporals who swear it was the table's fault, Bell said. Arthur looked almost reverent again, but more carefully this time. May I hold it? Ellery considered him, then nodded. 2 hands. Point down. No casting. Arthur took the service focus as if receiving a sword at last, but his face changed as the weight settled. It feels less lively than mine. Good, Ellery said. Lively is not always desirable in a trench, on a deck, or beside a mule that already hates you. Ned's fingers twitched against his tally board. It trades fine control for durability. Bell looked at him. Say that in report shape. Ned swallowed the first answer and built the second one properly. Standard service focus is less responsive than a personal focus, but better protected against rough handling, rain, and field replacement. Suitable for issue where maintenance and interchangeability matter more than fine individual pitch. Bell's pencil scratched across her ledger. Acceptable. Rafik whispered, the brass thing has evolved. Livia did not look up from her board. It has entered adulthood. Ned smiled before he could stop himself, then looked back at the service foci with a new, uncomfortable hunger. His own tools wanted to be exact. These wanted to be reliable when exactness had frozen, slipped, cracked, or been packed in the wrong crate. That was a different kind of clever, and the stores had made it look dull on purpose. The mismatch waited near the dispatch desk, where the useful things became dangerous because paper began deciding where they belonged. Bell handed Ned a bundle of issue slips and set him beside a crate marked High March's Winter Route, Medical Auxiliary. The lid was already loosened. Inside, blackstone collars sat in straw beside frost salve tins, splint frames, waxed bandage rolls, and 3 small warming stones wrapped in oilcloth. Read the slip, count the crate, speak the difference, Bell said. Do not invent a tragedy if you find arithmetic. Ned checked the slip with care. 6 collars, 12 salve tins, 4 splint frames, 20 bandage rolls, 4 warming stones. Crate? Bell asked. He counted again because Livia had taught him that confidence was not evidence. 6 collars, 12 salve tins, 4 splints, 20 bandage rolls, 3 warming stones. Arthur looked up sharply. 1 missing. Rafik's pencil stopped over his root board. Beatrice went still in the way she did when a polite room had hidden a knife. Ned felt his own thoughts try to run ahead toward Saffron Pass, delayed medical chests, broken roots, and enemy hands moving through ordinary shelves. Bell clicked her tongue. There it is. The face. Ned blinked. What face? The face students make when 1 missing warming stone becomes foreign sabotage before lunch. Bell took the slip from him, checked the corner code, and pulled a second ledger from beneath the desk. Mr. Vale, what do we do before becoming interesting? Ned made himself breathe. Check the record. Good. Miss March? Livia was already beside him. Confirm whether the slip was amended, copied, replaced, or misread. Bell pointed at a smaller notation. Original issue 4. Field substitution made yesterday. 1 warming stone transferred to trainee injury kit after practice yard frostbite. Clerk copied the old total to the new dispatch slip. She tapped the ledger with her pencil. Fatigue, not treason. Arthur let out a breath. So nothing is wrong. Oh, something is wrong, Ellery said. A tired clerk made a bad copy, and a bad copy can still leave a cold man colder. But it is not the glamorous wrongness people enjoy fearing. Ned looked at the crate again. It still mattered. 1 missing stone could still become pain if no one fixed the count. Bell handed him a correction slip, and he wrote slowly, making every number plain. When Bell stamped the amended sheet, she gave him the smallest nod. Acceptable restraint. Rafik leaned toward Ned as they moved away from the desk. 1 practical mark for not declaring war on a ledger. Ned tucked the tally board under his arm. I was only halfway to war. Livia sniffed. Progress. 18. The commissions table. By the following week, Ned's commission ledger had grown heavy enough to look accusing even when closed. Pike gave him one end of the side table after supper, under the workshop lamps and within easy reach of her glare, and there the approved work gathered in careful little rows. 2 reading bookmarks, 4 Brassfield base repairs, a pair of cuff pins waiting for color approval, 3 tool tags, 1 desk stone with a modest warming charm, and a packet of tiny hinge collars for a 3rd year's folding ruler. None of it looked like wealth. That was the first disappointment and the first relief. Most pieces were small, plain, and practical enough to justify themselves if anyone asked why a student had paid for them. The trick was that they also had to look worth owning. A tool tag could not merely say left clamp. It had to sit neatly on leather, resist oil, and not embarrass the owner in front of people who thought embarrassment was a recreational weapon. Rafik leaned over the table with unnecessary solemnity. I see the mountain rat has survived surgery. It is not called the mountain rat, Livia said from the ledger side, where she had appointed herself guardian of columns, payments, and moral civilization. Arthur, holding the repaired scout delicately between both hands, looked offended on its behalf. The full title is the disreputable mountain rat. That is worse, Livia said. Beatrice examined the scout's cloak edge with a jeweler's glass she had borrowed and absolutely not explained. The cloak reinforcement is less hideous than before. That is not praise, Ned. It is progress. Ned tried not to look pleased. The scout still carried its damage if a person knew where to look. Darkened hinge, filed cloak line, mismatched base chip, and a narrow brass brace tucked beneath the ridge like a splint hidden under a sleeve. He had cleaned the dead seam twice, reset the tiny crystal channel with powder Pike weighed herself, and replaced the broken spring with one too short for comfort and therefore perfect after he added a bent stop from watch scrap. Pike stopped behind him. If that piece walks across my table without permission, Mr. Vale, I shall record it as unauthorized military movement. It won't walk, Ned said, then hesitated because truth mattered in workshops. Not far. Pike held out her hand. Show me controlled response. Ned set the scout on a marked slate, touched his wand focus to the activation dot, and whispered the smallest waking charm he was allowed. The ugly little figure lifted its head, took 3 stiff steps, caught itself on the repaired hinge, and settled into a crouch instead of falling. Around the table, his friends went wonderfully still. Rafik breathed out first. I withdraw all insults. The disreputable mountain rat lives. Ned looked at the crouched scout, battered, ugly, and steady under its own weight, and felt the whole week's careful work click into place like a spring finding its notch. The scout did not become important until Mikkel saw it. He had come to the side table with his cap in both hands and the careful expression of someone trying not to hope where other people could notice. Ned recognized him from the Brassfield Hall before he remembered the name. Narrow shoulders, serious eyes, the boy whose scout had been won, mocked, damaged, and discarded by Felix Carraway as if losing a game should also cost a place at the table. Mikkel stopped when the scout crouched on the marked slate. That's mine. Ned's first instinct was to say it had not been anyone's when he found it in the discard tray. Livia's ledger sat open beside his elbow, and the salvage slip under her paperweight reminded him that proper ownership was not the same as fair ownership. He picked up the scout carefully and set it between them. It was yours. The red slip transferred. Mikkel's face shut down. I know. The piece was discarded after transfer, Livia said, voice precise but not cold. Ned entered it as salvage, not theft. Mikkel nodded once, looking smaller. I didn't come to accuse him. I just wanted to see. Arthur looked as if someone had struck him with a rulebook. Beatrice's eyes moved from Mikkel to the scout, then toward the far side of the workshop, where Felix Carraway stood with 2 lantern boys pretending not to watch. Ned touched the scout's cloak hinge with one fingertip. It walks now, not fast. It crouches better than it marches. The spring's wrong-sized, so it handles uneven ground oddly well. Mikkel looked up despite himself. It does? Rafik leaned in with grand seriousness. It has become a specialist mountain unit. That is still not its name, Livia said. Ned pushed the scout gently across the slate. You can use it today, if Pike agrees. Not as yours, as table loan, logged, returned here after play. He swallowed, because the next words mattered more than the repair. If you want, I can look at any broken piece you've still got. Properly recorded. No promises. Mikkel stared at him. I can't pay much. Then don't pay much, Ned said. If it's repairable from scrap, it's repairable from scrap. Felix laughed from the other table, too smooth to sound surprised. How charitable. Pike's head lifted. Ned kept his hand on the scout. No, charged work. Low rate, written down. Beatrice smiled faintly without looking at Felix. A dreadful thing, Mr. Carraway. Commerce available to people one did not intend to include. Mikkel reached for the scout as if it might vanish. When the little figure settled into his palm, ugly, clever, and alive again, the table around Ned changed. Not loudly, but 3 poorer students looked at their own battered cases, and Felix Carraway stopped smiling first. After Mikkel left with the scout logged as table loan, the side table changed from a quiet commission corner into something uncomfortably like a surgery with witnesses. A lantern girl brought a cracked cavalry base wrapped in a handkerchief. A gear first year produced 2 bent axle pins and a steam crawler whose rear legs had been replaced with wire. Someone from Crown Company hovered at the edge, trying to look as if he had come to inspect workmanship rather than ask whether a snapped officer arm could be made less obvious before Saturday. Pike watched the gathering over the top of her spectacles. This is not a charity ward, a gaming house, or an invitation to bring me every murdered toy in Avalon. No, mistress, Ned said, already sorting pieces onto cloth squares. Logged repair requests. Small work only. No lead modifications without adjudicator approval. Livia pushed the ledger closer. And no anonymous pieces. Name, company, piece type, fault, requested work, agreed rate, material source, and return condition. The lantern girl looked at the columns and nearly retreated. Beatrice caught her expression and smiled with very little softness. The form protects you as much as Ned. A recorded repair cannot become a favor someone later claims you owe. The girl put her piece down. Ned opened his satchel to fetch the narrow clamp roll Pike had let him assemble from cast-off leather. The roll unfolded neatly now, each tool loop labeled in his cramped hand. Fine file, hinge pick, pin tongs, dust brush, warm needle, spring hook, testing sliver. Beside it lay 2 odd rods wrapped in oilcloth, 1 blackstone collared clamp, a tiny bottle of sealant, spare cloths, labeled scraps, and the polishing cloth Beatrice had bullied him into protecting inside a sleeve rather than letting it lie loose among metal edges. Rafik stared at the roll, then at Ned. You don't just use tools, do you? Ned paused with the fine file in hand. What? You caress them. Blimey, man, you collect them. I do not caress tools, Ned said, far too quickly. Arthur leaned in. You do sort of stroke the file before using it. That is checking the edge. Livia dipped her pen. Collection is also imprecise. This is curation. Pike made a sound that might have been a cough or Mercy dying. If the curated caressing society has finished embarrassing the only boy currently doing paid work, Mr. Vale may repair the axle pin. Ned bent over the steam crawler, ears hot, hands steady. He set the bent pin in the clamp, warmed it with his wand focus until the metal relaxed, and pressed it back into line with the small brass hook. The repair was not grand. It clicked once, cleanly, and held. The first year whispered, "That's better than before." Ned looked at the little row of waiting broken things, then at the ledger filling under Livia's hand. For once, better than before sounded less like pride and more like a business model. The suspicious request arrived last, after the steam crawler walked properly and the lantern girl had signed for her cavalry base with the solemnity of a treaty. It came folded inside 3 other papers. A note from a 3rd year who had received it from a Laurel boy, who had been asked by a crown prefect, who claimed it came from a cousin visiting next month and wanting a modest technical keepsake, made by the famous Vale hands. Ned read the first line and felt the warmth of the evening cool at the edges. That's too many people for one cuff pin. Livia held out her hand. Give it here. Ned did. The paper was expensive enough to be rude about it, thin and smooth with a faint watermark that looked like a bird if held to the lamp. The request began politely, praised his workmanship without naming anything he had actually made, then asked whether he could produce a small desk charm using student-made crystal dust, preferably noting what finish held best under heat, which sealant he favored, whether his wand focus behaved differently with powdered inlay than with chipset work, and whether he found blackstone collared clamps limiting for fine response. Rafiq's expression lost all comedy. That is not a keepsake. That is a questionnaire wearing a brooch. Arthur leaned over Ned's shoulder. Could it just be someone who admires the work? Beatrice's eyes stayed on the paper. People who admire work ask for color, initials, family crest, price, and delivery. They do not ask how the maker's focus behaves. Ned looked at the little line about powdered inlay again. He had liked this table. He had liked the rows of small work, the ugly scout living again, the ledger filling with real coin and honest repair. The note had put a clean finger into all of that and made it feel handled. Livia took up the pen. You refuse because the request exceeds approved commission scope, asks process questions irrelevant to the item, and comes without clear named ownership. Ned nodded once. Write it colder. Livia's mouth twitched. Gladly. They drafted the refusal together. Ned signed it only after Pike read the original request, the copied root of hands, and the answer. Pike's face had gone flat in the dangerous way adults' faces did when they were deciding whether a child had merely been annoyed or nearly used. She folded the note and tapped it against the table. No delivery tonight. I'll take this. Ned felt better for half a breath. At the workshop door, Justiciar Voss stood in white and gold, speaking quietly with Master Harrow. Her gaze moved to Pike's hand, then to Ned. Mr. Vale, I believe I should see that note. 19. The question behind the question. Pike did not hand the note to Voss at once. She held it between two fingers, as if the paper itself had become a hot tool, and looked first to Harrow. Student commission table. Approved work. Refusal drafted before delivery. No process details provided. Harrow came to the side table without haste, but the workshop quieted around him as surely as if he had struck a bell. Good. Then we begin with what did not happen. Voss accepted the note only after Pike nodded. Ned stayed beside the ledger because no one had told him to leave and because leaving would have felt too much like surrendering his own table. The little rows of finished work still sat under the lamps. Bookmarks, repaired game bases, tool tags, cuff pins, the steam crawler waiting for collection. A minute ago they had looked like proof he could make a place for himself. Now every object seemed to be waiting for an adult to decide whether it had been a doorway instead. Voss read the request once, then passed it to Harrow. No threat, no payment irregularity on the face. No false signature, unless the chain of delivery hides one. Harrow held the paper nearer the lamp and ignored the polite praise entirely. Finish under heat, sealant preference, powdered inlay response, chipset comparison, blackstone collared clamp limitation, wand focus behavior. His mouth flattened, a careful appetite. Arthur shifted behind Ned. Is asking those things illegal? No, Voss said. That answer should have made the room safer. It did not. Harrow laid the note beside Livia's refusal draft and tapped each line with one dry finger. Nor is it illegal to ask which varnish a carpenter favors, whether he prefers oak or ash, how his plane sits in the hand, and how thin he can shave a board before it splits. Yet a man who asks all of that without caring what he wants built is not shopping for a chair. Ned looked down at the words again. Famous Vale hands. Modest technical keepsake. Student-made crystal dust. They had dressed the questions like compliments and coin. Voss turned to him. Mr. Vale, did you recognize the hand? No. The watermark? No. The route of delivery? Third year to Laurel Boy to Crown Prefect to someone's cousin, Ned said, and heard how ridiculous it sounded aloud. Too many hands. Harrow looked at Pike. Secure the original. Copy the refusal. Keep the ledger open. This is not yet a crime. Voss's gaze remained on the paper. It is, however, a question trying very hard not to look like one. Voss did not begin by summoning the Crown Prefect. That disappointed half the watching students and relieved the other half. She began with the ledger, the refusal draft, and the nearest witnesses, which made the matter less exciting and much more dangerous. Pike cleared the commission side table with one sweep of her hand, moving bookmarks, pins, and repaired bases into a covered tray before anyone could pretend the workshop had not become an official room. Miss March, Voss said. You recorded the commission table tonight? Livia stood straighter. Yes, Justiciar. Read the route as given, not as interpreted. Livia turned the ledger and placed one finger beneath the entry Ned had made from the messenger's explanation. Request presented to Ned Vale by Edwin Sallows, 3rd year gear. Sallows received it from Julian Meir, Laurel. Meir said he received it from Tobias Fennel, Crown Prefect. Fennel said it came through a visiting cousin. No cousin named. No commissioning party named. No agreed price. Harrow's expression had gone unpleasantly blank. A cousin with no name is a hat on an empty peg. Arthur glanced at Ned. That sounds bad. It sounds convenient, Beatrice said. Voss looked toward the students gathered along the benches. No one will fetch Mr. Sallows, Mr. Meir, or Mr. Fennel. No one will ask questions in corridors. No one will compare handwriting over breakfast. If I hear that this workshop has become a children's inquiry, I will become very tedious. Rafiq's face fell. Justice here, how tedious. Professionally, Voss said. Ned should have been grateful for the warning. Instead, the anger he had been holding since the note arrived sharpened again. It came to my table. Yes, Voss said. It asked about my work. Yes. And I'm not allowed to ask who sent it. Voss turned fully toward him, and the workshop seemed to draw itself smaller around her. You are allowed to report. You are allowed to refuse. You are allowed to recognize that someone tried to step past your permission with compliments. You are not allowed to chase a hidden adult through children who may not understand what they carried. Ned looked at the note in Pike's hand. It had made his honest little table feel watched, and now even being angry at it had rules. Harrow picked up the refusal draft. The refusal was correct. Cold, narrow, and boring. Keep making boring paper, Mr. Vale. Boring paper survives contact with clever people. Livia's mouth tightened with satisfaction. I shall record that as doctrine. Voss's eyes remained on Ned. And you will let adults follow the chain. They did not reconstruct the route in the workshop. Voss sent the staring students away. Pike closed the commission ledger, and Harrow carried the original note in a black folder as if it were more tool than paper. The 5 of them were allowed to remain only because each had seen a different edge of the request, and even then Voss moved them to a side study with a plain table, 3 lamps, and no interesting machinery within reach. Livia began by redrawing the path in boxes. Ned received it from Sallows. Sallows from Meir. Meir from Fennel. Fennel from unnamed cousin. That is the stated route, not the proven route. Rafiq took a second sheet and turned it sideways. Stated routes are polite lies until walked. He marked Gear Workshop, Laurel Study Hall, Crown Corridor, Visitor Rail, and the West Stair. Sallows comes through Gear after supper because he had a broken base repaired last month and knew Ned's table existed. Meir has Laurel access and knows half the 3rd years because he trades lecture notes. Fennel is a Crown Prefect, which means younger students accept paper from him without asking why. Arthur's face had gone very serious. I would have. Everyone looked at him. He swallowed, color rising but eyes steady. If a Crown Prefect handed me a sealed commission and said a visiting relative wanted it delivered politely, I might have carried it. Especially if he said it was for Ned and praised me for being reliable. Ned felt his anger stumble. Arthur looked miserable, but he had not looked away. Beatrice folded her hands on the table. That is why it would work. Not because the children are foolish. Because the route flatters each person according to what they already wish to be seen as. She touched Livia's first box. Sallows wants to be useful within Gear. Meir wants to be socially connected. Fennel wants to be trusted as a proper Crown intermediary. Arthur would want to be honorable. Rafiq tapped the unnamed cousin at the end of the line. And no one wants to be the rude child who demands a family tree for a cuff pin. Livia wrote flattery beside root pressure. So the request did not merely pass through people. It used them. Ned stared at the boxes until they became less like names and more like levers. Then whoever wrote it didn't need to know me well. They needed to know Avalon. Voss, standing by the door, gave the smallest nod. And that is why this stopped being only your table. Harrow took Livia's boxes and Rafiq's route sheet, then placed the original request beside them so that all 3 papers touched at the corners. This is the shape. Ned leaned over the table despite himself. A bad commission? A learning attempt, Harrow said. Not of one answer, of conditions. He tapped the request. What materials will he discuss? What will his friends correct? What does Miss March record? Which adult reads the refusal? Does Pike permit small process notes? Does he boast when flattered? Does he hide rough methods from polished students? Does he answer technical curiosity because it sounds like respect? Ned's throat tightened. So it wasn't asking how to make a desk charm. No, Pike said. It was asking how to ask you. Arthur looked sick, and we nearly made it easier by standing around him and talking. We always talk, Rafik said, quieter than usual. Voss came to the table and turned the root sheet one careful quarter turn. That is why adults will follow the names, and you will not. The pattern is not a villain in a corridor. It is a culture being sampled. Student pride, commission habits, tool access, workshop rules, friendly teasing, permission limits, who carries messages, who asks before signing, who does not. Beatrice's face had gone still in a way Ned knew too well now. Like my mother counting who stood near me. Voss looked at her, similar, though with a colder purpose. Ned stared at his own hands. They were not doing anything clever now. They sat flat on the table, one thumb stained faintly with darkening paste, one fingernail nicked from filing the scout's cloak. Someone had tried to learn the path around those hands without touching them. That felt worse than insult. It felt patient. Harrow gathered the papers into the black folder. You will keep repairing approved pieces. You will keep charging fair rates. You will keep records. You will not answer process questions outside instruction. You will not let suspicion poison useful work unless you enjoy helping the person who asked. Ned looked up. I'm supposed to act normal? No, Pike said. You are supposed to act documented. Livia inhaled as if someone had handed her a sword. Rafik touched the root sheet before Harrow took it. May we at least remember the path? Voss's mouth softened by almost nothing. Remembering is allowed. Hunting is not. Ned watched the folder close around the note. The table was still his, then. Not safe, not private, but still his, if he kept the ledger open and the questions narrow. 20. Pudding, wagers, and other intelligence. The next evening, Gear Company responded to being told not to hunt by inventing a pudding wager so complicated that even Livia needed 2 sheets of paper to disapprove of it properly. The common room smelled of coal heat, wet boots, ink, and the brown sugar pudding Mrs. Bell had allowed to cool on the sideboard under a guarded cloth. Someone had chalked the wager board above the mantel. Brassfield convoy round, winning table claims first pudding choice, losing table polishes dorm hinges, disputed tool names to be settled by vote, no cash, no red slips, no touching Vale's rat without permission. Ned stopped under the board. It is not Vale's rat. Arthur, already setting Brassfield terrain onto the table, looked pleased beyond reason. The board says otherwise. It also says no touching it, Rafik said, drawing a neat circle round that line with chalk. A landmark victory for civilized governance. Livia stood beside the mantel with her arms folded and a pencil tucked behind her ear. This is not governance. This is chaos wearing minutes. You wrote the minutes, Beatrice said, arranging convoy markers with careful fingers. I corrected the minutes, Livia replied. If people insist on risking pudding over toy logistics, the least I can do is prevent contract rot. Ned set the repaired scout on the side slate, not the main board, and watched 3 first-years lean closer before remembering the warning. The little figure crouched under its darkened cloak, ugly as a gutter gargoyle and twice as proud. Mikkel stood near the edge of the gear table with his hands in his pockets, trying very hard not to look as if the scout's growing reputation mattered to him. Peregrine, visiting from Crown Company with the expression of someone conducting reconnaissance among cheerful barbarians, read the board once. You wager pudding, hinge polish, and naming rights? Not naming rights, Ned said. Naming advisory jurisdiction, Rafik said. Livia objected to rights. Rights imply lawful ownership, Livia said. Peregrine looked at Beatrice. You tolerate this? Beatrice lifted one convoy mule and inspected its chipped ear. I find that absurd systems reveal character with admirable speed. The first bell for evening study rang somewhere in the walls and was ignored by everyone except Livia, who marked the time in the margin while pretending not to enjoy herself. Ned took his seat, nudged the scout's slate 1 inch farther from grasping hands, and felt the room loosen around him. For 1 hour, at least, the question behind the question could wait outside while pudding, pride, and badly named toy soldiers took the field. The Brassfield table woke with a ripple of pale light, lifting the convoy map above the carved slab until the common room held a miniature mountain road under glassy crystal shine. Little mule teams stamped beside painted supply wagons. Signal towers blinked on the ridges. A toy storm cloud sulked above the pass because someone had paid extra for dramatic conditions and then denied responsibility. Rafik took command of the left-hand route with the gravity of an admiral entering hostile waters. First pudding choice requires discipline. Mules before glory. Boots before banners. Signal confirmation before Arthur touches anything shaped like a hill. Arthur held up both hands. I object to the assumption that I am drawn to hills. You are drawn to places where witnesses can see you from below, Livia said, without looking up from the score sheet. Peregrine leaned on the back of an empty chair. I begin to understand why Gear Company needs pudding to enforce strategy. It's not enforcement, Ned said, adjusting the scout's side slate so Mikkel could see its response marks. It's motivation. Civilization trembles, Peregrine said. The first turns moved quickly. Beatrice sent a mule train through the lower wood because the painted bridge looked too clean, and the bridge promptly collapsed under a rival decoy wagon, earning her 3 approving looks and 1 grudging nod from Peregrine. Arthur opened his mouth to suggest a fast ridge dash, saw Livia's pencil rise, and quietly moved healer chests to the shelter post instead. Rafik murmured route timings under his breath, turning the map a quarter inch whenever the signal sparks changed color. Ned set the disreputable mountain rat loose on a side ridge to test uneven ground. The scout crouched, climbed, slipped once, then caught itself exactly where the repaired hinge liked to bite. Mikkel made a small sound that was nearly joy and tried to hide it behind a cough. Around them, talk loosened as the game took hold. A third year mentioned that Pike hated shellac over warm crystal because it yellowed. Someone else complained that Harrow always noticed when a student borrowed Blackstone collars without signing the red drawer. A lantern boy said Caraway's private tutor had taught him a faster dust fill method, but it cracked under heat if the powder was swept too fine. Ned's hand paused over the scout. Livia's pencil stopped. Beatrice did not turn her head, but her voice became very light. How useful. Games do make people generous with little truths. Ned did not look at Livia when the lantern boy said dust fill. Livia did not look at Ned when Beatrice said little truths. That was probably how they all made the same bad decision without anyone being able to claim leadership later. The game continued. Pudding waited under its guarded cloth, and the disreputable mountain rat climbed a ridge with the solemn ugliness of a creature born to disappoint fashionable people. Rafik moved a signal marker 2 spaces. If anyone asks, this route now suffers from overconfidence and insufficient socks. Arthur accepted the judgment with wounded dignity. My convoy has socks. Your convoy has heroic socks, Rafik said. They will die dramatically unless reinforced. Ned waited until laughter covered the small movement of his hand. He turned to the gear first year beside him, the one with the repaired steam crawler. I'm thinking of trying fish glue over warm dust fill next. Pike says shellac yellows. Might hold cleaner if it's sealed under blue wax. The first year's eyes widened. Does it? No idea, Ned said, truthfully enough to soothe the uncomfortable place behind his ribs. Haven't tested. Across the table, Beatrice lifted a mule cart and set it delicately on the lower road. A minute later, she said to the lantern girl with the cavalry base, Ned favors green wax for hidden seams, I believe. It looks dreadful, but he is fond of dreadful things. Ned nearly objected before he understood. He had never favored green wax in his life. Livia, writing the score, sighed loudly enough for the laurel boy near the hearth to hear. None of that matters if the warming charm is started with a 3 count instead of a 2 count. Everyone knows the slow start keeps deskstone steadier. Rafik dropped the last false piece while leaning over Peregrine's chair. My uncle says Blackstone collars can be signed out from the red drawer if you call it route practice. Harrow only checks the blue drawer. Peregrine's eyes narrowed. That is obviously untrue. Obviously, Rafik said cheerfully, and moved his mule team into a snowdrift. The false details went out like toy boats on separate streams. Blue wax, green wax, 3 count warming, red drawer collars. Ned tried to keep playing, but every casual laugh now had hooks in it. When the laurel boy drifted back 10 minutes later and told a third year that Vale's deskstones used a special 3 count start, Livia's pencil stopped so sharply the graphite snapped. Ned looked at the broken pencil point, then at the game board. The scout crouched on the ridge, still and listening, as if even the ugly little thing knew the room had changed. The pudding wager ended with Rafik's convoy technically victorious, Arthur's heroic socks preserved, and Livia insisting that the hinge polishing clause applied only to the losing table and not to innocent chairs nearby. Ned should have enjoyed first choice of pudding more than he did. The brown sugar crust cracked under his spoon, warm and sticky, but his eyes kept going to the Laurel boy, then to the third year, then to the door. Beatrice noticed. "Do not stare at the route you are trying not to follow." "I'm not following it," Ned said. "You are following it with your face." Peregrine, who had somehow remained despite declaring the entire wager uncivilized, set down his untouched spoon. "You dropped false details into conversation." Rafik looked wounded. "We played a game." "You played 2 games. Peregrine's gaze moved from Rafik to Livia's broken pencil, then to Ned. "One with mules and pudding, and one with people who did not know they were pieces." The words landed badly because they were too close to Voss. The common room door opened before Ned could answer, and Justiciar Voss stepped in with Master Harrow behind her. Gear Company went quiet in layers, first the students near the arch, then the Brassfield table, then even the first years holding pudding bowls as if dessert might be entered into evidence. Voss looked at the board above the mantel, then at the Brassfield map, then at the scout crouched on its side slate. "I am told there was a harmless social test." No one spoke. Harrow's eyes found Ned. Harmless is a word people use before they have counted consequences. Ned stood because remaining seated felt worse. "We didn't chase anyone. We didn't ask. We let wrong bits of talk fall and watched what came back." "And what came back?" Voss asked. Livia placed her score sheet on the table with the broken pencil point beside it. A false 3-count warming detail returned through a Laurel student to a third year within 10 minutes. Rafik added his route sketch, less cheerful now. "Likely social repetition, not proof of the commission chain." "Good," Voss said. "You understand the limit. Now hear the other one. Baiting people without permission is not play because people are not Brassfield pieces. A false detail may shame an innocent student, alert a guilty one, or teach a careful adult what frightens you." Ned looked down at the pudding cooling in his bowl. "We were only noticing." Voss's voice softened by almost nothing. "Noticing is useful. Testing is work. Counterwork is adult work. Next time, report the impulse before you turn it into a method." Harrow picked up the scout, inspected the repaired hinge, and set it back exactly where it had been. "Keep your games fun, Mr. Vale. Let adults make them dangerous." Ned nodded, hating the correction and needing it. Behind him, Rafik quietly wrote "No amateur spycraft" beneath the pudding rules, and Livia did not cross it out. 21. Winter Route Lecture. Master Ashford began the Winter Route Lecture by dropping a frozen switch point onto his desk, where it struck the wood with a crack, skidded through a drift of chalk dust, and stopped against a neat stack of permits. Half the class jumped. Ned did not, but only because Voss's warning from the previous evening had already used up most of his startle for the week. He sat between Livia and Rafik with his notebook open, while Rafik's copied line from the pudding rules, "No amateur spycraft," stared up from the margin like a small accusing sermon. Ashford looked over the room through spectacles that made his eyes seem both amused and disappointed. "This," he said, tapping the lump of iron, "is a point lever from a northern goods yard after one night of sleet, frost, and managerial optimism. Who can tell me what happens when a convoy schedule assumes it will move?" Arthur raised a hand, then lowered it when Livia's pencil twitched. "Someone says a brave thing and is wrong," Ned murmured. Arthur whispered, "I heard that." "So did I," Ashford said, without looking away from the desk. "Mr. Penrose, since you have been wounded in advance, answer." Arthur straightened. "The convoy misses the rail change, sir. Wagons wait. The road transfer is delayed." "Good. Too gentle, but good." Ashford flicked his wand, and the slate behind him woke into a pale map of roads, rails, tide clocks, and mountain lines. "It misses the rail change. Then it misses the tide window at Harlow Quay. Then a customs clerk, who has been awake for 18 hours and hates everyone equally, refuses to open the bonded stores because the authority slip says Thursday and the convoy has inconsiderately arrived on Friday." Rafik's pencil began moving fast. Ashford added a little mule symbol to the mountain road. It promptly fell over. Meanwhile, 3 mules die because no one budgeted extra fodder after the snow line shifted. Boiler fuel promised to Tower 6 is burned keeping sick men warm at a staging inn, which is humane, expensive, and ruinous to the next calculation. A signal tower staffed by 2 lonely operators with cold hands receives the delay notice, miscopies one figure because the ink has thickened, and now a hospital chest takes the scenic route through a valley that officially remains open because the last officer to inspect it did so in September. The room had begun by laughing. It no longer knew whether laughter was safe. Ashford smiled thinly. Winter is not dramatic, ladies and gentlemen. Winter is a clerk, a mule, a hinge, a boiler, a tide table, and a man with numb fingers all conspiring to make your beautiful route plan look stupid. Ashford turned the crank again, and the pale map behind him rearranged itself into something uglier than a lesson had any right to be. Rail lines tightened into black threads. Mountain roads bent into thin brown scratches. Tide clocks blinked along the coast, and 3 little signal towers lit blue, then green, then an uncertain yellow. At the center of it all, the words Saffron Pass appeared beneath a crown mark and a row of figures so small that half the class leaned forward at once. You have 4 medical chests, 2 crates of relay crystal, 1 replacement signal lens, 6 cold weather boiler sleeves, and a warding crew currently trapped at the wrong rail junction by frozen points, which I assure you is not metaphorical, Ashford said, setting a brass timer ticking on the desk. Your task is to get enough of the shipment through before the upper road closes. You may use rail, road, skyship, coastal transfer, or prayer, though I will mark prayer harshly unless properly scheduled. Rafiq's pencil moved before Ashford finished speaking. He drew not the route Ashford had placed on the board, but the spaces between routes, little waiting yards, storage points, fuel depots, and places where men would have to unload with cold hands and worse tempers. The coastal transfer looks faster, sir, but only if the tide window is real and the skyship berth has fuel ready. If not, the northern rail is slower but less fragile. Less fragile is not the same as safe, Ashford said. Continue. Livia had stopped looking at the roads and begun looking at the labels. The Eastern Road needs a ward passage permit, sir. It's not listed under the military allotment. It's listed under Civil Repair Authority. Ashford pointed at her with the chalk. And what does that mean? It means the convoy can reach the road and still be refused lawful passage by someone being correct in the most damaging possible way, Livia said. A few students laughed, but Beatrice was watching the small mark beside the rail junction. The warding crew may be delayed again, she said. That house crest beside the station means a noble inspection party has right of precedence unless military necessity is invoked properly. Ashford's smile sharpened. Excellent. Polite people can delay wagons as effectively as broken bridges. Ned stared at the weakest yellow tower. Sir, who fixes that relay if it starts slipping and every proper expert is 2 valleys away? Ashford looked at Ned for long enough that the yellow tower seemed to brighten under the room's attention. Sometimes, he said, the nearest competent person fixes it. That answer was too plain. It had no noble varnish, no academy cushioning, and no comforting rule that proper people arrived before things broke badly enough to need improper hands. Ned kept his eyes on the map, where the little signal tower blinked as if it knew exactly how far away every expert stood. Even if they're not the person meant for it. Especially then, Ashford said. He reached into the tray beside the map and lifted 5 brass figures, setting them down one by one beside the pass. Here is your licensed signal engineer, delayed by snow above the western spur. Here is your senior warder, arguing over lawful access because Miss March noticed the permit conflict. Here is your noble inspection party, which Miss Ashcombe rightly identified as a polite obstruction with boots. Here is your route officer, asleep standing up after 32 hours of sensible decisions made too late. And here, Mr. Vale, is a depot mechanic's assistant who has cleaned the relay housing every week since Michaelmas and knows that when the lower lamp clicks twice before yellow, the trouble is not in the lens. Rafiq leaned forward, all amusement gone. Is the assistant authorized to act? Ashford's hand stopped over the tower. A better question then, is he brave, Mr. Khan? The answer depends on the written emergency margin, the station standing orders, and whether the responsible officer has enough sense to say aloud what he is asking. Livia wrote that down so sharply her pencil nearly tore the page. If the officer does not say it aloud, then the assistant may save the line and inherit the blame, Ashford said. Arthur's mouth tightened. That's monstrous. That's administration under strain, Ashford replied. Monsters are usually tidier in stories. The class had gone very still. Ned felt the old relay burn under his palm, though the scar had long since faded to a pale tightness. He had been the boy near the lever once. Now Ashford had put a different boy beside a different tower and made it sound less like accident than instruction. Beatrice's voice came softly from the front bench. So history remembers the officer if the order succeeds, the assistant if it fails, and neither if the convoy arrives on time. Ashford gave her a narrow nod. Now you are learning route work. He turned the crank, and the yellow tower steadied to green because the little brass assistant had been moved one space closer. The Empire is full of one-hour importance. Men and women who matter terribly until the tide turns, the snow closes, the chest arrives, or the report is filed. The wise ones learn procedure before the hour finds them. Ned looked at the tiny figure by the tower and disliked it at once. It stood where the map needed it, small and temporary, useful because distance had failed. It looked far too much like the future searching for his name. Ashford did not let the discomfort sit idle. He turned the crank until the map reset, and the little brass assistant vanished back into the tray with all the other temporary people. In its place, the whole Saffron Pass chain brightened from port to depot to railway junction, then up through road stations, mule yards, ward posts, signal towers, healer stores, and the final pale mark of a fort tucked behind a drawn ridge. Now, Ashford said, stop admiring the crisis and tell me what truly moves the medical chest. Arthur looked wary. The convoy, sir? Too heroic. The mules, Rafik said. Too narrow. The authorizing papers, Livia said. Better, but insufficient. Beatrice folded her hands on the desk. The people who obey the papers, load the mules, open the gates, repair the road, fuel the boilers, and choose whether a delay is worth reporting before it becomes embarrassing. Ashford pointed at her with the chalk. There, the Empire does not move supplies because a minister says supplies should move. It moves them because a clerk copies the correct number, a stores boy counts straps honestly, a railway fitter clears points, a cook keeps muleteers fed, a signal operator stays awake, and an officer signs his name where responsibility belongs. Ned looked from mark to mark until the route stopped being a line and became hundreds of hands passing weight along. He had carried packets through docks without knowing what sat inside the paper. He had fetched couplings without knowing whether the ship would carry mail, medicine, or cold weather boiler sleeves to men whose names would never reach London. The thought made the map feel less grand and much more dangerous. Ashford set 5 red pins beside the chain. Your assignment is simple in wording and miserable in execution. Each table will choose one ordinary item from the shipment list and trace how it moves. Not the pretty version, the true version. Who requests it, who approves it, who packs it, who carries it, who can delay it legally, who can misread it honestly, and where a malicious instruction could hide without looking malicious. Livia's pencil froze. Sir, that sounds like counterwork. No, Ashford said. It is route literacy. Counterwork begins when you act against a threat. Literacy begins when you understand what a threat would touch. Rafik's eyes had sharpened. Then someone who wanted to hurt Saffron Pass wouldn't need to break a tower. They could make the right chest arrive at the wrong time. Or the wrong chest arrive perfectly, Ashford said. The bell rang, but no one moved at once. Ned stared at the red pins lying beside the bright chain and felt the lecture settle into a shape he could not ignore. Saffron Pass was not far away because maps said it was far. It was close wherever ordinary systems could be turned by quiet hands. 22. The Quiet Visitor. By the next afternoon, Ashford's assignment had invaded Gear Company more effectively than any punishment. The common room tables were buried beneath route papers, copied shipment lists, string lines, brass pins, ink pots, and the remains of 3 arguments over whether mule feed counted as part of a medical chest's movement or merely the cost of keeping the movement alive. Ned sat with his elbows planted on either side of a narrow paper road, trying to trace how a box of splints moved from warehouse shelf to mountain ward without turning the route into a heroic lie. Rafik reached across him and shifted one blue pin half an inch. No, if the splints go by lower rail, they wait at Kettering Yard until the tide papers clear. If they go by upper road, they arrive frozen, late, and morally superior. They're splints, Arthur said. Can splints be morally superior? Anything can be morally superior if it has suffered enough paperwork, Livia said, writing depot clerk, weather delay, permit check in 3 neat columns. Beatrice looked up first when the common room door opened. Mistress Pike entered with Lady Principal Wycliffe behind her, and between them walked a gentleman Ned did not know. He was tall, narrow, and dressed in a dark foreign-cut coat with silver buttons, his beard trimmed to a sharp point and his gloves pale enough to make every gear table look suddenly inkier than before. A visitor's badge hung at his lapel, stamped with Avalon's crown and crossed keys. "Students," Wycliffe said, and the room rose in a scrape of benches. "This is Dr. Stefan Varga, technical observer attached to the Danubian Educational Mission. He is here under official permission to study instructional methods, student practical models, and non-restricted academy pedagogy. You will be courteous. You will not demonstrate unsupervised work. You will answer ordinary questions plainly and refer anything technical to Mistress Pike." Dr. Varga bowed with exact grace. "I thank you for allowing a stranger to interrupt honest confusion. Honest confusion is the beginning of education, I am told, though usually by men who have already finished theirs." A few students laughed because he had made it safe to do so. Ned did not, quite. Varga's eyes moved over the brassfield boards. The repaired scout crouched proudly beside Mickle's elbow, the route assignment spread across Ned's table, and the labeled scrap tray near the hearth. He smiled as if each harmless thing pleased him. "How charming," Varga said. "You teach Empire through games, repairs, and little failures. Much kinder than waiting for large failures to educate adults." Pike's expression did not change. "Kinder, yes. Cheaper, too." Varga turned toward Ned's table. "May I observe?" Wycliffe answered before any student could. "You may observe. Students may explain the assignment. They may not discuss restricted mechanisms, current crown procedures, or private commission work." Ned looked down at the paper road, the blue pin, and the word splints trapped under Livia's tidy hand. The visitor had asked politely. The room had permitted him politely. That did not make Ned's skin stop prickling as Dr. Varga stepped closer to learn from their games. Dr. Varga did not loom. That made him harder to dislike honestly. He stopped at the edge of their table with his gloved hands folded over the silver knob of his cane, close enough to see the route papers and far enough away to obey Wycliffe's limit. "A splint chest," he said. "A humble hero. May I ask why you chose so plain an object?" Ned opened his mouth, because plain objects mattered, but Beatrice answered first from beside the inkpot. "Because plain objects punish romance, Doctor. No one writes songs about splints, so the route must be judged by whether they arrive dry, counted, and useful." Varga's smile warmed. "A beautiful answer, Miss Ashcombe. Your family trains both elegance and practicality, then." "They attempt elegance," Beatrice said calmly. "Practicality is usually learned from servants, warders, and things going wrong at inconvenient times." Peregrine, who had drifted nearer with 2 crown boys, gave a small polished laugh. "Miss Ashcombe is being modest. Some families consider logistics a branch of manners." "Ah," Varga said, turning toward him with easy interest. "And do you, Mr. Roth?" "When manners are properly understood, yes," Peregrine said. "A guest who arrives before the room is prepared is only a different kind of broken schedule." Varga chuckled, and the crown boys looked pleased, as if they had helped Britain happen correctly. Ned felt the conversation sliding along rails he could see but not ride. Every question seemed soft, every answer wore gloves. Then Varga looked at him. "And Mr. Vale, your repaired scout is much admired, I am told. Did the game teach you the route, or did the repair teach you the game?" Ned's fingers tightened around his pencil. "Both, I suppose." Pike's eyes moved to him from beside the hearth. Varga tilted his head. Which mattered more? "The repair," Ned said, then regretted how blunt it sounded. "The game shows where things go. Repair shows why they stop." "That is a maker's answer," Varga said, pleased. "Do your teachers encourage such improvisation?" Ned hesitated. The question sat in the open like a penny on a trapdoor. "They encourage records," he said at last. "Improvising without records gets people cross." Pike made a sound that might have been approval if it had not been so dry. Only after Varga moved to another table did Ned breathe properly. Beatrice leaned closer, her voice low. The scout question was admiration. The game question was a probe. The improvisation question was bait. Ned stared after the foreign gentleman's neat dark coat. It sounded friendly. Most bait does, Beatrice said. That is why fish are not offered insults. The letter arrived while Dr. Varga was still praising a lantern table for turning a crate of boiler sleeves into a moral exercise. A brass correspondence bell chimed beside the common room arch, and a junior messenger in blue cuffs hurried in with 3 folded slips, 1 parcel notice, and a brown paper square sealed with cheap black wax. He checked the board, looked at Ned, and approached with the nervous expression of someone carrying trouble by name. "Vale?" the boy said. Ned took the paper. "Who's it from?" "Dock District Relay," the messenger said. "Countersigned by Avalon Post Office. They said it was urgent but not official urgent, which apparently means I should walk fast and not run." Livia's hand moved before Ned broke the seal. "Show the outside first." "It's Maddie's mark," Ned said, but he turned the paper anyway. The seal was hers, pressed with the crooked edge of a brass button she used when she wanted people to know a thing had not passed through polite hands. Beatrice looked from the seal to Dr. Varga, who had his back turned 3 tables away. "Read it quietly." Ned opened the square under the table edge. Maddie's handwriting marched across the paper in hard, hurried strokes, squeezed between what looked like a torn market invoice and the printed edge of a bun wrapper. Slip followed a man asking after your skyship accident. Not dock drunk, not reporter, not ordinary nosy. Too clean for the lower stalls, too careful with names. She said she'd find which yard he came from. Now she's gone misplaced with intent. Don't panic stupidly, panic usefully. Tell the white and gold lady if you can. Tom says he can look near the boiler lanes, but I told him if he gets himself arrested, I'll make him regret surviving. Write fast. The words did not stay flat on the page. They rose into the room, into Ned's throat, into his legs. He was standing before he had chosen to stand, chair scraping behind him, the paper crushed halfway in his fist. Arthur caught his sleeve. "Ned." "I have to go," Ned said. "No," Livia said, already on her feet. "You have to not bolt through Avalon like a confession with boots. She followed someone because of me. And now you know one thing," Beatrice said, her voice low and firm. "Only one. Running home gives whoever asked the questions a second thing." Rafik had taken the letter carefully from Ned's loosened fingers. "She says tell Voss. That means Maddie knows this is bigger than a dock scuffle." Ned stared at the common room door. Beyond it were corridors, gates, railway lines, London, docks, boiler lanes, market stalls, and slips somewhere not where she should be. Every part of him knew the way home and none of the rules allowed him to take it. Pike crossed the room before Wycliffe could turn. "Mr. Vale, sit down before I decide your legs are acting without permission." Ned did not sit. He looked at Pike, then at the visitor's neat dark coat across the room, then at Maddie's cramped warning in Rafik's hand. "Mistress," he said, and the words scraped. "I need Justiciar Voss." Wycliffe crossed the common room with the quiet speed of a woman who had never needed to hurry visibly. Dr. Varga turned at the shift in air, his smile still courteous, but Pike stepped between him and Ned's table with one hand resting on the back of a chair as if the furniture itself had become a boundary. "Dr. Varga," Wycliffe said, "Mistress Pike will continue your observation in the lower workshop. Gear Company has produced several harmlessly alarming devices you may inspect under supervision." Varga's gaze flicked once to the brown paper in Rafik's hand, then returned to Wycliffe. "Of course, Lady Principal. I would not intrude upon student correspondence." "No," Wycliffe said, "you would not." The words were polite enough to pass inspection and hard enough to stop everyone breathing. Varga bowed, accepted Pike's dry gesture toward the door, and left with her while 2 seniors gathered the nearest first years into a noisy argument over Brassfield terrain that fooled no one and gave the room something else to look at. Ned remained standing. His chair sat crooked behind him, one leg caught on the edge of the route paper. He wanted to shove past everyone, find a train, and run toward the dock district with Maddie's warning burning a hole in his chest. Instead, Wycliffe held out her hand. "The letter, Mr. Vale." Rafik gave it to Ned first. That mattered. Ned noticed it even through fear. He placed the paper in Wycliffe's hand himself, because if adults were going to take it, he needed at least that much choice left. Wycliffe read once, then again more slowly. "Miss March, you saw the outside before it was opened?" "Yes, Lady Principal," Livia said. "Dock District Relay. Avalon Post Office countersign, Maddie Quill's private seal. I can describe the seal if required. It may be required. Wycliffe folded the letter precisely. Mr. Khan, you read the contents? Yes, Lady Principal, Rafik said. Only after Ned loosened his grip. I did not remove it by force. Arthur's face had gone pale. Slip could be hurt. She could, Wycliffe said. She did not soften the words, and Ned hated her for one breath before he understood that she was not spending kindness where truth was needed. She could also be hiding, trapped by weather, avoiding pursuit, detained by ordinary market trouble, or deliberately making herself hard to follow. She's good at that, Ned said, but she wouldn't leave Maddie guessing unless something went wrong. Wycliffe looked at him. That is useful. It is not permission to leave Avalon. Ned's hands closed. I know the dock lanes. And whoever asked after you may know that too. The voice came from the arch, calm, white, and edged in gold. Justiciar Voss entered as if she had been summoned by the shape of his mistake rather than by any messenger. Her gaze moved from Ned's face to the letter in Wycliffe's hand, then to the root papers spread across the table. Mr. Vale, sit down. If this concerns your old life, your first duty is not to run toward it. Your first duty is to make certain the truth reaches people with authority to act. Ned sat because his knees had begun shaking and because refusing would prove everyone right about him. Wycliffe passed the letter to Voss. Voss read it without expression, but the room seemed to tighten around each line. Maddie says tell you, Ned said, voice rough. So I'm telling you. Good, Voss said. That was the correct first action. It should have felt like praise. It felt like a locked gate with a lamp above it. Voss folded the letter. I will send to the dock district. Wycliffe will restrict discussion of this within Avalon. You and your friends will write down exactly what arrived, who saw it, and what you know of Slip's habits. Then you will wait. Ned stared at her. That's all? No, Voss said. That is what you are allowed to do. 23. Railway Control Practical. The Railway Control Practical began with Ned in a foul temper and everyone pretending not to notice. He had slept badly, written 3 versions of a letter to Maddie before breakfast, and been told by Voss's office that no further dock reply had arrived. By the time Gear Company reached the Western Railway Control House under Master Ashford's supervision, the great brick building seemed almost insulting in its steadiness. Its tall windows glowed with gaslight. Steam breathed from roof vents in pale gusts. Inside, clerks, signalmen, runners, and switch officers moved with tired purpose beneath a wall of brass indicators that clicked, slid, and chimed in patterns too fast for comfort. Ashford stopped them behind a yellow line painted across the polished floor. You are observers. You may ask questions when invited. You may take notes. You may not touch indicator rods, route boards, speaking tubes, signal levers, switch ward keys, message clips, clock governors, or any clerk who looks as if he has misplaced patience. A clerk at the nearest desk said without looking up, all clerks have misplaced patience, Master Ashford. Some of us merely keep better records of it. Rafik's face lit despite himself. Livia's pencil came out at once. Ned tried to listen properly. The room was a machine made of people as much as brass. A route board covered one wall, its black surface marked by bright lines, numbered trains, yard holds, bridge checks, and little white tags that showed which goods cars carried: medical stores, crystal housings, coal, mail, passengers, or livestock. Brass indicators above the board showed switch positions along the western lines. Each change arrived with a click from one of the clockwork relays, a brief flash from a crystal bead, and a clerk's hand moving a tag before the next sound had finished. No panic, Arthur murmured. Even with all that moving. That's the point, Rafik said softly. If they panic, the timetable becomes decoration. Ashford gestured them closer to a side table where a smaller practice board had been laid out with wooden train tokens and waxed route strips. The Empire's railway control houses are not perfect. They are not gentle. They are not magical miracles. They work because tired people follow known procedure while machinery makes mistakes visible quickly enough to correct them. Ned watched a switch officer receive a message, check it against 2 clocks, repeat it into a brass speaking tube, then wait until the answer came back before moving a single lever. Nobody looked heroic. Nobody looked idle. The whole place seemed built to make one wrong instruction travel no farther than the next careful hand. The practice board looked harmless until the wooden tokens began moving. Ashford set 3 trains at different points along the waxed strips, then handed Rafik a slate pencil. Goods train 17 carries 2 medical chests and 1 crate of sealed relay lenses. Passenger train 4 has right-of-way by schedule. Coal train 9 is late enough to be innocent and early enough to be troublesome. Make them pass without delaying the hospital stores beyond the marked window. Rafik bent over the board. His bad temper over Slip's silence did not vanish, but it changed shape, narrowing into the work. Passenger 4 can hold at Barley Junction for 7 minutes without missing the express link. Goods 17 can't hold past 5 because the transfer crew at Westmere changes shift on the quarter. The supervising clerk finally looked up from his desk. You got that from the board? From the board and the lunch bell marked beside Westmere, Rafik said. No one marks lunch on a control sheet unless it matters. The clerk gave Ashford a wounded look. We are being exposed to children. Briefly, Ashford said. Continue, Mr. Khan. Rafik slid Goods 17 forward, held Passenger 4 at Barley, and moved Coal 9 into a siding with the air of a boy placing ships in a harbor only he could fully see. Coal waits here. It complains, but Coal always complains. Goods clears the bridge. Passenger moves after 7 minutes. Coal follows once the switch ward resets. Arthur leaned closer. How do you know the switch resets before Coal moves? Rafik tapped the tiny brass bead beside the siding. Because if it didn't, the whole board would be lying, and this clerk would have already insulted us harder. The clerk made a small approving grunt. Ashford pointed to the bridge marker. Mr. Vale, the clerk has mislaid the Western Bridge tag in this exercise. Mark it without touching the route board. Ned drew his wand. The instruction was narrow enough to hold, which helped. He set the tip above the practice board, not on it, and cast the little marker charm Pike had drilled into him until boredom had become muscle. Pale light gathered, wavered once because his thoughts tried to run toward London and slip, then steadied when he forced himself to follow the board instead. The bridge tag glowed blue at the edge of Rafik's route. Good, Ashford said. Support, not command. Ned lowered his wand, and Rafik moved the train through the marked crossing exactly on the 7th minute. The little tokens clicked into place. No sparks, no drama, no rescue. The medical chests arrived on time because the right person had counted lunch. The next exercise began when the supervising clerk removed 1 message clip from the practice board and replaced it with another so quietly that only Livia seemed to notice the movement. The trains reset. The beads dimmed. The little medical tag went back to its starting yard, and the board waited with the innocent patience of machinery that did not care what orders meant. Ashford tapped the new clip. Same goods train, same bridge, same passenger priority. New instruction from District Control. Route Goods 17 through Northgate siding and release Coal 9 before it. Rafik frowned at once. That delays the medical chests. It does, Ashford said. The order is sealed, countersigned, and properly formatted. Then it's wrong, Ned said. The clerk's eyebrows rose. A properly formatted order can be wrong, Mr. Vale, but the board does not know that. Ashford nodded to Rafik. Run it as written. Rafik did not like it. Ned could see that in the tightness around his mouth, but he moved the wooden tokens anyway. Goods 17 rolled into Northgate siding. Coal 9 took the bridge. Passenger 4 slid through exactly on schedule. Every little bead flashed green. The brass indicator clicked once, clean and satisfied, and the medical tag stopped behind 2 other trains with all the calm correctness in the world. Arthur stared at the board. It says success. It says compliance, Livia said. Beatrice leaned closer. Eyes narrowed. The hospital stores miss the window, but no one here has broken procedure. Precisely, Ashford said. The switch wards held. The signals answered. The clerks copied correctly. The route board performed exactly as instructed. The result is still harmful. Ned looked at the bright green beads and disliked them more than if they had flickered. A broken machine confessed by sounding wrong. This one sounded clean. It had done everything asked of it and still put splints behind Coal because the wrong instruction wore the right stamps. Rafik tapped the sealed clip with the pencil. Where did the instruction come from? In this exercise? Ashford asked. In any exercise that matters, Rafik said. The clerk gave him a tired, approving look. Now you are becoming expensive to educate. Livia's pencil moved quickly. So the fault is not always in the machine, the clerk, or the route. Sometimes the dangerous thing enters before the system begins doing its job. Ned kept his eyes on the green indicators. Then listening for wrongness isn't enough. No, Ashford said. Sometimes the wrongness is quiet because everyone downstream is doing their work beautifully. By the time Ashford released them, Ned had a practical note marked adequate support casting, Rafik had a clerk's grudging approval, and the medical chests on the board had missed their window twice in ways that made everyone quieter than success should. Outside the control house, the afternoon tasted of coal smoke and damp iron. Trains moved beyond the fence with steady confidence, wheels clacking over points as if proper rails meant proper destinations. Ned stopped near the gate and looked back through the tall windows. Clerks still crossed the floor beneath the route board. Tags still moved. Bells still rang. Nothing inside looked sinister. That was the worst part. Rafik folded his route sheet into careful thirds. A clean instruction can do dirty work. Livia's pencil hovered over her notebook. That is a useful summary. I'm stealing it. Arthur glanced at Ned. Does this make you feel better or worse about waiting? Worse, Ned said. Ashford, who had been speaking with the supervising clerk, turned before the word had finished. Then the lesson reached you. Ned looked at him. That's not very comforting, sir. Comfort was not on the permission sheet. Ashford took the practical notes from the clerk, checked the signatures, and tucked them into his case. Mr. Vale, you are thinking of London. Do so with paper, not feet. Beatrice came to stand beside Ned, her gloves buttoned against the chill. Paper can reach places a student cannot. So can people asking the wrong questions, Ned said. Yes, she replied, which is why yours must be the right ones. They rode back to Avalon under supervision, with the route board's clean green lights still sitting behind Ned's eyes. The school looked too peaceful when they returned, all stone, brass railings, clipped lawns, and students hurrying toward supper as if the world had not learned new ways to go wrong. At Gear Company, a post clerk was already waiting by the arch with an empty hand and an apologetic expression. No reply from the dock district, Mr. Vale, the clerk said. Justiciar office says you are to send any further details through proper channel. Ned nodded because shouting at an empty hand would not find slip. In the common room, Livia cleared a table before anyone else could make a ritual of it. Rafik set out ink. Arthur found clean paper. Beatrice pulled Ned's chair back and said, Sit before Pike hears you thinking upright. Ned sat. His first line came out too hard, the nib scratching into the paper. Maddie, I am still at Avalon. I have told Voss. I cannot come without permission. He hated every word because each one was true and none of them moved his boots toward home. Arthur watched from across the table. Tell Tom not to break anyone's boiler. Ned gave him a look. Arthur winced. Tell him not yet? Livia sighed. Tell him nothing that can be used as evidence of conspiracy to damage boilers. That helped enough for Ned to breathe. He wrote slowly after that, asking Maddie for Slip's last known stall, the man's coat, accent, boots, questions, and any name he had used. He wrote to Tom with fewer words and more warning, then copied both letters neatly because fury made ugly evidence. When he sanded the ink at last, the waiting had not become easier. It had only become something he could hand to the post clerk without running. 24. The mine under permit. The mine practical took place under more signatures than sunshine. Ned saw the permits before he saw the shaft, because Master Harrow made the selected second years stand beside the Crown-chartered seam office while a gray-bearded mine steward checked names against a ledger thick enough to stop a thrown coal lump. Outside, low hills sat under a dull winter sky, and tram rails ran from the yard mouth toward sorting sheds where workers in canvas coats pushed covered wagons with their shoulders bent and their boots black to the ankle. Nothing exploded. Nothing screamed. That made the place no less dangerous. Harrow tapped the permit sheet with one gloved finger. You are here as supervised observers. You will remain behind the marked rail. You will touch no raw crystal, no support timber, no cart brake, no lamp valve, no lift chain, and no worker who is busy staying alive. If asked a question by a miner, you answer politely. If tempted to be useful, report the temptation to me before indulging it. Arthur looked toward the mine mouth, where warm air breathed out carrying the smell of wet stone, lamp oil, sweat, and old metal. That last rule feels aimed at all of you, Harrow said. His eyes flicked to Ned. Some more efficiently than others. The steward, Mr. Keene, gave a dry chuckle and handed out brass visitor discs on leather cords. Wear these where the lamp can see them. If a foreman tells you to duck, you duck first and ask philosophy after. If the warning bell rings twice, you follow the nearest adult out. If it rings 3 times, you follow the nearest minor out, because by then adults with clean collars are usually still reading the wrong notice. Livia's pencil paused. Is that official instruction? It is not, Keene said. It is useful instruction. Beatrice looked across the yard, where a boy not much older than Ned dragged an empty timber sledge toward the stores. His shirt had been patched at both elbows, and the patching was neat in the way poor homes made work last without making it pretty. Do students usually visit while the seam is active? Only the safe edge, Keene said. The crown likes students educated, not flattened. They entered through the low stone arch in single file. The daylight narrowed behind them, replaced by lamp glow, wet walls, black timber, and a line of pale crystal veins sealed behind numbered mesh screens. Heat gathered under Ned's collar almost at once. The mine did not feel like Avalon's tidy diagrams. It felt like labor made into tunnels, and every rule on Harrow's permit sheet suddenly seemed less fussy than merciful. Mr. Keene led them along the marked rail to a classification alcove where 3 miners and a crown examiner worked beside a waist-high table bolted into the stone. Raw shards lay in black stone trays, each one tagged with chalk numbers before being passed beneath a glass lens, weighed on a brass scale, tapped with a silver striker, and held near a narrow crystal lamp that made hidden flaws show as smoky lines or dull spots. The work looked slower than Ned expected. No one waved a wand and declared value. They counted, checked, argued softly, and wrote. This is where hope comes to be corrected, Keene said, nodding toward a tray of pale blue fragments. Every new seam thinks it has found treasure. The table explains otherwise. Arthur leaned close enough to earn Harrow's stare and leaned back again. They all look useful. They all look expensive, Beatrice said, which was not the same answer. Ned tried to keep his hands behind the rail, but one shard near the far tray tugged at his attention like a loose tooth. It was no larger than his thumb, clouded through the middle and bright along one edge. The main hum of the seam ran deep through the walls, slow and heavy, but that little piece clicked oddly beneath it, not dangerous, not clean, just crooked in a way that made the back of his teeth itch. Harrow saw his face change. Report, Mr. Vale. Do not perform. Ned swallowed and pointed with 2 fingers, careful not to reach past the rail. That one, sir. Far tray, 3rd from the left. It feels off. The examiner's hand stopped above the scale. One miner looked at Ned, then at Harrow, then wisely said nothing. Off how? Harrow asked. Not like the relay board, Ned said. Not wrong like something done to it. More like it grew around dirt and decided to pretend the dirt was part of itself. Keene barked a laugh. That is the least pretty description of occlusion I've heard this month. The examiner picked up the shard with tongs and set it beneath the lens. A smoky stripe appeared through the center, branching into tiny brown flecks where the light caught. He adjusted a gauge, tapped the silver striker once, and listened to the thin note that answered. Iron stain pocketing, natural impurity, low grade, but stable if marked honestly. Harrow nodded once. Correct report, Mr. Vale. You named discomfort, not sabotage. That distinction matters. Ned let out a breath he had not meant to hold. The shard went into a tray marked useful, restricted, lower response, and somehow that felt better than if it had been thrown aside. It was not clean. It was not grand. It was still worth recording properly. The classification table gave way to a sorting bay where the mine stopped pretending crystal was beautiful. Here the useful pieces arrived in padded trays and the poor pieces arrived in buckets, chipped, clouded, stained, or split along awkward lines. 2 workers sat on low stools under a row of lamps, washing each fragment in warm water, brushing grit from cracks, and dropping them into bins marked powder, inlay, teaching stock, signal filler, reject, and ask before wasting. Ned slowed despite himself. That's all crystal? Aye, said the nearer worker, a broad woman with sleeves rolled past scarred forearms. Some of it's good crystal. Some of it's honest crystal. Some of it's only useful if nobody lies about what it can do. Harrow stopped at the marked rail, which meant they stopped too. Mrs. Tully grades secondary output for Crown workshops. Listen carefully. She knows more about waste than most masters know about supply. Mrs. Tully snorted. That is because masters call it waste before asking what it's for. She lifted a crooked shard with tongs and held it under the lamp. This won't guide a skyship, won't hold a clean ward, and won't impress any fool who wants a pretty blue stone in his watch chain. Grind it fine, though, and it'll fill a rune line steady enough for a school slate. Cut that stained edge away and you get 3 marker chips. Save the dust and some careful child with no money can make a game piece answer properly. Arthur looked at Ned at once. Ned kept his face still and failed by inches. Beatrice's eyes softened with the kind of understanding that usually made him want to look at the floor. So poor material is not the same as worthless material. Worthless is a lazy word, Mrs. Tully said. Poor material must be graded honestly, cut to fit, and given a task it can survive. Shame only enters when someone sells it as first grade or throws it away because he's too proud to make small things. Ned thought of the repaired Scout, its mismatched hinge and darkened cloak, and of every ugly commission he had sanded into usefulness because his materials had been what he could afford, salvage, or earn. He had been calling his own work ugly as if that explained it before someone else could. Down here, ugliness had bins, labels, grades, and purpose. He looked at the powder tray. Mistress Pike would like this room. She does, Harrow said. That is why she sends me annoying letters asking for what other people sweep aside. Mrs. Tully laughed and dropped the shard into teaching stock. Then she's got sense. Best makers usually do. They know a limitation isn't an insult. It's the beginning of the job. They climbed back toward daylight with their visitor discs knocking softly against their coats and mine grit caught in the seams of their boots. The yard air felt cold enough to bite after the tunnel heat, but Ned breathed it in as if someone had opened a window inside his ribs. Behind him, the mine mouth kept breathing too, warm and dark, while wagons rattled along the rails and workers moved through the yard without looking at the students much at all. They had real work waiting. Mr. Keene took the visitor discs at the seam office door and hung them on numbered hooks. No one flattened, no one lost, no one tried to adopt a shard. Successful educational outing. Arthur brushed black dust from his sleeve and only made it worse. Is there a mark for not being flattened? In some branches, Mr. Penrose, that is called graduation, Harrow said. Livia looked up from her notes. Should we record the classification terms exactly, sir? Natural impurity, occlusion, restricted lower response? Yes, Harrow said. Also record that a natural fault is not evidence of hostile action merely because it feels unpleasant. Ned heard the instruction and knew it was for him before Harrow's eyes found him. He nodded. Yes, sir. Harrow opened the practical ledger on the steward's desk, dipped the pen, and wrote with the same dry care he gave crystal housings. Ned could not see the line at first. He tried not to lean. Beatrice noticed and shifted half a step so the office lamp caught the page more clearly without making it obvious. That was one of her better kinds of kindness, the kind that pretended to be furniture. Harrow sanded the ink, then turned the ledger enough for Ned to read. Edmund Vale, Crystal Systems Observation, Crown Chartered Seam Practical, Strong Observation, Appropriate Restraint, Correct Reporting, Distinguishes natural impurity from interference when prompted. The words looked too plain for the way they struck him. No one had called him brilliant. No one had written rare or dangerous or over-eager. He had noticed, stayed behind the rail, reported, waited for tools, and let someone else confirm the answer. The mark felt small enough to hold. Mrs. Tully came to the office hatch with a paper twist folded shut. For the workshop master, sweepings, labeled properly. Tell Pike I saved the decent dust before the fools could call it rubbish. Harrow accepted it. She will be insufferably pleased. Ned looked at the paper twist with longing before he could hide it. Mrs. Tully laughed. There it is. Maker's hunger. Don't spend it too fast, lad. Good hands are wasted if they grab before they're allowed. Ned looked back at the ledger, then at the mine yard, where poor material, tired people, permits, dust, and honest marks all seemed to belong to the same lesson. I'm learning, he said. Harrow closed the ledger. Today, Mr. Vale, that appears to be true. 25. Apprentice Badge. Avalon issued the temporary practical badges the morning after the mine visit, which was poor strategy if the school had hoped students would treat them sensibly. By breakfast, Half the second years were already watching the staff table with the tense hunger usually reserved for examination marks, pudding rights, and letters from home. Ned sat at Gear Company's table with mind grit still caught in the stitching of one boot, trying not to look toward the covered tray beside Mistress Pike and failing every third breath. Arthur had already polished an empty space on his lapel with his sleeve. "They are not ranks," he said, in the tone of a boy reminding himself of a commandment he intended to obey only if watched. "They are temporary practical identifiers," Livia said, without looking up from the leaflet she had somehow obtained before breakfast. "They indicate supervised lane, permitted observation category, and current assessment direction. They do not confer authority, superiority, seniority, branch claim, or permission to strut." Rafik buttered toast with solemn care. "Tragic. I had prepared a route to strut efficiently." Beatrice's mouth curved. "One must never strut efficiently. It suggests practice." Across the hall, Crown Company had not received Livia's moral instruction. Students sat straighter, collars adjusted, lapels angled toward the light. Peregrine Roth appeared bored by the entire ceremony, which meant he expected his badge to suit him. Ned looked away before irritation made him obvious. The hall slate chimed once, and Lady Principal Wycliffe rose. "Second-year practical badges will be issued this morning. They are identification markers, not honors. If you use them to claim authority you do not possess, your badge will be removed. If you use them to refuse correction, your badge will be removed. If you polish them more often than your work, your instructors may develop opinions." Mistress Pike uncovered the tray. The badges were smaller than Ned expected. Oval brass backed with black enamel and set with a sliver of colored crystal no longer than a fingernail. Names and lanes had been etched in neat silver script. They looked official enough to open doors and small enough to lose under a floorboard. One by one, students crossed to receive them. Arthur returned with field service observation on his lapel, trying very hard not to look proud and therefore looking twice as proud. Rafik's read route and signal systems observer, which made him go quiet in a way that meant it mattered. Livia's said records and procedure observer, and she inspected the lettering as if prepared to correct it. When Ned's name was called, he felt half the hall listen. Pike pinned the badge herself, pressing the clasp through his coat with efficient fingers. Crystal Systems Observer. The word sat modestly on brass, but the little pale shard caught the light like an eye-opening. Pike gave the badge one final tap. "It is not a medal, Mr. Vale." "No, mistress," Ned said. "It is also not nothing." Ned looked down at the badge and felt both truths fastened to his coat at once. Midterm assessments followed the badges with the cruelty of a second shoe dropping. By third bell, Gear Company's practical pride had been marched into a long classroom smelling of chalk, hot ink, and nervous wool, where individual assessment sheets waited in sealed cream envelopes on Master Harrow's desk. Ned sat with his badge still new on his coat and tried not to rub the little crystal sliver with his thumb. Every time it caught the light, it seemed to ask whether he deserved to wear it. Harrow did not waste ceremony. "These are progress assessments, not funeral notices. Read them properly before deciding whether to grieve, boast, or become tedious." Arthur swallowed. "Sir, are those our marks?" "They are the school's current opinion of your work," Harrow said. "Marks are numbers. Opinions are more dangerous because they may be revised." Livia accepted her envelope with both hands and slid it open using a letter knife she had absolutely not been issued for the purpose. Rafik opened his as if it were a route map with unfriendly terrain. Beatrice read hers with the calm expression of someone whose family had taught her that paper could wound only if the face allowed it. Ned waited until Harrow placed his envelope on the desk before him. "Mr. Vale," Harrow said, "read the whole page. Not merely the parts that flatter your vanity or injure your pride." Ned opened it carefully. The words stood in neat columns. Diagnostic support, strong. Tool handling, strong. Observation, strong. Workshop practice, excellent where supervised. Utility magic, improving, reliable in narrow tasks. His chest warmed despite himself. Then the next column arrived like cold water. Latin, average with effort. Etiquette, inconsistent. Formal report phrasing, imprecise under stress. Combat polish, adequate defense, poor presentation. Arthur leaned sideways before Ned could hide the page. Adequate defense isn't bad. Poor presentation means I look awful while not dying, Ned muttered. That is an important survival stage, Rafik said. Livia's pencil tapped the report phrasing line. Imprecise under stress is fixable. You speak clearly when angry. We simply need to make formal phrasing annoy you enough to sharpen it. Beatrice glanced at etiquette and sighed with professional sorrow. Inconsistent is generous. Ned looked up. I know how to sit in a chair. Usually, Beatrice said, but noble rooms contain chairs with intentions. Harrow's mouth twitched. Miss Ashcombe is ridiculous and not wrong. Mr. Vale, your strengths are real. So are your weak joints. A bridge does not become safe because the middle span is excellent if the approaches throw wagons into ditches. Ned looked back at the page, at the good marks and the bruising ones sharing the same ink. The badge on his coat felt heavier now, but not false. It felt like a promise the school had written before he was finished becoming able to keep it. By supper, Ned's weak joints had become a gear company improvement project without anyone admitting they had formed one. It began when Livia placed his assessment sheet flat on the common room table and pinned its corners with inkpots, as if the paper might escape out of shame. Rafik brought root cards, Arthur fetched practice shields from the cupboard, and Beatrice arrived with a tray of tea things so neat that Ned immediately distrusted it. No, Ned said, looking at the cups. I have already been assessed. Incorrect, Livia said, sitting opposite him. You have been warned. Assessment is merely the school's polite way of showing where the floorboards are rotten. Arthur set the practice shields beside the hearth. That was encouraging in a very March sort of way. Beatrice poured tea with terrifying calm. We shall begin with etiquette, because if Ned is tired later he will only become more honest, and honesty at tea is a weapon best licensed. Ned stared at the cup she placed before him. It's tea. It is never only tea, Beatrice said. Pick it up. He picked it up by the handle. Not as if you were arresting it, she said. Rafik choked on a laugh. The suspect was later identified as Earl Grey. It looked slippery, Ned muttered, adjusting his grip. For half an hour, Beatrice made him accept tea, refuse cake, accept cake, refuse a second helping, answer a compliment, survive a disguised insult, and sit in 3 different chairs without looking as if each one had entered negotiations with his spine. Every correction came with the same composed cruelty and the same quiet attention to saving him from rooms where mistakes wore perfume. Then Livia took over with formal report phrasing. She made him turn, the shard felt wrong, into, the observed response suggested natural impurity requiring classification, and she tapped the table every time he tried to smuggle anger into the sentence. Again, she said. Ned rubbed both hands over his face. The observed response suggested natural impurity requiring classification. Better, less like you want to bite the shard. I did not want to bite the shard. You wanted to bite the examiner. Arthur lifted a practice shield. Combat polish next. You can be alive and less awful at the same time. Ned groaned, but he stood. Arthur drilled him through 3 shield raises, 2 retreats, and 1 formal recovery step until Ned's shoulders burned and his feet stopped crossing at the worst possible moment. Rafik counted timing from the table, Beatrice corrected posture, and Livia wrote down improvement as if friendship required minutes. By the time they finished, Ned was tired, irritated, and unreasonably warmed by the fact that none of them had helped because a team needed him useful. They helped because he was theirs, and somehow that made the work harder to refuse. The next morning, Ned expected the improvement project to remain a private humiliation between friends, tea, and shields. Instead, Mistress Pike caught him at the workshop door before first bell, looked once at the practical badge on his coat, and pointed him toward the side bench where Master Harrow stood with a folded assessment sheet in one hand and a small sealed tray in the other. Ned stopped 2 steps inside, suddenly wishing Beatrice had made him practice entering rooms with surprise authority waiting in them. Mr. Vale, Harrow said, stand properly. Not as if you expect the floor to accuse you. Ned straightened at once, which made Pike's eyebrow rise. Better, she said. Someone has been bullying you usefully. My friends, Ned said. That is the proper kind of bullying, Pike replied. The school charges fees for the inferior sort. Harrow placed the assessment sheet on the bench and tapped the margin where Pike had added her own note. Mistress Pike reports improved workshop records, fewer unlabeled scraps, controlled use of permitted dust, and 1 repaired scout piece that is ugly enough to frighten taste but sound enough to shame purchased work. Master Ashford reports adequate support casting, proper restraint, and a growing understanding that routes are not lines drawn for your convenience. The seam practical records strong observation and correct reporting. Ned looked at the paper because looking at Harrow felt more dangerous. Yes, sir. Harrow's finger moved lower. Your Latin remains painfully ordinary. Your etiquette continues to look like a man repairing a clock with cold fingers. Your combat presentation has improved from alarming to survivable. Your report phrasing no longer wounds grammar on sight, though it still limps under pressure. Pike folded her arms. You may breathe, Vale. He hasn't reached the compliment yet. Ned's eyes lifted despite himself. Harrow's expression stayed dry and exacting. Outstanding progress from where you began, Mr. Vale. A long way to go, but the direction is no longer in doubt. Keep it up. For a moment, Ned did not know what to do with the words. Praise from Harrow never arrived dressed kindly. It came like a tool wrapped in brown paper, plain, useful, and heavier than it looked. He felt heat rise in his face and hated that Pike saw it. Thank you, sir, he said. Pike slid the sealed tray toward him. Inside, through the glass lid, lay 3 little twists of labeled mine dust and 2 crooked marker chips. Supervised use only. You'll record every grain. If you drool on the tray, I'll mark that too. Ned stared at the scraps, then at his badge, then at the assessment sheet. He did not feel transformed. Latin still waited for him like a locked gate, noble chairs still had intentions, and slip was still missing somewhere beyond Avalon's rules. But the floor under his boots felt less slippery than it had last year, and when he reached for the tray, he reached slowly enough that Pike did not stop him. 26. Arthur's Bad Day. Arthur's bad day began in the combat yard with his field service observation badge polished too well in the winter mud, determined to make a lesson of it. The yard had been set for a leadership exercise, not a duel. Canvas screens formed a crooked village street, chalk lines marked unsafe ground, and 3 wooden casualty figures lay beside a mock signal post while smoke from a harmless alchemical pot drifted low across the stones. Master Ormond stood with his cane tucked under one arm, watching Gear Company's second years divide into teams beneath a sky the color of old pewter. Mr. Penrose, Ormond said, you will command the extraction party. Your objective is to reach the signal post, recover the message cylinder, and withdraw your team with no casualty figure abandoned. You have 4 minutes before the road is considered cut. You may assign roles. You may ask one clarifying question before starting. Arthur's face lit with exactly the kind of controlled eagerness he had been trying to make look mature all term. Yes, master. He turned to the team at once, shoulders square. Rafik, route. Livia, message cylinder. Beatrice, watch the left screen. Ned, shield support. I'll take the forward lane and draw the pressure. Rafik looked at the chalked street. We don't know where the pressure is. That's why I'm drawing it, Arthur said. Livia's pencil was not allowed in the yard, so her expression did the writing for her. Your clarifying question should probably concern the unsafe ground. Arthur glanced at Ormond, then at the smoke slipping across the stones. Several students from Crown Company watched from the outer rail, Peregrine among them, all still and polished and inconveniently visible. Arthur's chin lifted by a fraction. Question, Master, is the smoke harmful? No, Ormond said. Begin. The whistle cut the air. Arthur moved beautifully for the first 10 seconds. That was the trouble. He raised his shield, advanced through the center lane, and drew every eye in the yard because bravery knew how to dress itself on him. Ned followed half a pace behind with his own shield ready, but Rafik was still reading the side markings, and Beatrice had not finished checking the left screen when Arthur called, Forward now. We can beat the cut. They could not. The center chalk line flared red under Arthur's boot, sealing the lane. The smoke cleared just enough to reveal the abandoned casualty figure behind the screen they had not checked. Livia reached the message cylinder, but the moment she lifted it, a wooden clacker snapped down beside her wrist and marked her captured. Rafik swore under his breath. Ned threw a shield too late, clean enough to be useless, and the whistle blew with 2 minutes still left on the clock. Arthur stopped in the sealed lane with his badge spattered in mud, his shield still raised, and every witness in the yard able to see exactly how fast courage could outrun information. Ormond let the silence stand until Arthur lowered his shield. The smoke pot coughed its last harmless breath across the chalked street, and the red line beneath Arthur's boots faded from warning to chalk again. Crown Company's rail had gone very quiet. That was worse than laughter. Laughter could be answered. Quiet only watched. Reset, Ormond said. No one moved at first. Not the exercise, Ormond said. Your understanding of what failed. Arthur's face had gone pale under the mud. I moved before we had the ground. You moved before you had the problem, Ormond said. He tapped the sealed center lane with his cane. You saw a post, a message cylinder, smoke, witnesses, and a road. You decided the task was to be first through danger. That is theater wearing boots. Arthur flinched, but he did not look away. Yes, Master. Ormond's voice did not soften. Do you know what your team needed from you? Arthur swallowed. Orders. No, thought before orders. You had one clarifying question. You asked whether the smoke was harmful because smoke looked dramatic. Miss March pointed you toward unsafe ground. Mr. Khan had not finished reading the route. Miss Ashcombe had not cleared the flank. Mr. Vale had his shield ready for a danger you had not identified. You used all of them as scenery for your advance. Ned's stomach tightened. Arthur looked as if Ormond had struck him in the chest with the cane instead of words. Peregrine's voice came from the rail, polite and awful. Would a proper commander have waited, Master Ormond? Ormond turned his head. A proper commander would have asked what the chalk meant before asking whether the smoke was poisonous. Since you are not in this exercise, Mr. Roth, you may enjoy the privilege of learning without bleeding pride. Peregrine inclined his head and said nothing else. Ormond looked back at Arthur. Mr. Penrose, courage is not your shortage. That is inconvenient, because boys with too little courage are easier to fix. Your shortage is patience under observation. You want to become the sort of man people are glad to see coming. Good. First become the sort who notices where they are trapped. Arthur's jaw worked once. May I run it again, Master? Not today, Ormond said. Today you will write the failure honestly. Tomorrow you may earn another chance. He stepped aside, leaving the mock village, the abandoned casualty, and the mud-spattered badge plainly visible. Dismissed. Arthur nodded, but the movement was stiff. When he walked back to them, he looked less like a boy denied glory than one who had discovered the shape of his own wanting and hated how clearly everyone could see it. The yard emptied in clumps after Ormond dismissed the class, but Ned stayed because Arthur did not move toward the changing arch. He stood by the practice shields with mud drying on his badge and the failed exercise still arranged behind him like an accusation. The abandoned wooden casualty had been reset on its side, the message cylinder replaced, the chalk lines redrawn. Everything could be made ready again except Arthur's face. Ned picked up one of the spare shields and tested its grip. If you're going to stare at it until it apologizes, you'll be here past supper. Arthur gave him a look too tired to be offended properly. I thought you hated combat. I do, Ned said. That's why I'd like you to stop making it last longer than necessary. Arthur let out a breath that almost became a laugh and failed. I made a mess of it. Yes, Ned said, because lying badly would insult him more. But Ormond didn't say you were useless. He said you were too quick where quick looked impressive. That may be worse. It's not. Useless is harder to repair. Arthur looked at him then, and something in his expression loosened because repair was a language they both trusted. He took the second shield and stepped onto the cleared strip beside the practice yard wall. Timing, then. 3 raises, 2 retreats, formal recovery. Ned groaned. I came to be encouraging, not drilled. You picked up a shield. That was your first error. They began slowly. Arthur called the count, and Ned raised his shield on each beat, holding it longer than he liked because Arthur made him repeat any movement that sagged at the wrist. Mud pulled at Ned's boots. The cold bit his ears. His shoulder began to ache before the 5th pass, and resentment rose with it, familiar and honest. Combat always felt like being asked to enjoy someone else's trade while bruises took notes. Hold the line, Arthur said. I am holding it. You're enduring it. Hold it. Ned gritted his teeth, steadied the shield, and felt the charm settle properly across the rim. The force was not elegant, but it held. Arthur struck once, light and controlled, then waited instead of striking again. Ned lowered the shield. You stopped. I waited, Arthur said, breathing hard. That is apparently different from heroism. It looked painful. It was. Arthur looked toward the chalked village. Again, This time I called a pause before the advance. They ran it once more. Arthur counted, paused, looked left, looked right, and only then moved. Ned followed with shield support, hating every step less because Arthur was not dragging the whole yard after his wanting. When they finished, neither had won anything grand. No one cheered. No badge shone cleaner than before. Arthur rested the shield against his knee. Steady feels smaller than brave. Ned flexed his sore fingers around the grip. Maybe that's why people survive it. They found the worst kind of privacy behind the practice screens, where the yard mud muffled footsteps and the rest of Avalon sounded far enough away to be kinder than it was. Arthur sat on an overturned equipment crate with his shield across his knees, rubbing a streak of dried mud from the edge of his badge with his thumb. It did not come clean. Ned leaned against the timber frame opposite him and let his own sore shoulder complain quietly. Arthur stared at the badge rather than Ned. I don't know how to want it properly. Ned looked toward the mock village. Want what? Battle mage service. Field command. Being useful when people are frightened. Arthur's laugh came out thin and ugly. Being seen being useful when people are frightened. That is the rotten part, isn't it? I want to be brave, but I also want someone to notice. I want to help, but part of me wants the story afterward. Ned said nothing at once. It felt like something that would break if handled too quickly. Arthur's fingers tightened on the shield rim. My father speaks of service as if it is a clean road. Duty, courage, steadiness, sacrifice. Ormond makes it sound like mud, hesitation, counting, and not getting people trapped because I fancied myself impressive for 10 seconds. Ormond is usually less poetic, Ned said. Arthur looked up, startled, then huffed once despite himself. I'm serious. I know. Ned pushed away from the timber frame and sat on the next crate, close enough that Arthur did not have to speak to the whole yard. I wanted people to know I heard wrongness because I was tired of being called wrong. Doesn't mean the skyship was about me. It just means wanting can grab the same handle as the useful thing. Arthur frowned at that. That is either wise or badly phrased. Both, probably. This time Arthur's laugh sounded more human. He looked down at the badge again. You don't think I'm false? I think you're loud inside, Ned said. That's different. Arthur was quiet for a while. Beyond the screens, a bell rang somewhere under stone, and students began moving toward supper. At last he wiped the mud from the badge again, slower this time, not trying to make it shine. Tomorrow I'll ask about the chalk first. Ned nodded. Good. I'll still hate holding the shield. Yes, Arthur said, standing with the shield tucked under one arm. But you'll do it badly enough to keep me humble. Ned looked at him. That was friendly until the end. Arthur's mouth twitched. So was your honesty. 27. Tea parties or recon. Ned discovered that Beatrice's idea of mercy looked very much like an ambush with porcelain cups. The morning after Arthur's combat humiliation, Gear Company's common room had been rearranged while Ned was in Latin. The Brassfield table was covered with a white cloth, the chipped armchairs had been dragged into a polite half-circle, and a tray of little cakes sat beneath a guarded napkin as if Mrs. Bell had been bribed into treason. Livia stood beside the mantel with a notebook open. Beatrice waited by the tea service in gloves. Arthur and Rafik sat stiffly on either side of an empty chair, both wearing expressions of badly concealed guilt. Ned stopped under the gear arch. No. Beatrice lifted the teapot. That is not a complete sentence in a drawing room. It is in a workshop. Then you are fortunate this is not a workshop, she said. Sit down. Ned looked at Arthur. You knew about this. Arthur examined the coal scuttle with desperate interest. I was told it would improve morale. Whose? Beatrice's, I think. Rafik reached toward the covered cakes and received Livia's pencil across his knuckles before he touched the cloth. Reconnaissance requires supplies, he said, wounded. Reconnaissance requires discipline, Livia replied. Cakes are bait, reward, and evidence of weak character. Ned remained standing. I held shields yesterday. I wrote Latin before breakfast. I am not being defeated by tea. Beatrice poured one cup with a graceful turn of her wrist and placed it beside the empty chair. Excellent. Then you should survive 5 minutes. That was how Ned learned he had mistaken the battlefield. Shields shouted. T smiled. He sat when Beatrice indicated the chair, then immediately moved because the chair's back made him look as if he were waiting for punishment. He accepted the cup too quickly, almost clinked the saucer, and answered Beatrice's first question honestly when the correct answer was apparently neither yes nor no, but a small polite sentence that revealed nothing while inviting the other person to trap themselves further. Livia recorded each failure in the notebook. Grip too hard, shoulders defensive, answered direct question directly, reached for cake before senior hostess offered. I did not reach for cake, Ned said. You looked at it with intent. Beatrice set one small cake on a plate and passed it to him. You thought tea and cakes were safer than combat. Ned looked at the cake, then at the two girls watching him with identical merciless calm. I was young then. Arthur laughed first, and Rafik followed, but Beatrice only inclined her head. Good, humor is permitted, relief is not. Again, Mr. Vale, this time, enter the room as if you have not already lost. The second ambush required moving furniture. Beatrice made Arthur and Rafik drag the chairs back, roll the white cloth from the brassfield table, and clear a rectangle of worn carpet before the hearth. Ned watched with growing suspicion while Livia drew a little map of the room in her notebook, marking chairs, cake tray, tea service, door, window, mantel, and social hazards. Why does the cake tray have 3 danger marks? Ned asked. Because Rafik exists, Livia said. Rafik, who had acquired a current cake with no visible movement of hand, looked offended. I am being slandered by the mapping authority. Beatrice took the cake from his fingers and returned it to the tray without looking at him. Dancing next. Ned stared at her. No. You have overused that answer, Beatrice said. It is becoming less effective. Arthur brightened with the fragile hope of a boy no longer first in line for execution. Dancing is not so bad. You look happy because you know how, Ned said. I know how badly enough to recognize worse. Thank you. Beatrice stepped into the cleared space and held out one gloved hand. Dancing is controlled battlefield movement with prettier shoes. You must know where your feet are, where other people expect them to go, how close you are permitted to stand, how to turn without collision, and how to recover when someone uses grace to push you where they want you. Ned did not take her hand at once. That sounds more useful than dancing. It is dancing, she said. He took her hand. The first attempt lasted 6 steps before he trod too carefully, watched his feet, missed the turn, and nearly backed into Arthur. Beatrice stopped him with one precise hand at his shoulder. You are not a condemned boiler being wheeled toward dismantling, she said. Arthur, instructed to play a practice noble, lifted his chin and attempted a languid drawl. Indeed, Mr. Vale, one should move as if born to the room. Rafik stole another cake during the performance. Livia pointed her pencil without looking up. Trap 1, condescension disguised as instruction. Trap 2, watching your feet reveals discomfort. Trap 3, Arthur should never be allowed near theater. Arthur dropped the drawl. That was hurtful. It was evidence. Beatrice reset Ned's hand, turned him back to the start, and made him breathe before moving. This time he watched her shoulder instead of his boots, felt the pressure in her fingers before the turn, and followed late but not disastrously. The room did not applaud. That helped. Again, Beatrice said, less apology in the knees. Ned looked at the carpet, then at Arthur's badly noble posture, Rafik's suspiciously empty fingers, and Livia's page full of traps. I think I preferred shields. No, you didn't, Arthur said. Ned sighed and lifted his hand again. No, but shields were more honest about wanting me dead. Ned survived 3 more turns across the cleared carpet before Beatrice judged him no longer a danger to feet, furniture, or Britain. He thought that meant release. Instead, Livia claimed the tea table again, removed the cake tray to a distance Rafik called politically provocative, and set a thin Latin primer beside Ned's cup with the tenderness of a jailer presenting chains. Ned looked at the book. Absolutely not. Beatrice folded her gloves beside the saucers. You said that with better posture. Progress. I mean it with all my posture. Livia opened the primer to a marked page. Latin is next. Latin is dead, Ned said. I have been told so by everyone who wishes to make me suffer through it anyway. Latin is not dead, Livia said, sitting opposite him. Latin is locked. That is why people keep keys. Rafik, deprived of cake, leaned back in his chair with mournful interest. That sounds ominous enough to be educational. Livia turned the primer toward Ned. Nobles use Latin in letters, mottos, old contracts, estate charters, school records, branch inscriptions, and polite rooms where they want to say something while pretending anyone who matters can understand. Magical families do the same with spell terms, oath clauses, ward marks, and guild language. It is not a dead subject. It is a door that opens for some people and stays shut in other people's faces. Ned looked down at the printed declensions. They still looked like a punishment invented by ink. So I'm learning it because they're rude. You are learning it because rudeness becomes dangerous when it can hide instructions, Livia said. Arthur, still recovering from his noble performance, frowned at the page. People would truly say things over someone's head while he was standing there? Beatrice's answer came too quickly to be theoretical. Yes. That quiet yes changed the room more than Livia's pencil ever could. Ned looked at Beatrice and saw, under the polish, old rooms she had stood in while adults spoke around her as if understanding could be granted or withheld by birth. Her family pressure had manners. Apparently manners could still put someone behind glass. Livia tapped one line. Read this. Ned leaned closer. Non. Omnia. Clara. Sunt. Not everything is clear, Livia said. Useful phrase. Because nothing here is clear? Because people often lie by making a thing sound clear. Ned stared at the primer, then at the teacups, the mapped hazards, the cleared dance space, and the cakes held hostage across the room. Latin had been a wall yesterday. Now it was still a wall, but one with hinges if he could bear the work. He picked up his pencil. Again, then, but if Latin is a locked door, Rafik is not allowed to eat the key. Rafik placed one hand over his heart. I am wounded by the accusation. Livia did not look up from the page. You have crumbs on your sleeve. Ned bent over the primer before Rafik could defend himself, and this time the words did not feel dead. They felt guarded. That was worse, but it was also something he understood. The true examination arrived without warning, which Ned suspected had been Beatrice's plan all along. The common room door opened while Livia was making him decline a second cake without sounding wounded, and Peregrine Roth stepped inside with 2 Crown Company boys and a folded notice in one hand. He stopped when he saw the tea service, the cleared dance space, Arthur pretending not to enjoy anyone else's suffering, and Ned seated with a Latin primer beside his cup. Peregrine's eyebrows rose. How industrious. Gear Company has discovered civilization and is attempting to reproduce it indoors. Rafik reached for the cake tray. We are still in the experimental stage. Livia moved the tray without looking at him. Some failures recur. Peregrine's gaze settled on Ned's posture, then on the primer. Latin too? Ambitious. Ned felt the old heat rise in him, but Beatrice's hand rested lightly on the table near her saucer. Not stopping him, reminding him there were cups, witnesses, and better tools than fists. He picked up his tea carefully enough not to clink the china. Apparently it's useful in rooms where people say things they don't want everyone to understand. One of the Crown boys murmured something in Latin too quickly for Ned to catch all of it. He caught only 3 words: puer, utilitas, and liman. Boy, usefulness, threshold. The tone did the rest. The boy smiled as if he had closed a door Ned couldn't see. Ned set the cup down before answering. Non omnia clara sunt, he said, slowly enough that each word had to stand on its own. But some things are clear enough. The Crown boy's smile slipped. Peregrine looked at him more sharply. You are improving, Vale. I'm being managed, Ned said. Beatrice's mouth curved. A useful distinction. Livia's pencil moved across the notebook. Caught partial insult. Did not overreach translation. Answered with known phrase. Did not spill tea. Acceptable progress. Arthur leaned toward Ned and whispered badly, you did not look at the cake once. I thought about throwing it, Ned murmured. Peregrine heard that, because of course he did, and gave a small, unwilling laugh. Do let me know when Gear Company begins lessons in restraint. I may audit the course. Beatrice lifted the teapot. You may apply in writing. The Crown boys retreated with less polish than they had entered. Peregrine lingered one breath longer, then inclined his head and followed them out. Ned watched the door close, his pulse still too quick and his hands too aware of the cup's fragile handle. Livia finally slid the cake tray toward him. Reward. Ned took one cake with deliberate dignity. Tea parties are awful. Yes, Beatrice said, pouring fresh tea, but now you know they can be survived. 28. Crown Workshop Practical. The Crown Workshop practical felt like rescue until Ned saw how many tools had rules attached to them. After yesterday's tea, dancing, and Latin ambush, he had expected anything with benches to feel honest by comparison. The West Practical Hall almost managed it. It was long, high-windowed, and warm with contained furnace heat, its walls lined with blackstone cabinets, brass drawers, sealed crystal lockers, and racks of instruments arranged so neatly that even Pike would have struggled to insult them before breakfast. Master Harrow stopped the selected second years behind a painted line just inside the door. You are observers. You may carry what you are handed. You may record what you are told. You may not test, tune, open, unscrew, compare, improve, warm, cool, polish, or rescue any instrument without permission. Arthur glanced at Ned. Rescue? Harrow did not blink. Mr. Vale has a sentimental relationship with distressed equipment. I do not, Ned said. Pike, who had come as supervising workshop authority and looked pleased to have found a new room full of things to forbid, said, You once apologized to a bent clamp. It had been abused. That is not a denial. The Crown Workshop Master, Mrs. Halver, waited beside the first bench in a dark blue service coat with silver tool loops across her chest. She had square hands, clear spectacles, and the expression of someone who trusted equipment more than students but was willing to let students improve. This is not a school bench, she said. This is a service bench. Nothing here exists because it is pretty. If it is pretty, that is either tradition, arrogance, or an expensive accident. Rafik leaned closer to Ned. I like her already. Ned barely heard him. The bench held more tools than some dock sheds owned altogether. Diagnostic rods nested in velvet troughs, lamp foci with crystal lenses no wider than coins, blackstone-jawed clamps, pressure gauges, harmonic gauges, dampers, probes, recording slates, specialist styli, sealed service keys, fine circuit needles, and task-tuned implements whose handles had been shaped for purposes he did not yet know how to name. None of them looked general. Every tool looked as if it had been made to answer one problem properly rather than many problems badly. Mrs. Halver lifted a narrow rod with a smoky bead at its tip. This is not a wand. It casts nothing worth boasting about. It marks stress in fine channels and refuses to pretend broad work is precision. Ned's fingers curled against his palm before he could stop them. Harrow saw. Of course he saw. Observation first, Mr. Vale. Ned forced his hand flat against his notebook. Yes, sir. Mrs. Halver set the rod down with care. Good. Wanting a tool before understanding its temper is how benches acquire bloodstains. Mrs. Halver did not let them touch the fine circuit rod. She put it back in its trough, locked the little brass latch, and led them to a secondary bench where students could stand close enough to see without breathing directly into anything expensive. The bench held broken practice boards, dull wire, cracked charm channel plates, spent bead housings, and three-handled tools marked student demonstration, which did not make them look safer. You may sort, Mrs. Halver said. You may compare. You may record what each implement is built to do. If your fingers become ambitious, Master Harrow will make them reflective. Arthur looked at Ned. Can fingers be reflective? They can be bandaged, Ned said. Pike made a pleased sound. Learning occurs. Ned took the first student tool when Mrs. Halver handed it across. It was a blunt marking stylus with a cloudy crystal set in the grip, too heavy near the point and too sluggish when he touched it to the test plate. It would mark a channel, yes, but it dragged through fine work as if every line were a cart rut. He recorded that carefully because Harrow stood near enough to hear bad handwriting. The second tool answered cleaner but too broadly. The third felt almost right until Ned angled it toward the smallest practice circuit and the line fattened where it should have narrowed. He stared at the blur, then at his own wand resting in the approved tray beside his notebook. His wand would cast. It would light, mark, seal, warm, and steady. It was his hand made formal, but asking it to work inside that circuit felt like using a dock hammer to set watch screws. Mrs. Halver watched his face. New commission? Ned blinked. No. You have the expression of a boy pricing trouble in his head. Pike's eyebrows rose. A familiar expression. Ned looked down at the practice plate. The answer came before he made it pretty. New wand. Arthur stopped sorting wire. Rafik turned. Livia's pencil lifted. Mrs. Halver did not laugh. Did you break the old one? No, Ned said, too quickly. then slowed because Beatrice would have kicked him under a tea table for that tone. No, mistress. My wand is good. It's broad work, general work, but fine circuits don't want broad. They want a narrower answer. A stylus, maybe. Wand shaped enough for casting habit, tool shaped enough not to smear the line. Harrow's gaze sharpened. You are describing a task focus. Ned looked at him. Am I allowed to want one? Pike snorted. Wanting is not regulated. Building one is. Mrs. Halver took the blurred plate, inspected it, and set it back in front of him. Then begin properly. Write what job the tool must do before you decide what shape it deserves. Mrs. Halver gave Ned 10 minutes, 1 pencil, and a sheet of grid paper that smelled faintly of starch and cabinet dust. Job first, she said. Shape second. Materials last. If you begin by drawing something handsome, I shall assume you are designing jewelry and send you to someone crueler. Ned bent over the sheet. Around him, the others sorted practice tools and compared notes, but the workshop had narrowed to paper, blurred circuit line, and the remembered feel of the student stylus dragging too broad. He wrote slowly. Fine charm channel marking, low pressure, narrow response, no spread at turns, steady underhand heat. The words were plain and ugly. That made them easier to trust. Mrs. Halver returned with a tray. On it lay the disreputable mountain rat. Ned straightened at once. That's mine. Is it? Mrs. Halver asked. Gear Company common set, Livia corrected from the next bench without looking up. Repaired by Edmund Vale under Pike's supervision. Salvage record attached. Mrs. Halver lifted the little scout with tongs. Its mismatched legs tucked badly beneath its cloak, the repaired hinge darkened by old wax, and the side brace sat at an angle no respectable manufacturer would have admitted aloud. Ugly. Yes, Ned said, before pride could make him foolish. It was worse. Arthur looked offended on the scout's behalf. It has character. It has several characters, none of them speaking to one another, Mrs. Halver said. She turned the piece under a lamp. I expected crude patchwork. This axle seat is not standard. No, Ned said. The old one split. And this spring? Wrong size. Trimmed and doubled. This brace should foul the left leg. It did. Ned pointed before remembering not to touch, then drew his hand back. I shaved the inside, then offset the pin. Mrs. Halver's spectacles caught the lamp glow. She moved the scout across a test slate. The ugly little piece crouched, climbed over a raised ridge, hesitated where the repaired hinge had once bitten, then shifted its weight and settled cleanly on the far side. The silence after that felt different from mockery. Mrs. Halver looked from the scout to Ned's grid paper. Mismatched parts, non-standard geometry, functional weight transfer, hidden competence under a face only a workshop could love. Pike's mouth twitched. He does that. Ned looked down, embarrassed and pleased in a way that made both feelings worse. It only needed to work. No, Mrs. Halver said, setting the scout beside his task focus notes. It needed someone to ask what the broken pieces could still become. That is not the same thing. Mrs. Halver did not return the scout at once. She placed it beside a shallow tray that held a small practice racer with its panels off, wheels exposed, and belly lifted on a brass stand. Ned recognized it a heartbeat later and felt his stomach drop. It was one of the red slip discards he had repaired after the Brassfield chaos, ugly as regret, with mismatched wheels, scraped paint, and a frame that had once been cracked nearly through. That one was not on today's demonstration list, Ned said. No, Pike said. It was on mine. Mrs. Halver rolled the nearest wheel with one fingertip. The opposite wheel turned. Then the rear pair answered with a small, smooth catch. This was built as a fixed-axle student toy. It was broken as one, Ned said. Harrow's eyes narrowed by a fraction. Explain. Ned looked at the little racer, then at the adults, then at his own grid paper where fine circuit, narrow response, and no spread at turns waited in cramped writing. All the fixed axles in the scrap bin were beyond repair. Bent, cracked, or worn thin at the bearing seats. If I used one anyway, the wheels would bind after 2 runs, or the frame would twist. So you made each wheel move another way, Mrs. Halver said. Yes, mistress. Ned leaned closer, careful to keep his hands behind the bench line until Pike nodded permission. Then he pointed to the underside. I set short half shafts here and here, used the small gear teeth from a broken timing toy, and linked them through the middle because otherwise one wheel pulled hard and the other just followed. It looked stupid when only one side answered. Arthur blinked. That is why it kept grip on the corner. Rafik looked delighted. It was not bravery. It was engineering. It was desperation, Ned said. Mrs. Halver turned another wheel. All four answered in sequence, neat and stubborn. Four-wheel drive. Ned winced before he could stop himself. I didn't mean to cheat. The workshop went quiet in the wrong way. Pike's expression flattened. Ned rushed on. I mean, I didn't build it to be unfair. I was trying to make it run at all. The fixed axle solution was dead, so the other answer became this. I should have marked the change before it went on the table. Harrow's voice was dry but not angry. At last, the useful confession. Mrs. Halver set the racer beside the Scout and tapped Ned's task focus sheet. Remember this. Constraints make inventions. Records make them honest. If your new stylus works because you lack the proper tool, that may be clever. If you hide why it works, that becomes trouble. Ned looked at the ugly racer, the Scout, and the blank shape waiting in his notes. Then I'll write the trouble down before I build it. Pike nodded once. That is the first sensible thing you have said all afternoon. 29. The wrong permission. Livia's registry room practical began with the sort of silence that made Ned miss hammers. The records annex sat behind the east administrative stair, past two warded doors, one brass grill, and a clerk who checked their names against 3 separate lists before allowing them to breathe near the cabinets. There were no furnaces, no benches, no bright tools arranged in honest rows. There were only tall drawers, green-shaded lamps, ink, dust, polished wood, and paper enough to bury a boy more thoroughly than mud ever could. Master Harrow had come as named responsible adult, though he looked even less pleased with records than he did with students. Beside him stood Mistress Vale, the registry supervisor, a narrow woman in burgundy cuffs whose spectacles hung from a chain like an accusation. Today's practical is restricted observation. Miss March will copy index references under supervision. Mr. Vale and Mr. Kahn will observe process and carry no drawer, file, slip, tag, stamp, or rumor unless instructed. Rafik glanced at the endless cabinets. Can one carry a rumor improperly? Constantly, Mistress Vale said. That is why this room exists. Livia stood straighter than Ned had ever seen her stand in combat yard, tea room, or workshop. She had her notebook ready, her pencil sharpened, and her face arranged into calm attention, but Ned saw the small brightness in her eyes. He had felt that same pull yesterday when Mrs. Halver showed him task-tuned tools. Livia did not look at the cabinets as furniture. She looked at them as machinery. Mistress Vale unlocked the first drawer and drew out a tray of index slips. Permissions are not dead paper. They are movement. This slip says a student may enter a workshop. This one says a master may issue crystal dust. This one says a family may request interview access. This one says a root office may ask whether a named student has field restriction. Power often enters rooms by being dull enough not to offend anyone. Ned looked at the little slips, each one no larger than a folded handbill. That small? That small, Livia said softly. Mistress Vale placed a blank copy sheet before her. Miss March, copy the first 10 references exactly. Do not improve them. Do not interpret them. Do not tidy them into sense they have not earned. Livia dipped her pen. Yes, mistress. Ned watched her begin, neat stroke by neat stroke, and understood why Voss had noticed her. Livia did not simply read rules. She listened to where they leaned. By the 4th copied line, her pencil hand had gone still over the margin, and her eyes had narrowed at a cross-reference nobody else had yet named. Livia did not stop copying. That was the first sign Ned understood. If he had found wrongness in crystal, his face would have betrayed him before his mouth did. Livia's gift was colder. Her pen continued across the line, neat and obedient, while the pencil in her other hand made one tiny dot beside the margin. Ned saw Mistress Vale's eyes move to that dot. Miss March, Mistress Vale said, you have noticed something. Livia finished the word she was copying before she lifted her head. A cross-reference, mistress. Possibly harmless. Harrow's voice came from behind Ned. Possibly is not a report. No, sir. Livia turned the tray slightly, not enough to disturb the order, only enough for the adults to see the line. Permission query D17 references Edmund Vale's doc intake file, But it also touches copied workshop records, focus permission notes, and a root office request. They should not all sit under one inquiry unless someone asked for a full suitability pattern. Ned felt his name pass through the room like a cold draft. My doc file? Rafik leaned forward before remembering not to touch the table. And a root office request? Why would roots need Ned's workshop permissions? They might not, Livia said. Her voice stayed careful, which made the words worse. A root office may ask whether a student has field restrictions if he is listed for a practical. A workshop may copy permissions if the student uses controlled dust or focus parts. A doc file may be opened for background confirmation. Individually, those are lawful. Together, under one neat reference, they are tidy. Mistress Vale's spectacles flashed. Tidy is not a procedural category. No, Mistress, Livia said. That is why I used possibly harmless first. Harrow stepped closer and looked down at the slip without touching it. Date? 3 days after the railway control practical, Livia said. Ned looked at the little paper and tried to see what she saw. It was only ink, numbers, abbreviations, and one small cross mark beside his name. It did not hum. It did not itch behind his teeth. It sat there cleanly, like a thing that had every right to exist. Rafik's mouth tightened. 3 days after an order with proper stamps delayed medical chests in the exercise. Mistress Vale looked at him sharply. Mr. Khan. He straightened. Observation, Mistress, not accusation. Livia's fingers rested on either side of the tray, steady as clamps. It may be nothing, but if someone wanted to know where Ned could be requested, what tools he was allowed near, and which root offices had reason to ask after him, this is the shape I would expect the question to leave. Ned looked at her then, not at the slip. Livia's face was pale, but her eyes were bright with the awful satisfaction of a mechanism revealing its hidden tooth. Mistress Vale did not let anyone reach for the tray after that. She slid a black card beneath the suspicious slip, lifted it with a flat brass blade, and set the whole thing inside a shallow evidence frame with the care other people gave hot glass. The registry room changed around that small motion. It remained quiet, dusty, and lit by green lamps, but the quiet had acquired teeth. A warded bell chimed once above the inner door. Rafik looked up. Did someone call that? Mistress Vale sealed the evidence frame with a line of red wax. The room did. Ned did not like that answer at all. The inner door opened before anyone could ask another question. Justiciar Voss entered in white and gold, not hurried, not surprised, and not pleased. Her gaze moved from Harrow to Mistress Vale, then to Livia's copied sheet, the sealed frame. Rafik's hands held carefully away from the table, and finally Ned. She read the room before anyone spoke. Report, Voss said. Mistress Vale handed her Livia's copied references. Student March identified an irregular cross-reference during supervised copying. No file was removed. No drawer was disturbed beyond permitted instruction. Master Harrow witnessed. Voss looked at Livia. In your words, Miss March. Livia's chin lifted. The reference is lawful in its individual parts, Justiciar, but the grouping is too clean. It gathers Mr. Vale's old doc status, current workshop permissions, emerging focus access, and root office inquiry into one line of movement. That does not prove hostile action. It proves someone asked a question with useful shape. Voss's face remained still, but Ned saw the faintest shift in Harrow's shoulders. Approval, perhaps, or concern wearing the same coat. Good, Voss said, careful, limited, and properly irritating. Livia blinked once. Thank you, Justiciar. It was not a compliment without consequence. Voss set the copied sheet beside the evidence frame and drew both away from the student side of the table. This file is removed from student access. You will make no private copies. You will not discuss the reference outside authorized supervision. You will not test adjacent drawers, ask clever questions of clerks, or attempt to discover whether your suspicion was correct. Livia went very still, because that would alert whoever made the query. And because you are a student, Voss said. Both reasons are true. Ned expected Livia to argue. Instead, she folded her hands over her empty notebook space, knuckles pale. I understand. Voss looked at her for one long moment. I know, that is why you are angry. Livia's mouth tightened, and for the first time in the registry room, her neatness looked less like discipline than something holding itself together by force. Voss did not dismiss them from the registry room at once. That was the cruelty of proper procedure. Mistress Vale reset the index tray. Harrow placed himself between Ned and the sealed evidence frame as if paper might leap, and Livia was instructed to complete the remaining copies from a fresh drawer under direct supervision. The suspicious slip had vanished into Voss's case, but the shape of it remained on the table, cleaner and sharper than dust. Ned stood beside Rafik with his hands behind his back and watched Livia copy line after line. Her pen did not shake. That made it worse. Anger had not made her careless. It had made her exact. Rafik murmured, "She is going to bite someone through paperwork one day." Ned kept his voice low. "Can you do that?" "In this room?" Rafik said. "Probably with 3 witnesses and a stamp." Harrow looked over his shoulder. "Mr. Khan, if you are quite finished inventing violent clerical metaphors, observe Miss March properly." Rafik straightened. "Yes, master." Ned looked properly then. Livia's eyes moved before her pen did. She checked dates, margins, reference roots, ink age, drawer code, copy mark, and the little habits clerks left behind because human hands were never as invisible as official systems pretended. She did not hear a wrong hum. She heard a wrong arrangement. The realization settled under Ned's ribs with a weight he recognized too well. "She can tell when paper sounds wrong," he said. Livia's pen paused for one fraction of a breath, then moved on. Voss closed her case. A crude way to put it. "But true?" Ned asked. Voss looked at him, and the room seemed to listen through her. "True enough to require care." Livia finished the line before lifting her head. "I did not do anything dangerous." "You noticed something dangerous," Voss said. "Do not confuse the two. Noticing changes your position in the room, even when your hands remain still." Ned felt that sentence find him too. A year ago, wrongness had lived in crystals, engines, and lift frames. Now it had spread into ledgers, permissions, routes, tools, and the quiet places where people ask lawful questions for unlawful reasons. Livia saw those places. That meant the Empire could use her. So could anyone else clever enough to ask. Livia met Ned's eyes across the table, pale and furious and proud despite herself. "I hate this room." Ned thought of skyship hum, relay heat, and Voss's truth pulling straight through him. "Yes," he said, "but it hurt you." 30. Naval Yard Day. The naval yard did not smell like Avalon, and that was the first mercy of the day. After the registry room's dust, green lamps, and paper that seemed to listen too carefully, Ned found honest assault in coal smoke, tar, hot iron, river mud, salt tang, and the deep greasy breath of engines warming somewhere beyond the brick warehouses. The yard opened around them in hard lines of dock wall, crane arm, chain, rail, stacked armor plate, and half-built hulls rising from dry docks like black steel cliffs with scaffolds nailed against their sides. Master Harrow stopped the student party at the painted boundary beside a brass sign that read Crown Naval Yard, supervised arcane observation only. Mistress Pike stood behind him with a ledger case under one arm. A naval officer in dark blue waited by the gatehouse, his cuffs marked with silver waves and a tiny crystal anchor. He looked at the students as if counting how many problems had been delivered in school coats. "This is Commander Hale," Harrow said. "He owns your movements until we leave. I own your hands around crystal systems. Mistress Pike owns any tool you imagine borrowing. If those authorities conflict, assume the answer is no until an adult has finished disagreeing." Rafik looked past the gate toward a line of signal masts and swallowed visibly. "That is a great deal of no, sir." "It is a naval yard," Commander Hale said. "No is one of our cheaper safety devices." Arthur stood very straight, his eyes pulled toward a battleship hull where men crawled over scaffolds like dark insects against steel. "Are those ward plates, sir?" "They will be," Hale said. "At present they are expensive slabs waiting for clever people not to drop them." Ned followed the commander's gesture and saw the scale of the thing properly. Not a model, not a classroom plate, not a brassfield ship pretending to matter under crystal light. The battleship's flank stretched longer than Gear Company's whole corridor, riveted, plated, and ribbed for ward housings. Coal crews moved carts along rails below. Steam cranes swung armor sections with slow, brutal patience. High on the scaffolds, 2 workers in Warder's gray guided a blackstone-backed crystal plate into a frame while a naval tuner watched through a diagnostic lens. Livia's pencil had already appeared. Adult authority, tool limits, movement limits, and no touching anything expensive. Noted. Pike glanced at Ned. Add no falling in love with machinery above your station. Ned looked at the great hull, the ward plate settling into its blackstone bed, and the signal room's glass windows glinting above the dock. I'll try, mistress. Harrow's mouth flattened. Try harder. Commander Hale led them along the marked visitor gantry, far enough from the dry dock edge to keep even curiosity from falling to its death. The battleship's hull loomed beside them, black and iron and unfinished, its plates damp with river air. Steam cranes groaned overhead. Men on the scaffold shouted numbers back and forth while a chain lift lowered another ward plate toward a blackstone cradle cut into the ship's flank. Ned kept his hands around his notebook. It was either that or reach for everything. A naval tuner stood on the lower staging with a diagnostic rod tucked under one arm and a slate clipped to his belt. His service coat was dark blue like Hale's, but his cuffs carried a silver crystal knot instead of waves. He looked up as the students approached and waited until the plate had settled into its cradle before speaking. Housing seated, one of the warders called. Not seated, the tuner replied. Resting. It earns seated when the readings agree. Arthur whispered, that is wonderfully severe. That is professional, Harrow said. Commander Hale gestured to the tuner. Master Turn will explain the integration. Master Turn looked at the students as if explaining ships to children was tolerable only because ships deserved witnesses. A battleship is not a crystal platform with guns. It is not a steam engine wearing magic. It survives because steam, steel, blackstone, crystal, warding, signal, crew, and command each remember what they are for. Ned looked from the coal carts below to the crystal plate in its cradle. Steam moves her. Yes, Turn said. Steam moves her screws, pumps, cranes, turrets, lifts, and half the ugly work sailors curse at before breakfast. Steel holds shape. Blackstone contains and isolates. Crystal gives ward response, range-finding support, signal precision, shell harmonics, defensive screens, and emergency correction. If crystal tries to be muscle, you waste power and break housings. If steam tries to be magic, you get dead men and a very loud inquiry. Rafiq's eyes tracked the signal masts. En routes tell her where she is useful. Hale nodded once. Or where she is late. Turn tapped the ward plate with his diagnostic rod. A pale line crawled across the blackstone backing, paused at a brass seam, then steadied. Respect between systems is not poetry. It is engineering. The ship lives because no part is allowed to pretend it is the whole ship. Ned wrote that down exactly. He could feel Harrow watching, but the words were too useful to resent. Last year, wrongness had sounded like one crystal pulling sideways against a frame. Here, everything pulled against everything else, and the miracle was that trained people made the pulling agree. Master Turn did not let Ned touch the ward plate. He did, however, hand him a brass-cased marker lamp with a green permission tag tied round its handle, and that felt almost more dangerous. The lamp was heavier than it looked, warm from recent use, with a narrow crystal lens at the front and a thumb catch worn smooth by working hands. Student Vale, Turn said, you may hold this at the seam I name. You may illuminate the mark. You may not interpret the reading aloud until I ask. You may not adjust the lamp. You may not decide the seam has become your personal moral responsibility. Ned took the lamp carefully. Yes, Master. Pike's voice came from behind him. Repeat the useful part. Hold. Illuminate. Don't adjust. Don't own the seam. Acceptable. A warder on the staging pointed Ned toward a marked square beside the cradle. Harrow stepped close enough that Ned could feel him there without looking. The dry dock opened beneath the scaffold grating, all height, noise, steel ribs, and men working with the calm of people who trusted procedures because falling would not give them time to invent new ones. Ned planted his boots inside the square and lifted the marker lamp when Turn tapped the seam. Light, Turn said. Ned pressed the thumb catch. The lamp cast a thin green line across brass, blackstone, and the edge of the ward plate. It showed a tiny miscoloring where sealing compound had settled unevenly, not wrong enough to alarm, not clean enough to ignore. The itch behind Ned's teeth woke at once, but faintly, like a question asked from another room. He kept his mouth shut. Turn glanced at him. Report. Green line holds, Ned said slowly. Compound looks thicker at the lower edge. It feels heavier there, but the plate isn't pulling. I would mark it for adult inspection, not open it. Harrow's gaze stayed on the seam. Good. Why not open it? Because I'm holding a lamp, not a license, Ned said. Arthur made the smallest pleased sound behind him. Turn took the lamp back, checked the seam with his own rod, and marked the slate. Minor receipt after curing. No emergency. No heroics. Useful. Ned stepped back from the marked square before relief could make him careless. He had done almost nothing. He had held light where told, named one small thing, and let trained hands decide what it meant. The battleship remained unfinished, enormous, and entirely not his to save. Harrow's mouth barely moved. You are learning. Ned tucked his hands around his notebook again, because they wanted to be proud and pride had reach. I'm trying, sir. The practical should have ended with the seam mark, but Commander Hale took them by the long way round to the signal gallery before releasing them back to Avalon. The gallery overlooked the yard through tall panes streaked with river mist and coal dust. Below, the unfinished battleship lay open to cranes, riveters, cart tracks, and men moving with purposeful smallness against steel. Above the windows, a wall chart marked convoy lanes, naval patrol corridors, coal depots, dry dock schedules, and crystal allotment notes in careful colors. Rafik stopped so suddenly Arthur bumped his shoulder. That is the Western Convoy Board. Hale glanced back. Observation only, Mr. Khan. Yes, sir, Rafik said, but his eyes were already moving. The lower route is doubled. For winter security, Hale said. And because the upper signal chain is late, Rafik said before caution could catch him. The room went quiet enough for pencil scratches to sound rude. Hale looked at Harrow. Harrow looked at Rafik. Rafik swallowed, then pointed without touching the glass cover. There, sir. The coal depots are marked as if the Northern Tower reports are reliable, but the reserve dates are staggered. That means the schedule trusts messages before it trusts wagons. Hale's face did not change, but his attention sharpened. You have route training? Classroom work, sir, and family letters with too much weather removed from them. Ned saw Livia's pencil pause at the dangerous cleverness of that answer. Hale turned to the board again. Useful, not complete. No, sir, Rafik said quickly. I only meant the board tells two truths at once. Most good boards do. Hale tapped one gloved finger against the frame. The Empire is not a single machine, Mr. Vale. Nor is it a single route, Mr. Khan, or a single brave advance, Mr. Penrose. It is many systems agreeing imperfectly under strain. A battleship leaves harbor only when dock, coal, route, crew, signal, ward, crystal, and orders all consent in their own languages. Arthur looked down at the hull below. And if one does not? Then someone sensible notices before the sea does, Hale said. Ned followed the board's colored lines toward the marks for Saffron Pass and felt the day's lesson settle with uncomfortable weight. The ship below was not only a ship, it was route tables, signal trust, coal timing, ward plates, tools, permission slips, and men who would one day stand inside all that work and call it armor. Pike closed her ledger case. That is enough naval grandeur for one afternoon. Rafik was still staring at the board. It's not grandeur, mistress. Ned looked from the hull to the signal lines and understood him. It's consequences. Hale gave them a short nod. Better. Take that back to school. 31. Yard smoke and small tools. By the time Gear Company reclaimed them after supper, the naval yard had followed Ned indoors in the smell of tar on his cuffs and coal smoke caught deep in his hair. The common room fire had never looked less like a boiler and more like mercy. Seniors argued over a broken kettle valve near the hearth. 2 first-years were losing a polishing contest against a brass pressure cap, and someone had pinned a new pudding wager beside the unofficial marks board. It should have been ordinary enough to scrape the yard out of him, but Ned still saw the battleship's flank whenever he blinked. Rafik spread his notes across the map table before he sat down. The Western Convoy Board was lying politely, he said, tapping one corner where he had copied colored lines in 4 shades of pencil. Not falsely, politely. There's a difference, and it's infuriating. Arthur dropped into the chair opposite him with the stunned satisfaction of a boy who had seen discipline made out of steel. Commander Hale said no is a cheaper safety device. I think Ormond would approve of naval people. They make refusal sound almost heroic. Livia, already writing, didn't look up. No is one of our cheaper safety devices. Exact wording matters. Also, he used it after establishing 3 overlapping authorities, which makes it less a phrase and more a system. Beatrice drew off her gloves and laid them neatly beside Rafiq's claimed corner of the table. Naval authority is interesting. It performs class differently. A commander need not appear noble when every crane, gate, sign, and boundary line has already agreed to obey him. She glanced at Arthur. That is not the same as grandeur, no matter how you looked at the battleship. I looked at it with professional restraint, Arthur said, which might have convinced someone who hadn't been there. Ned sat last, notebook closed between his hands because opening it felt too much like being back beside the ward plate. Holding the lamp was harder than I thought. The others quieted, not dramatically, but enough that the room's little noises came forward. Ned looked down at his fingers. Turn told me where to stand and what to light, and that was all. I didn't touch the seam. I didn't adjust the lamp. I didn't own it. Somehow doing almost nothing felt like more work than fixing something. Livia's pencil softened its scrape. That means the lesson worked. Ned gave a reluctant nod, then opened the notebook at last. The copied seam mark sat beside a tiny sketch of the marker lamp's narrow lens, and under it he had written 3 words he could not stop thinking about. Smaller, cleaner, permitted. The words looked harmless until Ned began drawing beneath them. The marker lamp from the naval yard hadn't been beautiful. It had been brass-cased, thumb-worn, and too heavy for fine work, but its narrow green line had obeyed exactly because it had been made for 1 job and not 6. Ned sketched the lens first, then a slimmer barrel, then a grip no longer than his palm, with a tiny channel for crystal dust and a collar that could take a marker charm without wasting half the spell in spread light. Rafiq leaned over the table. That is not a ship part. No, Ned said, shading the collar with the side of his pencil. Signal work, maybe, or seam marking, small lines, fine circuits, places where the main wand feels like using a coal shovel to stir tea. Arthur brightened. A specialist wand? Ned winced. Don't call it that. Livia turned the notebook toward herself without asking, which would have annoyed him more if she hadn't already saved him from 3 forms and 1 public embarrassment this term. Fine marker focus, proposed use, permitted marking, light channeling, and inspection support. Not independent tuning, not field correction, not emergency intervention. That is a great deal of not, Rafiq said. It keeps him alive, Livia said. It also makes it sound boring, Ned muttered. A shadow fell across the map table before the others could answer. Mistress Pike stood behind him with a mug in one hand, a folded workshop notice in the other, and the expression of a woman who had heard ambition trying to sneak past supervision. Mr. Vale, when your pencil begins designing apologies in advance, I prefer to be present before the apology becomes expensive. Ned closed his notebook too late. It's only a sketch, mistress. Yes, Pike said. That is the stage at which cleverness is cheapest to discipline. She held out her free hand. Show me. He passed the notebook over and watched her eyes move across the drawing. Pike didn't laugh. That helped. She also didn't smile. That worried him more. After a moment, she set the mug down on a coaster made from an old pressure gauge and tapped the smallest version of the design with 1 finger. This one, she said. No adjustable collar. No field-grade crystal. No independent spell reservoir. You may build a harmless chalk line marker from approved scrap under my eye tomorrow after lessons. 1 hour. Red slip. Tray limits. Livia writes the proposed use before you touch a file. Ned stared. You're allowing it? I am cutting the fuse before you decide the canon is educational, Pike said. Small permitted work is how serious people avoid stupid heroics. Learn to love that, Mr. Vale, or spend your life being chased away from levers. Pike left with Ned's notebook under one arm and the workshop notice still folded in her hand, which made permission feel less like a gift and more like a hostage exchange. Ned watched her cross the common room, paused to confiscate a first year's improperly modified polishing rag, and vanished through the arch before he allowed himself to breathe properly. The others held their silence for nearly 5 seconds, which in Gear Company counted as solemn ceremony. Arthur leaned forward first. You have been granted a cannon with all the cannon parts removed. A chalk line marker, Livia corrected, though the corner of her mouth had begun to betray her. Under supervision, with tray limits, and no adjustable collar. Rafiq tapped the place where Ned's notebook had been as if blessing a fallen campaign map. A noble beginning for the smallest artillery in imperial history. Ned should have defended the design, but a folded paper packet came sailing through the common room arch and struck him neatly on the shoulder before bouncing into his lap. Someone in the corridor called, "Vale, your post's been bribed with pastry again," and then fled before any senior could decide whether that was an offense. The packet smelled faintly of currant buns, street smoke, and cheap ink. It was wrapped in a dock market handbill advertising 3 excellent kettles, one nearly honest, with a washer tied to the string as weight. Ned's chest warmed before sense caught up. That slip. Beatrice leaned closer despite herself. She uses commercial fraud as stationery. She uses whatever isn't nailed down, Ned said, working the knot loose. And some things that are. Inside lay a flattened bun wrapper, 2 tiny brass washers, a sketch from Tom of a boiler valve wearing a crown, and a narrow strip of paper covered in Maddie's hard, slanting handwriting. Ned read the first line aloud before he could stop himself. Your market ferret says you are getting shiny enough to reflect blame, so wash behind your ears before officials inspect you. Arthur laughed so suddenly he had to clap a hand over his mouth. Rafik gave the table an approving thump. Even Livia's pencil paused in visible admiration. Ned kept reading, and the laughter thinned. Also, someone's asking dock people whether you heard the courier fault before the crash or only said so after. Slip says he pays in clean coin, asks like a clerk, and wears gloves too good for buying old bolts. The common room noises seemed to pull farther away. Ned looked down at the washers in his palm, both ordinary, both polished by other people's pockets. They're still asking. Livia reached for the note, careful not to snatch it. Then we record exactly how this arrived. Rafik's face had lost its cheer, and we find out what kind of man buys old answers with clean coin. Rafik's words had barely settled when the common room arch filled with a senior in Wycliffe Green, which proved that Avalon had a cruel talent for making ominous timing look procedural. The senior carried a sealed envelope on a small brass tray as if it were too official to touch with ordinary fingers. Gear Company's chatter thinned at once, not into silence, but into the interested hush of students who understood that sealed paper often meant someone else's evening had become educational. Edmund Vale, the senior said, looking at the tray rather than at Ned. By order of Lady Principal Wycliffe, you are to read this here, acknowledge receipt, and remain available after breakfast tomorrow unless countermanded. Arthur sat straighter. Available for what? The senior's eyes flicked toward him. That question is not addressed to you, Penrose. Livia had already placed Maddie's note flat between 2 washers and written arrival time beside it. That answer is too narrow to be comforting. Ned took the envelope because leaving it on the tray felt like refusing a machine that had already begun moving. The wax seal bore Avalon's crown and key, but beside it sat a smaller white and gold stamp that made his stomach tighten. Voss. Of course it was Voss. He broke the seal carefully, opened the folded sheet, and found Wycliffe's hand at the top, neat enough to make disobedience look untidy. Beatrice leaned closer without crowding him. Read the heading first. Ned obeyed. Formal student observation request. Requested by Justiciar Elion Voss. Approved conditionally by Lady Principal Wycliffe. Attached responsible technical master, Gideon Harrow. He swallowed, then read the next lines more slowly. Student role. Observer and technical witness only. No independent investigation. No unsupervised casting. No contact with sealed evidence. No tool use except as issued by Master Harrow. No verbal conclusion offered unless asked by responsible adult. Rafik let out a quiet breath. That is a wall with a door in it. It is a door with guards, Livia said, taking out a fresh page. Better. Ned stared at the limits until the words stopped being only restrictions and became something more awkward. A year ago, paper had arrived after hands were already on him. Now the names were written first. Wycliffe owned the school permission, Voss owned the legal reason, Harrow owned the technical danger, and every no on the page meant someone had to sign before wanting more from him. Arthur tried to sound cheerful and failed honorably. At least they're asking properly. Ned folded the sheet along its original crease, then placed it beside Maddie's warning and Pike's absent permission. That's what worries me, he said. Proper asking is still asking. Beatrice reached across the table and pushed the last currant bun toward him with 2 gloved fingers. Then eat before tomorrow. Doors are worse on an empty stomach. The warmth around the table did not make the request smaller. but it kept Ned seated among friends while the next proper door opened. 32. Simulated Pass. After breakfast, the proper door opened into the lower exercise hall, which was exactly the sort of trick Avalon liked best. Ned had expected Voss, a white room, a sealed object, or some narrow question arranged on a table under adult eyes. Instead, Harrow took his acknowledgement slip at the hall door, checked it against Wycliffe's counter-signature, and pointed him toward the service side of the largest brass-filled table Ned had ever seen. "You are present under the request you read last night," Harrow said. "Observer and technical witness only. The exercise is not yours to win, save, improve, repair, correct, adopt, or morally defend." Ned tightened his grip on his kitbag strap. "That was a suspiciously complete list, Master." "It was drafted with knowledge of the subject," Harrow said. The hall smelled of chalk, damp wool, hot brass, and storm oil. Along the center stood a black table raised on iron legs and ringed by gauges, crystal sockets, little wind vanes, signal dials, supply counters, and amber permission tabs. Above it, a mountain pass waited in pale projected light, jagged ridges, a narrow road, a ravine, a signal tower no taller than Ned's finger, and tiny supply markers lined up below a bank of shifting gray cloud. Military store crates, healer chests, coal markers, mule tokens, and political seals sat in trays along the edge, each small enough to look harmless until Ned saw how few of them there were. Arthur stopped beside him. "That is not a game table." Rafiq's eyes had already gone bright and distant. "No. That is a map pretending to be a game so children admit what they don't know before adults die from it." Livia opened her notebook. The notice said simulated field exercise. It didn't mention theatrical intimidation. "It rarely does," Beatrice said, her gloves buttoned tight as she studied the amber permission tabs. "Those seals are not decoration." Master Ormond stood at the head of the table with Mistress Calder, Harrow, Pike, and 2 senior assistants. Near the far wall, Justiciar Voss watched in white and gold, silent enough to make every student remember last night's stamped request. Ormond's voice carried cleanly through the hall. "Today is the Saffron Pass exercise. Your task is not to conquer the mountains, impress observers, or die beautifully in miniature. Your task is to keep the signal tower active, maintain supply through 3 turns of storm pressure, protect healer access, and spend limited crystal without pretending limited means infinite." Calder tapped the table edge with her wand, and the cloud thickened above the pass. "Storm windows alter movement, signal clarity, and ward cost. Local authority markers may not obey you simply because you are British, noble, loud, or correct." Rafiq murmured, "A neglected lesson in several empires." Ormond's gaze found him. "Mr. Khan, if that thought survives contact with the exercise, I may permit it." Ormond divided them without ceremony, assigning duties as if the table had already begun costing lives. Arthur received the forward patrol pieces and immediately looked as if someone had handed him a banner in front of witnesses. Rafiq took route markers, supply counters, and a strip of brass measuring chain. Livia received a slate, 3 signal tabs, and a stack of order slips that made her eyes narrow with professional interest. Beatrice was placed beside a small cluster of amber markers labeled Local Council, Muleteers, and Hill Militia. Ned was sent to the service rail, where 4 dull training crystals sat in black clamps beneath gauges and counters. Harrow pointed to the rail. "You will not command the exercise, Mr. Vale. You may read gauge drift when asked, hold a marker light if instructed, and report technical discomfort in plain language. If your hand moves toward a crystal without my order, Pike will remove the temptation." Pike, from the parts rack, said, "I brought tongs." Ned placed both hands flat on the rail. "Understood, Mistress." The first turn began with a bell chime from Calder's wand. The projected cloud slid down the ridge, and 2 supply markers dimmed at once. Arthur reached for the forward patrol. "If we send escort up the road first, the tower stays protected." Rafiq caught his wrist before the piece moved. "Protected by men who outrun their coal and healer chest. Look at the lower bend." He laid the brass chain along the road, then shifted it to the mule path that wound beneath the ridge. "The fast route reaches first and starves first. The ugly route reaches late but brings food." Arthur's face tightened. "The tower can't eat if raiders take it." "No," Rafiq said, "but men defending a tower without lamp oil, bandages, or coal become a heroic inconvenience. Livia slid one order slip under Arthur's hand before he could argue further. Also, the fast route requires signal clearance from the district office. We have no district stamp yet. If you move the patrol now, the exercise records unauthorized advance. Beatrice picked up the amber muleteer's marker and turned it so its little seal faced Arthur. And the muleteers won't follow your forward patrol unless someone local asks them properly. They are not baggage with legs. They have families, contracts, and opinions. Arthur looked from the patrol piece to the muleteer's marker, then released the breath he had been holding. Then escort the slow road first. Small patrol with the healer chest, not the banner line. Ormond's cane touched the floor once. Better, less pretty, more alive. At Harrow's nod, Ned lifted the issued marker lamp and cast a narrow line across the service gauge. The left crystal answered with a sour little tremble under his teeth. The tower signal will hold if the lower road reaches by the second turn, he said carefully. If it waits for the pretty road, the crystal starts fighting the cloud before the coal arrives. Harrow's eyes stayed on the gauge. Acceptable. Continue only when asked. The second turn began with the table changing its mind. Calder's wand moved once, and the projected ridge brightened along the upper road, showing a break in the cloud that made the fast route look suddenly clean, brave, and possible. Several students leaned forward at once. The forward patrol piece caught the light like a little promise, and Arthur's hand moved toward it before he stopped himself. Peregrine, placed with the Crown Company observers along the far side, spoke before Ormond could call on anyone. If the upper road is briefly clear, a disciplined escort could take the ridge, signal ahead, and force the lower convoy to follow before the window closes. Arthur's shoulders tightened, not with agreement exactly, but with recognition. It was the sort of answer he wanted to give, the answer that sounded like movement instead of waiting. Rafik measured the upper road with the brass chain and then did it again more slowly. It looks clean because the table is showing road, not consequence. The lower convoy cannot climb fast enough to use that opening. The escort reaches the ridge alone. With the tower secured, Peregrine said. With the tower admired, Rafik said. Possibly from a distance, while everyone else is still dragging coal and healer chests through the bend. Livia slid 2 order slips into place and tapped the second with her pencil. The district stamp still hasn't cleared forward signaling. If the escort takes the tower before authority catches up, the table records disputed control. That costs a turn. Beatrice lifted the local council marker and set it between the muleteers and the hill militia. And if we move military pieces past local council without asking, the militia marker turns from support to suspicion. She looked across the table at Peregrine. A respectable arrival can still be an intrusion if no one local invited it. Arthur stared at the bright upper road until the light made his face look older and less happy. Then he took the forward patrol piece and set it beside the lower convoy rather than ahead of it. Escort stays with the healer chest. Signal request goes through the district tab. Muleteers move first, militia second, tower later. The table didn't reward him beautifully. No trumpet sounded. The upper road dimmed, unused, and the fast opening vanished into gray pressure. But the lower convoy markers brightened one by one, ugly, slow, and still together. Harrow nodded once toward Ned. Ned lifted the marker lamp only after the order had been given and watched the service gauge settle. Tower crystal strains less this way, he said. It doesn't like waiting, but it isn't fighting itself. Ormond's cane touched the floor again. You have not won the pass. You have kept ordinary people from being abandoned by a prettier answer. That is a professional victory. Try to survive the disappointment. The third turn arrived without drama, which made it worse. Calder dimmed the hall lamps, and the projected cloud settled over the pass until the signal tower became a pale pinprick inside gray pressure. The lower convoy markers crawled one space at a time along the ugly road. The healer chest reached the bend late. The muleteer's marker flickered once before Beatrice slid the local council seal beside it, and Livia's district stamp finally cleared with a neat blue spark that looked far too small for the trouble it had caused. Arthur moved the escort only after Rafik counted the last chain length aloud. Patrol holds beside the chest until the tower request clears. No advance beyond the bend. Militia watches the ridge, but does not take orders from us unless the council marker agrees. Beatrice set the hill militia token into place with 2 fingers. Ask, Don't presume, especially when armed locals know the mountain better than the officer who just arrived. Peregrine's mouth tightened across the table, but he didn't object this time. Harrow nodded to Ned. Read the tower gauge. Ned lifted the marker lamp, set the narrow line where Harrow indicated, and waited for the crystal's little ache to settle under his teeth before speaking. It's strained, but clean. The signal isn't happy, but it isn't being lied to. He stopped there, because stopped was part of the work. Ormond's cane touched the table edge. Send the confirmation. Livia slid the cleared signal tab to Arthur. Arthur placed it beside the tower, not ahead of it, and Rafik moved the lower convoy into the final marked space. The table answered with 3 plain chimes. Not triumphant, not pretty, just correct. The tower light steadied, the healer chest brightened, and the supply counters stopped bleeding numbers. For one foolish second, Ned felt pride rise round the table as warm as the common room fire. Then Voss stepped forward from the wall, and the pride noticed it was being observed. Effective circle, Ormond said, reading from the slate one of the assistants handed him. Root consequence, permission control, social access, escort discipline, technical reporting. Slow, unglamorous, alive. Rafik looked pleased and alarmed in equal measure. Is that a good mark, Master? It is a useful mark, Ormond said. Arthur's expression changed at the word useful. Ned felt it too, the tiny hook inside the praise. Voss looked over the table at all of them, calm and unreadable. Useful circles are noticed. Livia closed her notebook very carefully. That sounds like a warning wearing its formal coat. It is also accurate, Voss said. The chimes faded from the table. Ned lowered the marker lamp back into its bracket and kept his hands away from the crystals, but the new mark had already settled among them. They had won a little, together, and the adults now knew exactly what that looked like. 33. Branch lines. The next morning's branch preparation notice did not arrive like a summons. It appeared on the gear company board between breakfast seating changes and a complaint about someone oiling a kettle hinge with butter, which somehow made it worse. Ned stopped in front of the notice with a piece of toast still in his hand and read the heading twice before the words agreed to mean what they said. Second-year branch preparation interviews. Practical marks. Combat notes. Preliminary temperament review. Arthur arrived beside him so quickly that he nearly slid on the hearth rug. Battle mage observation notes are included, he said, trying to sound calm and failing so badly that even the first year's polishing pressure caps looked up. That means they're still considering people. Rafik leaned over Arthur's shoulder. It also means they're considering people out. That was unnecessary, Arthur said. It was accurate, Livia said, appearing with her notebook already open. Preliminary does not mean final, but it does mean someone has begun sorting our mistakes into useful piles. Ned looked down the posted list until he found his own name beside crystal systems, workshop logic, field conduct, combat recovery, and temperament. The words sat in neat columns, too polite to shout and too official to ignore. After the Saffron Pass exercise, useful circles or noticed had followed him like a second shadow. Now the notice seemed to give that shadow a chair, ink, and questions. Beatrice came last, fastening one glove as she read. The list is arranged by branch pressure, not alphabet. Livia's pencil stopped. You're right. Arthur's face brightened for the wrong reason. Battle mage candidates first? Battle mage hopefuls first, Beatrice said gently. That is not the same thing. Arthur swallowed, and the hope in him did not die, but it stood straighter as if expecting inspection. Ned hated how much he understood that. Arthur wanted a door opened. Ned wanted several doors to stop opening toward him. A senior pinned a smaller paper beneath the first and stepped away before anyone could ask questions. Ned read the new line aloud because silence would have made it heavier. Students may not request branch labels before interview. Students may not refuse review. Students may not treat preliminary notes as destiny. Peregrine's voice came from behind them, smooth and irritatingly awake. A humane rule. Without it, Penrose would already be polishing a sword he has not been issued, and Vale would be hiding under a bench labeled Not Army. Ned turned with his toast still in hand. I'd label it properly first. Rafik smiled. With tray limits. Arthur did laugh then, short and nervous, and the pressure around the notice eased just enough for Ned to breathe. It did not make the interview list smaller. It only reminded him that his friends were reading it too, each of them seeing a different future trying to take shape in ink. The interview room had once been a small tactics classroom, which meant Arthur entered it as if the furniture itself might judge his posture. A square table stood beneath a brass lamp. 3 folders waited on the surface, each tied with different colored ribbon. Master Ormond sat behind them with his cane resting across his knees, while Harrow stood at the window and Pike occupied the side chair with a toolbox at her feet, as if branch futures might require immediate tightening. Penrose first, Ormond said. Vale remains because his combat notes intersect with survival assessment. March remains because she will otherwise reconstruct the interview from corridor evidence and make everyone's afternoon longer. Livia sat with immediate dignity. That is unfairly accurate, Master. Arthur stood before the table, hands at his sides, face pale with determination. Ned watched him and felt his own stomach tighten. This was not a duel, a charge, or a Brassfield turn. It was worse. It was adults calmly deciding which dream had enough bone under it to stand. Ormond opened the first folder. Mr. Penrose, your courage is not in doubt. Your discipline has improved. Your instinct remains too fond of visible action, though yesterday's exercise suggests you can be taught to protect something less glamorous than your own imagined death. Arthur went red, but he did not look away. Yes, Master. That was not an invitation to martyr yourself more quietly, Ormond said. It was a warning. Battle mages are not boys who enjoy danger. They are officers who spend other people's lives slowly, reluctantly, and with numbers attached. Arthur swallowed. Am I unsuitable? You are not ready, Ormond said. That is not the same judgment. Ned saw the answer land. It hurt Arthur, but it did not close the door. That made the hurt cleaner and, perhaps, harder to resent. Then Ormond opened the second folder. Vale. Ned straightened before he meant to. Yes, Master. Strong system judgment. Strong practical observation. Excellent repair logic when supervised by someone stubborn enough to prevent improvisation. Promising tool and focus discipline. Field conduct improved from alarming to merely watched. Ormond turned a page. Combat modest. Shield adequate. Footwork tolerable when you remember feet exist. Offensive spellwork uninspired. Pike made a small sound that might have been amusement. He looks relieved. I am, Ned admitted. Ormond's eyes sharpened. You should be. You can survive if you keep training. You are not a battle mage, Mr. Vale, and that is not failure. The Empire needs fewer boys trying to become weapons and more people who know how to keep weapons from breaking the world around them. Ormond let the sentence remain in the air until it stopped sounding like dismissal and began to sound, reluctantly, like permission. Ned looked down at his hands, expecting shame to arrive because an adult had named a thing he was not. Instead, what came was stranger. Relief first, sharp enough to make him feel guilty. Then a quieter steadiness, like a tool settling into the right groove after being forced against the wrong screw for too long. I can shield, Ned said, because the words needed saying before anyone mistook relief for cowardice. Not well enough for showing off, but enough to not be useless. I can move when told. I can obey a line. I can stand where I'm put if someone sensible tells me why. Pike's eyebrow moved, a stirring military declaration. Ned flushed, but he did not retreat. I don't want to break things for a living, mistress. Arthur went very still beside him. Ned felt that stillness like a hand on the table, not accusing, not yet hurt, but listening hard enough to make every word matter. Harrow turned from the window. What do you want, then? The question should have been simple. It wasn't. Wanting had always been dangerous when other people owned the doors, the parts, the hours, and the paper. Ned looked at Pike's toolbox, then at the colored folders, then at the little nick in the tactics table where generations of boys had probably jabbed compasses while pretending to study war. I like repairs, he said slowly. Not only mending broken things. The bit before, when you find why it's wearing wrong. Gauges that tell the truth if you ask properly. Tools that fit the job instead of making the job fit them. Small parts. Patient problems. His throat tightened, but the words kept coming because stopping would make them smaller. The marker Pike allowed. The little chalk line one. That feels more like me than a service wand with a blade charm ever could. Ormond watched him without kindness and without mockery. And if the crown needs that skill in war? Ned's stomach dipped. Then I suppose I'd rather keep something working than make something die faster. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Arthur drew in a careful breath. That sounds like courage, only inconvenient for songs. Livia's pencil scratched once, decisive and neat. Maker temperament. Defensive competence. Strong aversion to glamorized destruction. That seems recordable. Pike reached down, lifted her toolbox, and set it on the table with a soft metal thud. Good. We can work with a boy who knows which kind of trouble belongs in his hands. Ormond dismissed them with notes folded into separate covers, which made the interview feel finished in the official sense and unfinished in every other way. Arthur walked out first, shoulders square, chin level, and face too carefully blank. Ned followed with Livia beside him and Pike's words still sitting heavily in his chest. We can work with a boy who knows which kind of trouble belongs in his hands. It sounded like approval until he remembered that work was also how the Crown named people. Arthur stopped at the corridor window where the glass looked down over the combat yard. Younger students were drilling shield lines in pairs, all elbows, earnest faces, and badly timed footwork. He watched them for a moment before speaking. You looked happy when Ormond said you weren't a battle mage. Ned rested one hand on the sill, leaving space between them. Relieved, not happy. That may be worse. It isn't about you, Ned said, then heard how blunt it sounded and made himself stay. I don't mean battle is foolish. I just don't want to spend my life becoming better at breaking people before they break me. Arthur's fingers tightened on the window ledge. I do want it, not the breaking, the point of it, the standing between, the being sent because someone must go and not flinch. He swallowed, eyes still on the yard. But I think I like the part where someone sees me going. Ned looked at him then, properly. The honesty had cost Arthur something. Ormond already knows that. Yes, Arthur said, with a pained little laugh. He has made that abundantly humiliating. Livia closed her notebook with unusual quiet. Knowing the fault is not the same as being condemned by it. Arthur glanced back. Is that March comfort? It is March accuracy, she said. Comfort would require a separate form. Ned bumped Arthur's shoulder lightly with his own. I want battle too little. You want it too much. We'll both have to grow in directions that offend us. Arthur's mouth pulled into a reluctant smile. That was almost wise. Please don't make a habit of it. A soft sound came from the turn of the corridor. Peregrine stood there with a folder under one arm, not close enough to be accused of listening and not far enough to be innocent. His gaze moved from Arthur to Ned, then to the combat yard below. For once, he did not offer a polished insult. Roth, Ned said. Vale, Peregrine replied. His eyes dropped briefly to the ribboned folder in his hand, and something guarded moved behind his face. Branch notes are irritatingly presumptuous things. Arthur blinked. Yours too? Peregrine's expression shut by half. Naturally not. Then he inclined his head and walked on before the lie could be tested. Ned watched him go and understood, uneasily, that old families might polish their cages better than poor boys did, but that did not make the bars imaginary. 34. Service History and Suitable Company. The Service History Practical met in the West Gallery after luncheon, which sounded harmless until Ned saw the display cases. The room was long, high-windowed, and colder than the rest of Avalon, with brass lamps burning above glass cabinets, polished blackstone plinths, and velvet-lined drawers pulled open under supervision. Old crown kits lay inside them like sleeping animals. Field wands with scorched grips, collapsible healer lenses, armor inserts etched with charm channels, cracked signal plates, ward keys, tuning rods, battered focus frames, and little labeled tools whose handles had been worn smooth by hands long dead. Arthur stopped at the first case as if someone had offered him a chapel. That wand was carried at Rasapur Ridge. Mistress Calder, who had taken charge of the practical with Pike at her side, gave him a warning look. It was issued at Rasapur Ridge. Whether it was carried bravely, foolishly, or mostly in a supply crate depends on which memoir one trusts. Rafik leaned closer to the label. The supply crate is probably more reliable. Arthur looked pained. Must every noble military tradition be reduced to logistics? Yes, Livia said, already copying the cabinet number. Preferably before it reduces someone else to a casualty figure. Ned drifted toward a smaller case beside the armor display. Its label didn't name a battle first. It named a maker. E. Caro, Crown Artificer, Field Repair Pattern, Mark III. Inside lay a compact tool roll no longer than Ned's forearm, fitted with tiny clamps, 2 narrow rods, a hinged blackstone sleeve, a folding gauge, and a cracked brass handle repaired with 3 different metals. The leather was dark with age, but the stitching had held. Pike appeared beside him. "You have found the least romantic cabinet in the room. It has better tools," Ned said before remembering to sound respectful. "Mistress. That is often why things survive." Pike opened the lower drawer with a key and let him see without touching. Caro's repair pattern saved more field housings than half the famous foci in this gallery, but children prefer wands with burn marks. Ned looked from the tool roll to Arthur's bright, hungry face at the military case. Then he looked back at the small gauge waiting in its fitted slot. Did Caro become important? Calder answered from behind them. Important enough that every modern field kid owes him a debt, not important enough for a statue. Beatrice, studying the names on the armor inserts, said quietly, "Some families would call that an unfortunate exchange." Ned didn't answer. He was too busy imagining a name surviving inside a case because the tool had worked. Calder moved them on before Ned could stare a permanent shape into Caro's tool roll. The next cabinet stood beneath a crystal lamp dimmed to museum softness, and unlike the military case, it held only 3 objects: a narrow rosewood box, a silver inlaid focus ring mounted on black velvet, and a folded copy of a commission order sealed behind glass. No battle name marked the label. No ridge, siege, or regiment tried to make the object louder than it was. Arthur read the first line and forgot to breathe properly. House of Windsor. The room changed. It wasn't a gasp or a shuffle. It was worse than that. Several students became very still, and even Peregrine, who had been pretending not to admire the armor inserts, turned his head with careful attention. Ned looked from face to face and felt the significance before he understood it. Pike's voice came low beside him. "Do not press your nose to the glass, Mr. Vale. Royal service does not improve through fogging." Ned stepped back half an inch. "What was it for?" Calder glanced once toward the gallery door, as if even old history deserved privacy. "A stabilizing focus ring commissioned for a Windsor cousin during the Eastern Fever year. The public record says it held a field stasis array steady long enough to move patients from a flooded hospital wing. The private maker's notes say the first 2 patterns failed under damp heat, and the final pattern survived because the maker stopped making it elegant and made it honest." Rafik leaned closer, his voice careful. "Who made it?" Calder tapped the lower label with one gloved finger. "Maud Velicott, common born, crown trained, later mistress of emergency foci at St. Brigid's. No title, 3 patents, 2 field manuals, 1 Windsor commission." Livia's pencil hovered above her notebook without touching the page. "Are we permitted to copy that?" "No," Calder said. "You may write the name, the profession, and the lesson. Not the pattern." Beatrice's gaze lingered on the seal behind the glass. "A Windsor commission changes how rooms hear a name." Peregrine answered before anyone else could. "It changes who is obliged to hear it." Ned looked at him sharply, but Peregrine's expression had gone smooth in the old guarded way. The words hadn't sounded like boasting. They had sounded like knowledge of a door that, once opened, never quite let a person leave. Calder closed the drawer beneath the case with a soft click. "Do not stand here dreaming of royal notice. Most of you would find it heavier than flattering. Remember Velicott because she solved the problem in front of her, not because a Windsor needed the answer." Ned looked back at the focus ring, small and precise under its lamp. He imagined a maker's hands choosing honest over elegant while royal need waited on the other side of the work, and for once the thought of being requested didn't feel like praise. It felt like weight given a beautiful seal. The gallery tour should have moved on to signal plates after that, but Beatrice didn't move with the others. Ned noticed because she had become too still in front of a side cabinet that held no tool at all, only visiting cards, donor seals, and a framed schedule for the founder's winter reception. The cards were arranged by house, family, and branch patronage, each little rectangle of cream paper carrying more weight than its size deserved. Livia saw it next. "Beatrice?" Beatrice's hand lowered from her glove button. "My aunt's card is there." Arthur, who had been trying not to look disappointed by signal plates, leaned in. "Is that bad?" "It is arranged beside the Velicott case," Beatrice said, her voice smooth enough to worry Ned. "That means someone has attached my family's name to the reception discussion on practical commissions, suitable acquaintances, and crown useful young people." Pike closed the drawer she had been supervising. Miss Ashcombe, explain without polishing it. Beatrice drew in a careful breath. It means my aunt would like me near rooms where useful names are being heard. It also means she thinks Ned's name may soon be one of them. Ned looked back at the visiting cards. They were only paper, but paper had proved itself dangerous often enough. I'm not a suitable acquaintance. Peregrine, standing a little apart, gave a quiet, humorless sound. Suitability is not always a compliment, Vale. Sometimes it merely means someone has decided the inconvenience can be made profitable. Beatrice's eyes flicked to him, sharp with surprise. That was almost generous. It was almost experience, Peregrine said. Calder stepped between the students and the cabinet before the conversation could become too private for a public gallery. Founders' reception invitations are not issued by students, answered by students, or interpreted as destiny by students. Miss Ashcombe, if your family writes, you will show the correspondence to your company mistress before making promises. Mr. Vale, if any Ashcombe aunt, cousin, patron, or charming old friend requests a demonstration, trinket, repair, private opinion, or harmless favor, your answer is no until Mistress Pike has finished becoming unpleasant. Pike looked pleased. I can begin immediately. Ned managed a nod, but his mouth felt dry. Yes, mistress. Beatrice took the little notebook from her reticule and wrote something with a hand steadier than her face. I'll not let them make him into an ornament for their table. No, Livia said, very softly. We'll not let them make him into an unsigned commission. Ned looked from the donor cards to the Velicott ring and understood that royal notice was not the only beautiful seal a hook could wear. The last cabinet stood near the gallery windows, half in cold afternoon light and half under brass lamps. It held a family presentation case from some long-dead procurement scandal, though the label used gentler words: emergency private subscription, temporary crown need, later regularized. Inside lay 3 polished foci, a silver donor list, and a repair ledger whose neat columns made the beautiful box look suddenly less innocent. Peregrine stopped before it as if the case had spoken badly of him in a voice only he could hear. This is Roth work. Arthur leaned closer, then thought better of sounding impressed. Your family? My great-grandfather's cousin, Peregrine said, are near enough for the family to claim him when convenient and forget him when audited. Calder's glance sharpened. Explain the convenience. Peregrine's jaw set. For once, he seemed to consider refusing and then disliked the cowardice of it. Old families can open doors without understanding the machinery behind them. If a Roth name appears on a subscription list, officials assume suitable intent, respectable money, proper introductions, and no vulgar meddling. That can help real work reach the crown faster. He looked at the repair ledger, not at Ned. It can also let nonsense arrive wearing a clean coat. Pike made a low approving sound. That is the least foolish thing you have said near a display case. Peregrine's mouth tightened, but he did not retreat into insult. My family keeps a miniature of that case in the south drawing room. It is described as patriotic support during frontier emergency. No one mentions later regularized. Livia wrote the phrase down at once. Because later regularized means permission arrived after action. Or after profit, Rafik said. Beatrice looked between Peregrine and the donor list. Respectability can hide ignorance. Peregrine gave her a brief, sharp look. Respectability can hide almost anything if the room wants it to. Ned thought of Maddie's note, clean coin, and gloves too good for buying old bolts. He stepped closer to the glass without touching it. The donor names shone in silver ink. The repair ledger below them listed cracked housings, mismatched fittings, delayed inspection, replacement required. The pretty case remembered generosity. The ledger remembered work done afterward by people whose names were written smaller. Calder closed the cabinet with a click that sounded final enough to end the practical. That is the lesson. A name may open a door. It does not prove the thing carried through it is sound. Peregrine looked at Ned then, briefly and unwillingly. Useful names should be inspected before use. It was not an apology. It was not even kindness. Ned nodded anyway, because it was probably more honest than both. Same as tools, he said. Peregrine looked away first, but he did not sneer. That made the gallery feel colder, stranger, and a little more dangerous than before. 35. The real delay. The next morning, the Saffron Pass model returned to the lower exercise hall under a canvas cover and 3 times as many rules. Ned saw the table from the doorway and felt the service history gallery settle behind his ribs like a warning. Yesterday had taught him that names could open doors and hide nonsense in polished cases. Today, judging by Harrow's expression, Avalon meant to show them what happened when a door opened onto live paperwork. Rafik stopped beside him. That cover is too neat. Arthur frowned. How can a cover be too neat? It is pulled tight at the corners, Rafik said. People do that when they are pretending the thing underneath is under control. Livia opened her notebook before anyone had given permission to worry. That is not a comforting observation. Mistress Calder stood at the head of the hall with Master Harrow, Justiciar Voss, and a thin signal mage Ned did not know. The signal mage wore gray cuffs and held a locked dispatch tube against his chest. Ormond was absent, which made the room feel less like exercise and more like something that had not yet decided what name it wanted on the form. Calder waited until the students gathered round the marked line. Yesterday's service history practical dealt with old cases. Today's work concerns current training data. This remains an instructional setting. You are not investigators. You are not officers. You are not to touch the model unless directed. Voss's gaze moved across them, pausing on Ned, Livia, Rafik, Beatrice, and Arthur in turn. You may be asked what you notice. That is not the same as being asked what to do. The signal mage unlocked the dispatch tube. Harrow removed the canvas cover. Beneath it, the Saffron Pass model glowed faintly, not in dramatic alarm, but in the ordinary blue and amber of a table waking for class. The ridges rose, the lower road appeared, the signal tower sparked, and a new strip of route data settled across the valley line with bureaucratic calm. Rafik leaned forward, then stopped himself before crossing the line. That marker is wrong. Calder's eyes sharpened. Which marker? The reserve chain after Lower Kesh, Rafik said, pointing without touching. It sends the medical chests through the southern loop if the tower delay reaches 2 turns. Arthur glanced at the model. That is slower, but it still reaches. No, Rafik said, his voice thinning into something colder. It reaches after the storm window closes. Ned looked where Rafik pointed. Nothing sparked or shrieked. No crystal screamed behind his teeth. But the tower light had a faint dragged feel, as if a perfectly polite instruction had asked the model to accept a lie. The signal isn't broken, he said carefully. It's being made late in the correct handwriting. Harrow's hand came down on the table edge before anyone else moved. Nobody touches the model. Nobody touched the model. That was the first victory, and judging by Harrow's face, it was the only one the students were permitted to win. Voss lifted one gloved hand toward the signal mage. He slid the dispatch tube closed, locked it with a twist of brass, and tucked it against his chest as if the paper inside had suddenly grown teeth. Master Harrow, Voss said, freeze the model state. Harrow took a blackstone key from his waistcoat pocket and turned it in the table's side lock. The model dimmed by half. The ridges remained. The wrong route marker stayed exactly where Rafik had named it, and the signal tower's little light held its strained, polite glow. Ned felt the table stop asking to be believed. That was worse than alarm would have been. Calder turned to the gathered students. This is now a sealed instructional record. You will not discuss this practical outside assigned questioning. You will return to your companies when released. If another student asks what happened, the answer is that a data exercise was paused. Arthur's eyes flicked toward the tower marker. But it wasn't just paused, mistress. No, Calder said, which is why you will not improve the truth by spreading it carelessly. Livia's pencil hovered above her notebook. Are we permitted to retain our notes? Voss looked at the page. You will mark the final line, close the notebook, and hand it to Mistress Calder for copying. Your notebook will be returned after the relevant page is sealed and witnessed. Livia's mouth tightened, but she wrote one clean line, closed the book, and passed it over. That is unpleasantly reasonable. It often is, Voss said. Harrow pointed to the side benches. Vale, Con, March, Ashcombe, Penrose. Sit there. You will answer what you saw, in order, and only what you saw. No theories. No heroic reconstruction. No private cleverness disguised as helpfulness. Rafik sat first, though his eyes stayed on the model. I saw the reserve chain route after Lower Kesh send medical chests through the southern loop under a 2-turn delay condition. Voss nodded to the signal mage, who wrote without looking up. Good. Next. Livia folded her hands on her knees. I saw a lawful-looking routing instruction presented as current training data, but I did not see the permission source. Beatrice's voice came quieter. I saw the sort of marker that could be approved by someone who trusted the office stamp more than the root consequence. Arthur swallowed. I saw that an escort sent by the wrong assumption would arrive where it was least useful. Harrow looked at Ned last. Ned kept his hands flat on his knees. I saw nothing break. I felt the table accepting lateness as if lateness had been properly authorized. Voss's gaze held him for one breath longer than comfort allowed. Good. You noticed. Now adults act. Adults acting, Ned discovered, involved fewer dramatic orders than careful silences. Voss sent the other students away in pairs, Calder sealed the hall doors, and Harrow placed 5 brass markers on the side bench, one before each of them, as if the children were tools being laid out for inspection. The signal mage opened a second sheet from the dispatch tube and clipped it beneath a document lamp. Mr. Khan, Voss said, show the consequence without touching the model. Rafik took the brass measuring chain from the bench, looked once to Harrow for permission, and only moved when Harrow nodded. He laid the chain on the plain copy map beside the model, tracing Lower Kesh, the southern loop, and the return climb toward the tower. His fingers were steady, but his voice had gone cold. Here, if the delay reaches 2 turns, the reserve chain sends the medical chest south. It looks safe because it avoids the exposed ridge, but the loop adds distance, climb, and mule change. By the time the chests return north, the storm window has closed and the tower is running on tired lamps and no healer support. Arthur frowned at the route, then shifted the little escort marker 1 space forward on the copy map. If an escort followed the false reserve instruction, they would ride ahead to secure a tower that no longer had the support they were supposed to protect. Good, Harrow said. Unpleasant, but good. Livia took the copied route order when Voss passed it to her. She read from top to bottom, not quickly, and Ned watched her expression sharpen at the stamp line. This appears lawful. District seal, route clerk initials, emergency margin reference, and a copied approval from the Northwestern Stores office. She tapped the lower corner with her pencil without marking it, but the store's copy is not the authorizing document. It is a confirmation of receipt wearing the shape of permission. Beatrice looked at the office name, and her mouth tightened. That office would be trusted in a room full of respectable people. Stores. Not glamorous, not political. Sensible clerks, proper seals, old families on oversight boards, enough dullness to feel safe. Voss turned to Ned last. And the table? Ned looked at the frozen signal tower until the ache behind his teeth settled into words. It doesn't feel attacked. It feels instructed badly, like a gauge being told the wrong number by someone with the right key. The signal mage's pen stopped for the first time. Calder looked at Voss. Voss only nodded once. Then we have the shape of the delay. The shape of the delay did not stay on the table. Voss made it paper. She took statements one at a time, not allowing them to lean into one another, and the signal mage copied each answer onto a separate sheet before sliding thin Blackstone tabs over the originals. Rafik had to repeat the root consequence twice, once in plain speech and once with distances. Livia had to name the difference between receipt and permission without calling any adult a fool. Beatrice had to explain why respectability could make the wrong stamp pass through a room faster. Arthur had to say, aloud, that escort strength placed too far forward would create the appearance of protection while leaving the real burden behind. Ned waited until last, which gave every nervous part of him time to invent trouble. When Voss finally faced him, he kept his eyes on the frozen tower light. I didn't hear sabotage, he said before she asked. Not like the courier. This was quieter, cleaner. Harrow's gaze sharpened. Cleaner how? Like someone used the proper tool wrong on purpose, Ned said. Or used it right after being told the wrong job. The table accepted the instruction because the instruction came through a proper channel. The signal mage wrote that down. Ned hated seeing his ugly words become official, but he hated more that they fit. Voss folded the first statement sheet and sealed it with white wax. You will return to Gear Company. You will not discuss the route, the office, the stamp, the store's copy, or the model state. If asked, you will say the exercise was paused for adult review. Arthur looked as if the order scraped every heroic instinct he owned. And if someone asks whether people are in danger? Then you will say adults are acting, Voss said. And you will let that be enough, because loose alarm helps the person who prefers confusion. Rafik's jaw tightened. I don't like letting it be enough. No, Voss said. That is why it counts as discipline. Calder unlocked the hall doors. The ordinary noise of Avalon slipped in from the corridor. Boots, distant laughter, a bell, someone complaining about ink on cuffs. Ned stepped away from the model with his hands empty and his mouth closed. It felt wrong. It also felt required. At the doorway, Harrow stopped him with 2 fingers on the frame. Mr. Vale. Ned turned. Master? You notice the difference between a broken system and an obedient system carrying bad orders. Remember it. Ned looked back once at the covered table while the canvas settled over the frozen pass. I don't think I'll be able to forget. 36. No one touches the tower. By supper, the tower had become more interesting by becoming forbidden. Avalon's west signal stair was roped off beneath 3 brass warning plates, 2 senior prefects, and 1 bored-looking warder who had the particular stillness of an adult paid to make children regret clever feet. The door at the top of the stair was shut, its little crystal pane dark, and that alone would have been enough to fill every company table with theories before pudding. Ned saw it from the entrance hall and stopped long enough for Arthur to bump his shoulder. The rope was ordinary red cord, but the brass plates were not. They carried Wycliffe's crown and key mark, Harrow's black crystal stamp, and the white and gold seal of Justiciar Voss. The combination made the stair look less blocked than claimed. Arthur lowered his voice. That is a serious amount of no. Rafik looked up the stair with open dislike. The real tower is tied to the training network. If that root data touched the model, it may have touched the tower records too. Livia's fingers tightened around her notebook. Or the adults are checking whether it did, which is not the same thing and should not be spoken as if it were. Beatrice glanced toward a cluster of Lantern Company girls whispering beside the cloak hooks. Unfortunately, forbidden machinery produces better rumors than open doors. They are already deciding whether the tower is cracked, haunted, sabotaged, or full of secret colonial treasure. Secret colonial treasure would be more cheerful, Arthur said. Ned looked past the rope to the first brass stair. He had used that stair once in a harmless lesson, carrying a timing slate under supervision while the tower hummed through the soles of his boots. Now even the air near it felt watched. He kept his hands in his pockets because they wanted to test the edge of the prohibition, and that was exactly why the rope had been placed where students could see it. One of the prefects lifted a brow. Move along, Vale. Ned did. The obedience scraped, but he made himself turn toward the dining hall with the others. Behind them, a younger student whispered, Do you think he can hear it from here? Ned did not turn round. Rafik did, just enough to give the boy a look sharp enough to cut string. Livia said nothing until they reached the corridor bend, then spoke very softly. We are not feeding that. No, Ned said, though the shut tower seemed to follow him by absence. We're not. Supper did not improve the tower by placing food between Ned and the thought of it. The hall filled with steam from covered dishes, clatter from serving spoons, and the usual company noise trying to make ordinary life louder than official worry. Ned took stew, bread, and 1 baked apple because Beatrice's look suggested the apple was not optional, then sat with his back to the west doors so he could not see the forbidden stair by accident. That did not stop half the room from looking at him as if he might perform useful unease over pudding. A lantern boy at the next table leaned too far sideways. Vale, can you hear anything from here? Ned put his spoon down carefully. Yes. The boy's eyes widened. Truly? I can hear you being foolish, Ned said. Rafik coughed into his cup. Arthur stared hard at his plate. Livia did not smile, which somehow made the answer worse for the lantern boy. Before the boy could recover, Master Harrow appeared behind Ned's bench with the silent precision of a badly timed conscience. Mr. Vale. Ned stood at once, because Harrow using his name in that tone usually meant someone was about to make good behavior sound like a technical requirement. Master? Harrow's gaze moved briefly over Rafik, Livia, Arthur, and Beatrice, then returned to Ned. You will not approach the west signal stair. You will not test the rope. You will not cast toward the tower. You will not attempt to listen through stone, pipes, wards, windows, or clever excuses. You will not ask other students to report sounds, lights, guards, tool cases, adult movements, or clerks carrying sealed documents. You will not allow curiosity to borrow the code of responsibility and call it self-service. The words landed one by one, each of them fair enough to sting. Ned felt heat climb his neck because the list was too accurate to be insulting by accident. Yes, Master. Harrow did not soften. Say the useful part. Ned swallowed. The tower is adult work unless I am called under instruction. And wanting to know is not permission. Better, Harrow said. Eat your supper. He left before Ned could decide whether being corrected in public was kinder than being trusted in private. Ned sat, picked up his spoon, and found the stew had cooled. Arthur's voice came low beside him. That was thorough. It was deserved, Ned said, hating the honesty of it. Livia pushed the bread toward him. Then obeying it will count for more. Ned looked toward the table, not the door, and made himself eat. The corridor outside the dining hall should have carried them back toward ordinary company noise, but Peregrine Roth was waiting beside the notice niche with one shoulder against the stone and his arms folded too neatly to be casual. His gaze moved from Ned to Harrow's retreating back, then to the west doors. Do you require written instructions not to inhale near the tower as well, Vale? Peregrine asked. Or has Master Harrow covered all possible forms of breathing? Arthur's shoulders rose at once. Rafiq's eyes sharpened. Ned, still tasting cooled stew and public correction, stopped before his temper could walk him into a stupid answer. He missed blinking. You can report that if it troubles you. Peregrine's mouth curved. How disappointing. I had hoped your famous restraint might last longer than the bread course. It lasted through your first sentence, Livia said. That may be a record. For a moment, Peregrine looked pleased with himself. Then a sound came from the west stair, not loud enough to be an alarm, only the distant clink of tool cases and the muffled tread of adults moving behind a closed door. Every face turned before anyone could pretend otherwise. Peregrine turned too. Ned saw it then. The mockery had been real, but so was the hunger underneath. Peregrine wanted to know, not as gossip, not merely to see Ned snared by useful trouble, but because the tower had been touched by something that wore respectability well enough to pass through doors old families trusted. Peregrine noticed Ned noticing and looked away first. It is intolerable, he said stiffly, to be surrounded by sealed doors and told that obedience is education. That sounds almost like sympathy, Arthur said. It is not, Peregrine replied. It is shared irritation. Do not confuse them. Sympathy would require me to approve of your company, and I have not fallen so far. Beatrice's expression softened by one careful degree. Shared irritation is sometimes where civilization begins. Peregrine gave her a guarded look. That is a dangerous sentence in polite rooms. Ned glanced toward the west doors, then forced his eyes back to Peregrine. Harrow's right. Wanting to know is not permission. Peregrine's jaw tightened. For one heartbeat, he looked ready to sneer. Instead, he inclined his head a fraction. No, but it is rarely comfortable. The admission sat awkwardly between them, too small to be friendship and too honest to be thrown away. Ned nodded once and kept walking. Behind him, the west stair remained closed, and for once, nobody suggested testing it. Pike was waiting in the workshop as if she had known obedience would need somewhere to go. Ned found her after evening study with Livia's proposed use sheet in one hand, the red slip in the other, and his temper folded down small enough to fit through the door. The benches smelled of warm brass, chalk dust, cleaning vinegar, and the calmer sort of heat that belonged to tools rather than sealed towers. Pike glanced at the red slip. You are 8 minutes early. I didn't go near the west stair, Ned said. I did not ask whether you had committed a felony between supper and workshop. No, mistress. She held out her hand. Slip. He gave it to her. She read the source line, tray number, intended use, and Livia's careful limits without comment. Then she unlocked tray 7 and set out a chipped brass pencil barrel, a cracked chalk holder, 2 copper shavings, a pinch of low-grade crystal dust sealed in wax paper, and one ugly little blackstone collar with a bite missing from its rim. Ned looked at the pieces. That collar's damaged. It is unsuitable for professional work, Pike said. Therefore suitable for a student who is learning that not every tool must begin life proud. Build the harmless marker. No adjustable collar. No reservoir. No clever additions, chalk line only. He drew in one steady breath, then set the pieces in order from left to right. Brass barrel first, chalk holder, blackstone collar, Copper for contact. Crystal dust last because wanting to reach for it first proved it should wait. Pike watched without praise while he cleaned the barrel, filed the cracked edge of the chalk holder, and fitted the blackstone collar around the grip. It sat crooked. Ned frowned. It's not at pitch. Of course it isn't, Pike said. It is rubbish. It's permitted rubbish. Now you are learning romance. The laugh that escaped him surprised them both. It was small, but it loosened something that the tower rope had tied tight. He filed again, slower this time, taking only a thread of brass from the inner lip. When the collar settled, the marker felt less proud than right. Ned added the copper shaving, touched the crystal dust into the channel with the tip of a bone pick, and looked at Pike before lifting his wand. Pike nodded. One sealing charm. Plain. Ned cast. The little marker warmed in his fingers and laid a thin white chalk line across the test slate, straight as a rule and bright enough to see without shouting. Pike inspected it, then marked the red slip. Harmless. Useful. Recorded. Ned looked at the tiny line and did not look toward the tower. That helps. Yes, Pike said. That is why small work exists. 37. The marker that answered. The marker was supposed to remain small, permitted, and boring. That was why Ned brought it back to Pike the next morning in its red slip wrapper, with Livia's proposed use sheet folded beside it and his own notes written cleanly enough that Pike would have fewer reasons to look disappointed. The workshop was nearly empty before first lesson, warm lamps still waking above the benches, with only the soft tick of cooling brass and the sour smell of yesterday's cleaning vinegar in the air. Pike held out her hand. Report. Ned placed the marker, slip, and notes on the bench in that order. Harmless chalk line marker. Tray 7 parts. 1 sealing charm. No adjustable collar. No reservoir. No clever additions. It drew straight last night. That is suspiciously obedient language. I practiced it, Ned said. I know. Pike slid the marker onto the test slate. Pick it up. Mark a line from pin 1 to pin 2. Slowly. Ned did as instructed. The marker sat lightly in his fingers, ugly and patched, but the little blackstone collar settled against his grip as if it knew the shape of his hand already. He touched the chalk tip to the slate and drew a narrow white line between the brass pins. At first, it behaved perfectly. Then the line bent. It did not wobble like bad chalk. It stepped sideways, straightened, then stepped again, 2 tiny offsets marching across the slate with maddening politeness. Ned stopped at once, hand frozen above the surface. Pike's voice changed. Set it down. He set it down. Hands off the bench. He pulled his hands back until his knuckles brushed his waistcoat. Pike did not touch the marker either. She leaned over the slate, eyes narrowed at the crooked white trace, then reached for a black-edged incident card from the locked drawer beneath the bench. Ned's mouth had gone dry. Mistress, I didn't do that. I am aware. Pike wrote the time first, then the tray number, then the word supervised test anomaly. What did it feel like? Ned looked at the little line. 2 steps, a pause, a correction that came too late, like the saffron delay, tiny, not broken, being told to arrive after itself. Pike's pen stopped for less than a breath before moving again. Do not improve that description. Do not touch the marker. Do not decide this is yours. No, mistress. She pulled the bell cord beside her bench. Somewhere beyond the workshop door, a brass chime answered. Good, we are going to make Master Harrow unhappy before breakfast. Harrow arrived with his breakfast temper still intact and a slice of toast folded in one hand, which made him look less like a master and more like a man who had been ambushed by incompetence before tea. He took in Pike, Ned, the black-edged incident card, the untouched marker, and the step chalk line on the slate without asking the obvious question. That was one of Harrow's more frightening talents. Who touched it after the anomaly? Harrow asked. No one, Pike said. Student hand withdrawn on instruction. Tool set down. Bench held clear. Incident card started before summoning you. Harrow looked at Ned. Report without making it clever. Ned kept his hands clasped behind his back because pockets felt too close to guilt. Marker tested straight last night. This morning, under Mistress Pike's instruction, I drew from pin 1 to pin 2. The line stepped twice. It felt like the saffron delay, only smaller. Not broken. Told wrong. Harrow set his toast on a clean saucer with the care of a man preserving evidence from butter. You are determined to make breakfast worse. I'd rather not, Master. And yet, Harrow took a narrow lens from his pocket, held it above the chalk line, and bent close without touching the slate. Pike, tray 7. Pike unlocked the tray ledger and turned it toward him. All parts recorded. Brass pencil barrel from discarded drafting stock. Chalk holder cracked before issue. Copper shavings from supervised scrap. Low-grade dust from sealed packet. Damaged Blackstone collar from reject dish. Harrow's lens paused above the collar. Damaged how? Chip on outer rim, Pike said. Interface appeared dull but intact. Appeared, Harrow repeated, which made the word sound like a confession. Ned stared at the ugly little collar. Mistress checked it. I checked it. It wasn't pulling. No one has accused you, Pike said sharply. That isn't what worries me, Ned said before sense stopped him. What worries me is that it waited until it had a proper line to be wrong on. Harrow looked up then, his face gone very still. Say that again. Ned swallowed. It didn't fail loose. It answered the pins. Then it stepped, like the wrongness needed a root before it showed. Pike's hand moved to the incident card, adding the words exactly. Harrow straightened, expression colder than anger. The tool stays sealed. The slate stays sealed. Vale, you stay available and silent. Pike, fetch a Blackstone box and send for Wycliffe. Ned looked at the harmless marker, no longer harmless at all. Master, is it from the tower? Harrow picked up his toast, seemed to remember it existed, and put it down again. That is an adult question. You have supplied the student problem quite adequately. Wycliffe arrived before the first lesson bell, which meant everyone in the workshop straightened as if the benches themselves had been given uniforms. She wore morning black with a narrow green collar, her hair pinned smooth enough that not even haste had dared disturb it. Voss came behind her in white and gold, and the signal mage from the exercise hall followed with a locked dispatch tube under one arm. The workshop, which had felt safely practical a moment before, became a room where even scrap had witnesses. Pike set the Blackstone box on the bench but did not open it. Marker, test slate, red slip, proposed use sheet, incident card, and tray record. Nothing touched since Master Harrow's inspection. Wycliffe looked at Ned. Mr. Vale, are you injured? No, Lady Principal. Are you frightened? Ned almost said no because frightened sounded childish in a room full of adults, but the step chalk line sat inside the sealed box like a tiny accusation. Yes, Lady Principal. Good, Wycliffe said. Fear is appropriate when harmless things answer dangerous questions. Voss stepped closer to the box. Open it. Pike unlocked the lid. Inside, the marker lay in a cradle of black felt beside the slate. The white line still showed its 2 polite steps. Wycliffe studied it without touching, then turned to Harrow. Your view? The marker did not create the pattern, Harrow said. It revealed it. The collar likely carried contaminated instruction or delayed calibration from reject stock. Not magical rot, not ordinary flaw. A root-dependent instruction echo. Ned's stomach turned cold. It came through tray 7. Pike's eyes flicked to him. Through recorded tray 7. Voss looked at the ledger. Which means we know the dish, the reject source, the issuing hand, the supervising adult, and the test conditions. The relief should have helped. Instead, Ned felt worse. The enemy, whoever they were, had not crept round rules with black masks and clever knives. They had come through reject dishes, sealed packets, permissions, scraps, ledgers, and proper benches. They had made obedience carry the wrongness politely forward. It got in through the rules, he said. Wycliffe's gaze held his. Through procedures, yes, not through rules alone. Rules also caught it. Ned looked at the marker and hated that both things could be true. It only answered because I knew how it should feel. And because Pike was watching, because Livia wrote the limits, because the red slip named the parts, and because you stopped when told, Harrow said. Do not turn one useful sense into a throne, Mr. Vale. That habit kills professionals. Harrow did not let Ned answer that. He turned instead to Pike's tray ledger and tapped the red slip with one finger. Read the chain. Pike read without hesitation. Reject collar entered tray 7 from field housing discard crate. Crate logged from signal store's demonstration stock. Demonstration stock transferred from tower maintenance surplus after last term's inspection. Collar marked unsuitable for professional reuse and permitted for student scrap after visual check. The words were ordinary. That was what made them dreadful. Ned could follow every step. Nothing had leapt a fence or crept through a window. It had walked from one proper place to another wearing labels. Voss took the ledger and set a white evidence ribbon across the page. Without this record, we would have a student-made tool producing a suspect mark and no clean path backward. With it, Harrow said, we have a route. Ned looked at the Blackstone box. So the paperwork I hate is the only reason you can move. The paperwork you hate, Harrow said, is the reason this does not become rumor, blame, panic, or a heroic child waving a cursed pencil barrel while adults argue over memory. Freedom without records would have hidden this until the wrong marker, gauge, tower, or route carried the delay somewhere men were depending on it. Pike folded the red slip once and placed it in a smaller evidence sleeve. And before you decide to become proud, remember that the marker did not answer because you were special. It answered because you were supervised, limited, annoyed, recorded, and obedient in precisely the right order. That is an ugly list, Ned said. It is a professional list, Pike said. Wycliffe closed the box. Mr. Vale, you will attend your morning lessons. You will not speak of this. You will not collect sympathy, admiration, suspicion, or theories. If your friends ask whether you are in trouble, you may say no. If they ask whether the marker worked, you may say it has been taken for review. That sounds like lying politely, Ned said before he could stop himself. Voss looked almost amused. It is answering narrowly. Harrow handed Ned his empty red slip wrapper. Your task focus experiment is suspended, not condemned. That distinction should comfort you more than it will. Ned took the wrapper. It felt absurdly light without the marker inside it. Yes, master. He left the workshop with nothing useful in his hands except proof that records could be tools too, and he hated how much he needed that to be true. 38. Controlled access. The summons came after arithmetic and before Ned had managed to decide whether pretending to understand fractions counted as emotional discipline. A senior brought it to the classroom door on a brass tray, and Master Fenn read it once without changing expression. That was unfair, because everyone else in the room changed expression enough for him. Ned saw Livia's pencil stop, Rafik's head lift, Arthur's shoulders square, and Beatrice's face become polite in the way that meant trouble had put on gloves. Vale, Con, March, Ashcombe, Penrose, Fenn said. You are released under Lady Principal Wycliffe's authority. Take your notebooks. Leave your calculations. If anyone asks, the answer is supervised reconstruction. A Crown Company boy whispered, reconstruction of what? Fenn looked at him. Your manners, if you require a project. Nobody else asked. The corridor outside held Wycliffe, Voss, Harrow, Pike, and Ormond, which made the schoolstone seem suddenly too narrow for children. Wycliffe did not waste ceremony. You are being called because each of you noticed one part of a pattern adults now need reconstructed cleanly. That does not make you investigators. It does not make you cleverer than the institution. It means your practical lessons gave you different windows onto the same machine. Ned's empty red slip wrapper seemed to weigh more in his pocket than the marker ever had. Lady Principal, are we going to the tower? Not yet, Wycliffe said. You are going to the controlled room below it. If the result justifies tower access, adults will decide that after this stage. Voss stepped forward. I supervise law, evidence, statement boundaries, and sealed records. You will speak only to questions asked. Harrow's voice followed, dry and precise. I control crystals, model states, technical comparison, and any magical response. Mr. Vale, your hands remain idle unless I order otherwise. Pike lifted a Blackstone tool case. I control tools, trays, instruments, student fingers, and any foolish urge to treat, only looking, as a loophole. Ormond rested both hands on his cane and looked at Arthur until Arthur visibly remembered his feat. I control safety, movement, placement, and escort assumptions. Nobody advances because a room feels dramatic. Rafik looked at the adults, then at the others. So we stand where placed and say what we know. Livia opened her notebook to a clean page. And what we do not know. Beatrice's mouth tightened. Especially that. Wycliffe nodded once. Good. Then we may begin without wasting the morning proving why children require supervision. The controlled room below the West Tower had no windows and no romance at all. It held a long Blackstone table, 3 locked document frames, a plain copy map of Saffron Pass, the sealed marker in its blackstone box, and a dull tower gauge mounted beneath a brass hood. The room smelled of ink, cold stone, and warmed crystal. Ned liked it less than the workshop and trusted it more than the dining hall. Pike set her tool case down first. No student touches anything unless the adult responsible for that object gives the order. Objects include tools, maps, papers, gauges, chairs if you become creative, and each other. Arthur glanced at the chairs and then looked away. Voss placed 3 copied sheets beneath the document frames. Miss March, read the permission trail aloud. Stop when you reach what you do not know. Livia stepped forward, hands kneed at her sides until Voss nodded. Then she bent over the first frame. Route update packet. District seal present. Stores receipt attached. Emergency margin reference copied. No originating authorization visible. The packet tells people where to send the chests, but not who first had the right to change the reserve chain. Rafik moved only when Ormond pointed to the map. He took the brass measuring chain and laid it along Lower Kesh, the southern loop, and the Tower Road with slow precision. The southern loop looks safer if the ridge is exposed, he said. But safety here is borrowed from time. It spends the storm window. The chests arrive too late to be useful, and the tower burns through stores while believing support is coming. Beatrice stood before the office list Voss indicated. Northwestern Stores is dull enough to pass without argument. It has old family oversight, proper clerks, and no obvious glory attached. A room would trust it because no one expects ambition from a store's office. Her mouth tightened. That makes it useful cover. Ormond set 2 escort markers beside Arthur. Test the assumption. Arthur placed 1 escort at the tower and 1 beside the delayed chests. His face changed at once. Forward escort creates confidence where help is not. Convoy escort preserves the thing that actually saves people. He looked up. Morale would be worse if the men saw the tower held but the healer chest missing. Harrow lifted the brass hood over the gauge. Vale. Compare. No touching. Ned leaned close enough to feel the gauge's faint wrongness under his teeth. Same shape as the marker. Bigger. Older. It accepts the route because the route arrives properly. It doesn't know proper has been made false. For a moment after Ned spoke, no one in the controlled room moved. That was the clearest proof that no child had saved anything. If children had been saving the day, Arthur would have reached for an escort marker, Rafik would have leaned over the map, Livia would have found a sharper question, Beatrice would have named the room that would believe the wrong seal, and Ned would have felt his hands itching toward the gauge. Instead, every adult became more still. Voss broke the stillness first. Record that comparison. The signal mage wrote. Harrow lowered the brass hood over the gauge and locked it with a small blackstone pin. Pike closed the marker's box without flourish. Ormond stepped between Arthur and the map before Arthur had quite noticed he had shifted forward. Arthur's face reddened. I wasn't going to move it. No, Ormond said. You were going to think about moving it loudly enough for your shoulders to confess. Rafik looked down at the map. So the route, the permission, the office cover, the escort assumption, and the technical feel all point the same way. They point, Voss said. They do not conclude. Livia nodded once, though the restraint visibly pained her. The missing origin remains missing. Beatrice's gaze stayed on the office list, and the respectable cover remains respectable until someone with authority opens it. Wycliffe looked at them all, not warmly, but with a gravity that made warmth unnecessary. That is why you are here and why you stop here. You have helped adults see the shape faster. You have not been given the right to chase it. Ned swallowed. The words should have stung, but after the marker and the red slip chain, they landed almost cleanly. Because seeing the shape is not owning the work. Harrow gave him a dry glance. Do not become lyrical, but yes. Voss lifted the sealed route packet and placed it in a black document case. Adults will now compare tower records, stores packets, maintenance surplus, and external route updates. Students will return to lessons. Arthur looked at the map one last time, then stepped back without being told. It was not dramatic. It was better than dramatic. Rafik folded the measuring chain and set it down. Livia closed her notebook on a blank final line. Beatrice let the office list go untouched. Ned kept his hands away from the gauge, and together they left the room with the uncomfortable knowledge that their circle had mattered precisely because it had stopped at the line. The corridor outside the controlled room felt too bright after Blackstone, and the ordinary school sounds came back badly, as if Avalon had not been told to lower its voice. A bell rang somewhere above them. Students crossed at the far end carrying books, laughing about Latin, sleeves, and ink. Ned stood with the others beside the closed door and heard the lock turn behind them. Arthur let out a breath first. I dislike stopping there. Rafik looked down at his empty hands. I dislike that stopping there was correct. That is worse, Livia said. Incorrect discipline is easier to resent. Beatrice kept her gaze on the door. The external packet matters. Northwestern Stores did not create the route change. It carried it respectably. Someone made the packet arrive where proper people would be too reassured to ask who first touched it. Ned rubbed his thumb against the empty red slip wrapper in his pocket. Like the collar, it wasn't born wrong in my hand. It traveled. The door opened before the thought could grow too large. Voss stepped out with the black document case under one arm, followed by Harrow carrying the sealed marker box and Pike with her tool case. Wycliffe remained inside, speaking in a low voice to the signal mage. Ormond paused on the threshold and looked at the five of them. You will return to lessons, Ormond said. You will not loiter, signal, whisper, stage heroic concern, or stand attractively in corridors waiting for history to request your opinion. Arthur colored. I wasn't planning to stand attractively, Master. That is why instruction exists before disaster, Ormond said. Voss turned to Beatrice. Miss Ashcombe, your observation about respectability will be attached to the review. Beatrice's chin lifted a fraction. Yes, Justiciar. To the rest of you, Voss said, the likely entry is an external route update packet that passed through legitimate handling and took authority from the offices that repeated it. Someone has used procedure as cover, not noise as cover. That is all you are permitted to know. Livia's pencil hovered, then stopped when Voss looked at it. May I write that we are not permitted to know more? You may remember it, Voss said. Harrow looked at Ned last. And you may remember that proper channels can carry poison, but improper panic spreads it. Choose which sort of trouble you want to be. Ned nodded because there was nothing clever enough to answer that safely. Behind the closed door, adults began moving around the Empire's own paperwork, and for once the most useful thing Ned could do was walk away. 39. Tower Practical Under Orders. The next summons did not pretend to be ordinary. It came on black-edged paper after luncheon, delivered to Gear Company by Mistress Pike herself, which meant half the common room instantly found reasons to stop polishing, writing, arguing, or breathing too loudly. Ned had been trying to copy Latin endings beside Livia while Rafik corrected Arthur's route sketch with the weary patience of a man repairing weather, and for one fragile hour the tower had almost become something adults handled elsewhere. Pike set the paper on the table before him. Read it aloud. Ned looked at her, then at the others. Aloud, Mistress? Yes. Privacy is not improved by everyone pretending not to listen. He unfolded the paper carefully. Wycliffe's crown and key mark stood at the top, followed by Voss's seal, Harrow's black crystal stamp, and Pike's own angular signature. The number of adults on the page made his fingers colder before he reached the words. Edmund Vale is to attend the West Signal Tower under explicit adult order. Student role, technical support witness. Permitted actions, listen, compare, report, cast support light or diagnostic steadiness only when instructed, and touch no instrument, crystal, housing, tool, control, document, rail, case, or marker unless Master Harrow gives direct command. Arthur sat very still. That is even more no than last time. Rafik's face had gone serious in a way that made him look older. It is also more yes. Livia took the paper only after Pike nodded permission. Her eyes moved down the limits, lips pressing tighter with every line. Responsible adults listed: Wycliffe, Voss, Harrow, Pike, Ormond, Signal Mage Deller. Withdrawal instruction immediate upon command. No independent conclusion to be offered. No discussion afterward except approved answer. Beatrice folded her hands in her lap. Approved answer? Ned read the final line. If asked, the tower practical concerned calibration comparison under adult review. Pike held out her hand for the paper. Now say the useful part. Ned gave it back. His mouth felt dry, but not empty. I'm being taken because adults ordered it. I listen, compare, report, and cast only when told. I touch nothing unless Harrow commands it. And being frightened doesn't change the limits. Pike's expression did not soften. but something in her eyes steadied. Good. Bring your wand, no kit bag, no notebook unless handed one. Your friends remain here. Ned looked at the others, and Arthur's jaw tightened. Rafiq's hand closed around his pencil. Livia looked as if she hated the empty page before her, and Beatrice gave one small nod that meant go properly or not at all. He stood because the order had arrived, and this time, so had the lines around it. The west signal stair had looked narrow from below. From inside the rope line, it became a brass spine climbing into the school's bones. Ned followed Pike and Harrow upward with Ormond behind him, each step ringing softly underfoot. Steam heating pipes ran along the wall in insulated copper sleeves, ticking with warmth. Glass instrument bulbs sat in protective cages at every landing, each one holding a faint point of blue light, and blackstone housings broke the beauty at regular intervals like dark knuckles clamped round the tower's nerves. Ned kept his hands at his sides. I thought it would be louder. It is loud when it wants attention, Harrow said without turning. Good signal work is mostly the art of avoiding that. At the upper landing, Signal Mage Deller waited beside the sealed door with two clerks in gray sleeve guards. One clerk held a ledger, the other a tray of brass tags, and both looked as if emergency discipline had removed every spare expression from their faces. Deller bowed once to Wycliffe, unlocked the door with a crystal key, then stepped aside. The tower chamber was beautiful in a way Ned did not trust. Tall glass instruments rose in tiers around a central blackstone housing. Signal crystals sat within nested brass rings, pale and severe, while thin rods of silvered copper ran from them into cabinets marked by route, weather, district, and stores. Steam pipes warmed the outer wall. A suspended chart showed Saffron Pass in faint blue linework, every relay point pricked by a tiny lamp. Professional tools lay ready on a wheeled table. Diagnostic lenses, clamp gauges, blackstone dampers, recording needles, sealed calibration keys, and a marker lamp far finer than the one Ned had copied. Pike's voice was low near his shoulder. Admire nothing with your fingers. No, mistress. Voss stood beside the root cabinet with a sealed document case under one arm. Signal Mage Deller, state the room condition. Deller's voice came clipped and tired. West Training Tower isolated from student network. External route update suspended. Saffron Pass confirmation held pending comparison. No clerical issue after lockdown. No unauthorized entry since seal. Harrow pointed to a marked square on the floor 2 paces from the central housing. Vale, stand there. You may listen. You may not lean, reach, cast, interpret aloud, or have a revelation without permission. Ned stepped into the square. The tower hummed through his boots, clean at first, then late beneath the clean, like a bell answering after its own echo. Yes, master. Deller opened the root cabinet with a key that chimed once against the lock, and the tower answered through Ned's boots before the cabinet door had fully swung aside. Not loudly, not angrily. The room remained beautiful, orderly, and severe, but the late echo inside the hum tightened until Ned had to press his tongue behind his teeth to keep from speaking before he was asked. Harrow noticed anyway. Do not swallow the report, Mr. Vale, Harrow said. Name the sensation, plainly. Ned kept his feet inside the marked square. The tower is cleaner than the model. Stronger. It knows its own timing. But something in the root cabinet is asking it to accept the delay as if the delay belongs there. Deller's face went gray around the mouth. That cabinet was isolated. After the packet was suspended, Voss said. Not before. Harrow lifted a diagnostic lens from the wheeled table and handed it to Deller, not Ned. Cabinet 3, root input trace. Pike, marker lamp. Vale, wand out, point lowered. You will cast support light when I say and only where I name. Ned drew his wand slowly. The familiar weight steadied him, which almost made him distrust it. Pike placed the professional marker lamp into Harrow's hand, and Harrow set its narrow green line across 3 brass contacts inside the open cabinet. Deller adjusted the diagnostic lens over the first contact. A recording needle began to scratch across a paper strip in quick, nervous ticks. Light, Harrow said. Ned cast the smallest support light he could manage. It slid from his wand and settled where Harrow had aimed the marker lamp, no brighter than a pearl caught in glass. The cabinet's hum deepened. For a moment the late echo stepped forward, clear as the crooked chalk line on his slate. There, Ned said, before fear could make him clever. Second contact answers after the first, then pretends it answered with it. Harrow's hand moved at once, not to the crystal, but to a blackstone damper. Deller tightened the diagnostic clamp with 2 precise turns. The recording needle jerked, steadied, and marked 2 close lines where one should have been. Pike slid a brass tag beneath the paper strip without touching the cabinet. Voss's voice stayed calm. Recorded. Harrow did not look at Ned. Hold the light steady. Do not chase the echo. Ned held. His wrist wanted to correct. His whole body wanted to help. But the work belonged to Harrow's damper, Deller's clamp, Pike's tags, and the recording needle scratching proof into paper. Ned was only the light, and for once, being only the light was enough. The recording needle scratched 2 lines, then 3, then returned to 2 as Deller tightened the clamp by another careful fraction. Ned held the pearl of support light exactly where Harrow had placed it. His wrist began to ache. The ache wanted to become movement, and movement wanted to become help. He remembered the old skydock lever under his hand in Book 1 memory, not as glory, but as heat, terror, and a boy reaching because no adult line had been clear enough to hold him. Harrow's voice cut through the tower hum. Vale, look at the small stabilizer beneath the second contact. Ned looked. A tiny brass arm sat beside the contact, no longer than his thumb, held inside a blackstone guide. It trembled out of time with the first contact, barely visible unless one knew where Late lived. I see it, Master. You will move your left hand only. 2 fingers. You will not touch the contact. You will not touch the crystal. You will place your fingers on the insulated brass tab and press until I say stop. The support light remains steady. If the light moves, you remove your hand at once. Repeat the order. Ned's mouth had gone dry. Left hand only. 2 fingers on the insulated brass tab. Press until you say stop. Don't touch the contact or crystal. Keep the light steady. If the light moves, hand off at once. Pike moved closer, eyes on his fingers. Slow enough that I don't regret trusting your bones. Ned lifted his left hand and placed 2 fingertips on the tab. It was warm through the insulation. Every wrong instinct in him wanted to fix the tremble. Harrow had not said fix. Harrow had said press. Ned pressed. Less, Harrow said. Ned eased back. Hold. He held. The support light trembled once, and Ned froze, ready to pull away, but Harrow's hand stayed raised. Breathe, Mr. Vale, Harrow said. Steady is not the same as rigid. Ned breathed. The little pearl of light steadied. Deller's clamp caught. The recording needle scratched once, twice, then drew a single clean line across the paper strip. The tower hum settled through Ned's boots, not silent, not happy, but honest. Stop, Harrow said. Ned lifted his fingers from the tab and lowered his wand point at the same time. Pike's hand hovered near his wrist for one extra breath, then withdrew. Voss sealed the paper strip before anyone spoke. Recorded. Harrow looked at Ned at last. You followed the order. Ned stared at the stabilizer. His hand shook now that it was finished. Yes, Master. Remember how different that feels from grabbing a lever. Ned swallowed. I do. 40. The signal holds. The clean line on the recording strip lasted only a breath before the tower seemed to notice it had been caught. The hum under Ned's boots tightened, then spread upward through the brass floor plates, into the glass instruments, and out through the silvered copper rods like a held argument looking for somewhere to go. Deller reached the root board before Ned understood what had changed. False confirmation is queuing, Deller said, voice sharp enough to cut through the crystal hum. Saffron Pass relay wants release. Harrow's hand came up at once. Vale, stand still. Ned stood still. His wand point stayed lowered. His left hand remained open at his side, 2 fingertips still tingling from the stabilizer tab. Every part of him wanted to ask whether he should hold the light again, but Harrow had not asked. The order was stillness, and stillness felt like work. Deller moved with quick professional precision, not panic. He drew one sealed calibration key from the board, slotted it into the root release frame, and turned it halfway. The suspended saffron chart brightened in 3 places: Avalon relay, lower cache, and the tiny mountain lamp marking the pass. A red confirmation bead slid along the line toward lower cache, paused, then trembled as if impatient with human caution. Voss stepped beside the ledger clerk. Record hold order. The clerk wrote so quickly his pen scratched like a trapped insect. Hold order entered. Signal Mage Deller, Wycliffe said. State the action before taking it. Deller's fingers hovered above the key. I am suspending false route confirmation before release to external network. Existing tower signal remains active. Saffron Pass receives delay review hold, not amended route instruction. Proceed, Wycliffe said. Deller turned the key the final fraction. The red bead vanished. The pass lamp flickered once, not out, but steady, and the tower's hum dropped through Ned's boots so suddenly his knees almost mistook relief for weakness. Harrow looked at him. Report only sensation. Ned swallowed. The late echo stopped pushing forward. The tower is still strained, but it isn't being asked to lie anymore. Deller let out a breath that sounded dangerously close to feeling. Then it held. No, Voss said, her eyes on the chart. It was held. The difference mattered. Ned could feel it in the room. No single hand had saved the signal. Deller had turned the key. Harrow had found the tremble. Pike had kept tools named and tagged. Voss had made action into record. Wycliffe had carried authority. Ned had stood where placed, held light when told, and pressed a tab until someone wiser said stop. Outside the glass, the pass lamp burned small and steady. Whatever road lay beyond it, the false delay had not left the tower. Voss moved before relief could settle into the room and become carelessness. She took the sealed recording strip from Deller, checked the white wax, then passed it to the nearest clerk with a look that made the young man straighten as if his spine had been indexed. The tower still hummed honestly beneath Ned's boots, but the chamber changed around that sound. Crisis became evidence one object at a time. Clerk Henslow, Voss said. State your duty. The clerk holding the ledger swallowed. Tower entry record, justice here. Names, times, seals, key issue, route packet access, and witness marks. Read the last unauthorized entry. There is no unauthorized entry recorded. That is not what I asked, Voss said. Henslow went pale, then looked down again. No entry exists outside authorized seal, justice here. Last access before lockdown was Signal Mage Deller, Clerk Rowe, Maintenance Assistant Bell, and Stores Messenger Grant under routine route packet handling. Deller turned sharply. Grant delivered the packet? The second clerk, a narrow young woman with ink on her thumb, lifted her head. Yes, sir. Stores Messenger, Northwestern Routing Sleeve, proper gray tag. Voss stepped toward her. Clerk Rowe, did you confirm the messenger against the tower list? Rowe's mouth tightened. I confirmed the tag and sleeve, justice here. I did not confirm his face against the messenger board. He had the right packet. The admission seemed to strike the room harder than accusation would have done. Ned felt his fingers curl, then forced them flat at his sides. Right packet, wrong trust, proper channel carrying poison. Wycliffe looked to Ormond. Seal the stare. Ormond opened the chamber door and spoke to someone outside. No one enters. No one leaves without Wycliffe, Voss, or my direct word. Prefects moved students away from the west corridor. Calmly. Pike began placing brass tags beside objects with brisk precision. Route cabinet, recording strip, calibration key, clerk ledger, messenger sleeve if present. Rowe reached toward a lower shelf, then stopped herself before Voss had to speak. The sleeve is in outgoing returns. Point, Voss said. Rowe pointed. Pike retrieved the gray routing sleeve with tongs and laid it into a black evidence tray. Harrow glanced once at Ned. You will remain in your square until released. Yes, master, Ned said. Voss looked at the sleeve, then at the clerks. Now we follow the hands. Not guesses, hands. Harrow did not praise while the tower remained open. He waited until Deller had completed the third recorded comparison, until Pike had tagged the stabilizer setting, until Voss had sealed the route strip, and until Wycliffe had given the signal chamber permission to breathe again. Only then did he point Ned toward the marked square near the outer wall and let Pike take his wand for inspection, not because Ned had done wrong, but because every tool used in a tower event had to leave the room with a record attached. Pike turned the wand under a narrow lens. No scorching, no crystal flare, no contact marks, support light only. Ned's fingers felt empty without it. That's good. That is documented, Pike said. Harrow gave the faintest snort. It is also good, since you appear to need the word before you faint into a professional cabinet. I wasn't going to faint, master. You were considering several alternatives to standing properly. Ned looked at his boots. Yes, Master. Harrow took the inspection slip from Pike and signed beneath her mark. You followed instruction while frightened. You kept your wand steady. You did not reach for the contact, the crystal, the clamp, the key, the recording strip, or any other object that had wisely chosen to belong to someone else. Ned waited, because Harrow compliments often contain traps. Harrow looked at him over the top of the slip. That was not cowardice. It was not passivity. It was disciplined assistance inside a professional operation. If you confuse that with doing nothing, I shall be irritated enough to assign you an essay. Deller, still at the root cabinet, said without turning, the light saved time. Harrow's eyebrow moved. Mr. Deller is being generous because his tower has not embarrassed him externally. Deller gave him a tired look. Mr. Vale named the lag before the needle settled. That saved time. The chamber went quiet in a different way. Ned did not know where to put his face, so he looked at the blackstone floor and tried not to smile like a fool. Pike returned his wand hilt first. Take it. Do not polish the moment into destiny. No, mistress. Ned took the wand carefully, feeling the familiar pitch settle into his palm. Thank you. Voss closed the evidence case with a click. Useful restraint is rarer than useful sensitivity. Harrow handed Ned the signed inspection slip. There. Dry praise from 3 adults and 1 offended signal mage. Survive it quietly. Ned folded the slip once and held it as if it weighed more than paper. I'll try, Master. Wycliffe released him from the mark square only after Voss had sealed the evidence case. Deller had signed the root hold, and Ormond had confirmed the stair was clear. The order came softly, almost gently, which made it stranger than any shouted command would have been. Ned stepped out of the square with care, as if the brass floor might remember where fear had stood. You will return to Gear Company, Wycliffe said. You will give the approved answer if asked. The signal holds. The matter remains under adult review. Nothing more. Ned tucked the signed inspection slip inside his waistcoat. Yes, Lady Principal. Harrow opened the chamber door. And you will eat something before you begin imagining that useful restraint can replace supper. I had luncheon, Master. Luncheon has long since filed a complaint and left. Pike snorted softly, then walked him down the brass stair herself. The tower felt different on the descent. Not safe, exactly, and not solved, but less false beneath his feet. At the lower rope line, the warder lifted the cord. Students had been kept away from the west corridor, but curiosity still lived in the air like coal smoke after a train had gone. Gear Company was waiting in the common room, pretending not to wait so badly that even the first years had arranged themselves into innocent clusters. Arthur stood first. Rafiq's pencil snapped in his fingers. Livia's eyes went straight to Ned's hands and then to his face. Beatrice took one look at him and crossed to the sideboard. Well? Arthur asked, then caught himself and looked pained. No, sorry. Approved answer? Ned sat because his knees liked the idea. The tower practical concerned calibration comparison under adult review. The signal holds. The matter remains under adult review. Livia wrote the words exactly. That is the whole permitted answer? That is the whole answer I'm allowed to give. Rafiq looked toward the west side of the school, then back at Ned. But it holds. Ned nodded. It holds. Arthur let out a breath that seemed too large for one boy. Good. Beatrice set a plate in front of Ned. Bread, cheese, apple slices, and a small wedge of cake someone had clearly been saving. Eat before Harrow hears you haven't. Ned looked at the food, then at his friends, and felt the tower's clean line settle into something smaller and warmer. He could not tell them about the stabilizer, the key, the false confirmation, or the way standing still had felt like work. He could sit where they had saved him a place. He could eat. For that evening, while adults followed hands through paperwork and the pass lamp burned steady beyond Avalon's walls, that was enough. 41. Reports and Silences. By breakfast, Avalon had learned how to say almost nothing in very expensive language. The notice appeared on the dining hall wall slate before the porridge cooled, written in pale official script beneath the Academy seal and 3 crown countersigns. It thanked relevant staff for disciplined response during a routine signal review, confirmed that no student access to restricted tower mechanisms had occurred outside authorized supervision, and announced temporary procedural refinements to route packet handling, messenger confirmation, evidence preservation, and training network access. It did not say Saffron Pass. It did not say false confirmation. It did not say danger, sabotage, or fear. Ned read it twice and felt every missing word standing behind the printed ones with its hands folded. Arthur leaned over his bowl until steam fogged his chin. Temporary procedural refinements sounds like someone knocked over a teapot and then built a fortress around the stain. Livia copied the notice exactly, her pencil moving faster than the wall slate could fade. Messenger confirmation now requires face check, badge check, sleeve check, and ledger witness. Route packet returns must be sealed before leaving the room. No student may carry a tower message even under supervision unless the responsible adult signs twice. Rafik buttered toast with unnecessary violence. That is not routine. Routine does not grow extra signatures overnight. A Crown Company boy at the next table turned round. It's only sensible caution after a practical. Some people enjoy making events larger than they are. Peregrine Roth, seated beyond him, looked at the slate rather than the boy. Some people enjoy noticing when adults become cautious in public because they were frightened in private. The Crown boy opened his mouth, found Peregrine's expression, and chose jam instead. Ned kept his spoon still. The approved answer from last night sat behind his teeth, neat and useless. The signal held. The matter remained under adult review. He had slept badly with that sentence turning over in his head, because it was true and still too small for the tower's hum, Deller's hand on the key, Voss sealing evidence, and Harrow telling him restraint was not nothing. Beatrice set down her cup. They have also moved the messenger board. Ned looked across at her. How do you know? Because Lady Wycliffe's secretary was at the west corridor before breakfast, and because 2 Laurel girls were complaining that the new board blocks the prettiest mirror. Beatrice's mouth tightened faintly. No one moves a mirror unless someone important lost confidence in the old view. Arthur glanced toward the staff table, where Wycliffe spoke quietly with Harrow and Pike while Ormond stood behind them like a locked door in a red coat. So everyone is pretending nothing happened. No, Livia said, still writing. Everyone official is pretending the exact correct amount happened. Ned looked from the new notice to his friends and then to the students whispering beneath it. Avalon sounded ordinary around him. Spoons, benches, complaints about signatures, first years asking whether tower messages had always needed face checks. But the rules had changed in the night, and even children could hear the hinges. After breakfast, Ormond collected them from the gear table with a look that made 3 nearby first years discover urgent business inside their porridge bowls. He did not explain in the hall. He only said, Vale, March, Con, Penrose, Ashcombe. With me. Bring notebooks. Leave rumors where you found them. That turned every whisper within 10 feet into silence pretending not to listen, and Ned rose with the unpleasant feeling that even approved knowledge could make a boy visible. They were taken not to the tower, but to a small records room behind the lower lecture corridor, where the lamps were gas rather than crystal and the shelves smelled of paper, sealing wax, and old dust. Wycliffe stood beside a narrow table with Harrow, Voss, and Pike. No evidence case sat in sight. No route chart glowed above them. Instead, 5 plain chairs had been placed facing the table, which somehow made the room feel more serious than instruments would have done. Wycliffe waited until they sat. You are being told the amount your roles, statements, and continued discipline require. You are not being invited into the investigation. Livia opened her notebook. May we record what you say, Lady Principal? You may record the permitted facts, Wycliffe said. You may not infer names, routes, offices, or responsible parties beyond them. Arthur's shoulders tightened. Then there are responsible parties. Voss's gaze turned to him. There are always responsible parties. The investigation concerns which hands acted knowingly, carelessly, or under false confidence. Rafik leaned forward, his fingers already curled around his pencil. Was Saffron Pass actually affected? Harrow answered before Voss could. A route delay manipulation was stopped before it left the training-linked confirmation chain. The supply confirmation for Saffron Pass remains protected. That does not mean the wider network is clean. It means last night's false instruction did not travel onward from Avalon. Ned let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Protected was not saved. Protected was narrower, colder, and more honest. So the pass lamp holding mattered. It mattered, Harrow said. Do not decorate the word. Beatrice's hands were folded in her lap, neat enough to look calm. External network means the packet came from outside Avalon. Voss looked at her for a long moment. It means the investigation now extends beyond Avalon's internal handling. That wasn't a no, Beatrice said softly. No, Voss replied. It was not. Pike set 5 small folded notes on the table and pushed them forward. Clean practical conduct entries. Observation only. Contribution within limits. No unauthorized action. Keep them, because paper is dull until someone wishes it didn't exist. Ned picked up his note carefully, and for once the silence in the room felt like something given, not taken. The records room released them back into Avalon by the side corridor, where the ordinary morning had continued without asking permission. A junior class hurried past with slates under their arms, 2 prefects argued quietly over the new messenger board, and somewhere below the floor a steam pipe knocked 3 times before settling. Ned held the folded conduct note inside his pocket rather than in his hand. Paper was useful, but carrying proof in the open made him feel as if he expected accusation to step from the nearest doorway. Peregrine Roth waited near the corridor window, one shoulder against the stone frame and a book open in his hand. He had chosen a place where he could pretend to be reading and still see the records door. Ned noticed the trick because Maddie had taught him years ago that anyone waiting too casually was usually waiting hardest. Arthur stopped first. Were you assigned to guard the corridor, or did curiosity finally gain a uniform? Peregrine closed the book with one finger keeping his place. If I were guarding anything, Penrose, you would already be somewhere else. Livia looked at the book, then at the window, then at Peregrine's shoes. You heard enough to know we were not sent to ordinary lessons. I heard enough to know Avalon has decided silence requires furniture. Peregrine's gaze moved to Beatrice for the briefest moment before returning to Ned. And enough to know several respectable families will spend the next week discovering whether their names were attached to things they did not bother to understand. Beatrice went still in the polished way that made Ned's shoulders tighten on her behalf. That is a careful accusation. It is a bitter observation, Peregrine said, and the bitterness was real enough to scrape the polish from his voice. Old family names open doors because clerks, messengers, suppliers, and offices are trained to believe old names arrive with proper authority. A routing sleeve looks cleaner when someone respectable has brushed against it. A packet seems less questionable if it passed through a house everyone trusts to be boringly loyal. Rafiq's face sharpened. Respectability is camouflage. Peregrine's mouth tightened. Respectability is habit. Camouflage would imply someone meant to help. Most families do not need to conspire to be useful cover. They only need to assume their own good name makes scrutiny vulgar. Ned heard the word before Peregrine seemed to notice he had chosen it. Useful. No curl of the lip. No dockboy sting. Just the hard, ugly weight of a thing that could be used whether it consented or not. Peregrine looked directly at him then. You were right to distrust being requested. Ned waited for an apology and did not get one. Strangely, he minded less than he expected. That sounds like it hurt to say. It did, Peregrine said. Do not cheapen it by making me say it twice. Arthur made a small choking noise that might have become laughter if Beatrice had not glanced at him. Livia wrote nothing down, which told Ned she was storing the moment somewhere paper could not be confiscated. Peregrine reopened his book, but his eyes did not return to the page at once, and Ned walked on with the folded note still in his pocket, aware that usefulness had changed shape in another boy's mouth. By afternoon, Ned had rewritten the same letter 3 times and still disliked every safe version of the truth. The correspondence alcove near Gear Company smelled of dust, ink, hot metal from the little ceiling stove, and the lemon polish some hopeful clerk had used on wood too old to care. His conduct note lay folded under one elbow while he worked, not because Maddie or Tom needed to see it, but because the paper steadied him whenever the official words tried to make last night small. Arthur leaned against the alcove frame with his arms folded. You could write that the signal holds. I did. Ned crossed out half a line. Then it sounded like the wall slate. Livia sat opposite him, sorting phrases into columns as if a letter to the docks were a legal instrument. Do not mention external network, route delay manipulation, false confirmation, Saffron Pass supply confirmation, or investigation beyond Avalon. You may say procedures changed. Rafiq looked offended on behalf of language. That says nothing. That is the point, Livia said. The letter must pass review. Beatrice set a clean sheet beside Ned. Write to people, not officials. Maddie will read what you avoid saying better than most clerks read what is written. Ned took the sheet and began again. Dear Maddie and Tom, I am safe. The tower matter is still under review, and I cannot write details. The signal holds. They changed rules this morning, which means it mattered more than they will admit. I did what I was told, and no one says I touched what I shouldn't. Please do not believe any doc version that makes me grand, guilty, or dead. He paused, then added, Harrow said restraint was not nothing. I am trying to believe him. Arthur read over his shoulder and made a small sound. That last line is good. It's embarrassing, Ned said. Frequently the same thing, Beatrice said. The reply came after supper, carried by a breathless junior with ink on his cuff and a grievance against stairs. Ned opened Maddie's folded note at the gear table while the others leaned close enough to be rude and far enough to pretend otherwise. Maddie's hand was sharp and dark across cheap paper. Fine people saying nothing happened is when ordinary people check who swept glass, who carried broken crates, who got sent home early, and who suddenly has money for boots. Tom says restraint is what boilers do before they burst, so tell Harrow not to overpraise you. I say listen to the scary teacher this once. Ned laughed despite himself, and the sound loosened something in the table. A second scrap fell from the fold, written smaller and at a slant. Slip's postscript said, I was never missing. I was strategically elsewhere. Anyone saying different owes me buns. Also, someone asked after the old Skydock accident again, but badly, like a posh person wearing dock words as a hat. Tell Avalon to bolt its pockets shut. Rafiq's smile faded first. Livia reached for her notebook. Beatrice looked toward the hall doors as if respectability had just found another way in, and Ned folded Slip's scrap around Maddie's letter with careful fingers, feeling home become funny, sharp, and dangerous in the space of 3 untidy lines. 42. The Crown's Useful Boy. The next morning, Avalon behaved as if the Empire had not leaned close enough to breathe on the windows. Breakfast arrived hot, bells rang on time, first year spilled milk, and a third year from Lantern Company limped past the gear table with a dueling bruise blossoming purple along his jaw while insisting to anyone who would listen that he had meant to test the floor. Ned watched him go, Slip's folded scrap tucked inside his notebook like a splinter, and found himself almost grateful for ordinary foolishness. Arthur had a bruise of his own, smaller but more dramatic because he kept touching it. For accuracy, my shield failed only after I improved my stance. Your shield failed because you admired your stance, Livia said, correcting a Latin exercise in the margin of her breakfast timetable. Also, that noun is dative, not accusative. Arthur looked wounded twice over. Must my grammar be attacked before toast? Rafiq passed him the marmalade. Better before toast than before Ormond. Toast is kinder. Beatrice set a folded sketch beside Ned's plate, careful not to cover the butter. It showed a small watch fob shaped like a plain gear, with a tiny inset stone and just enough curve to make it look deliberate rather than cheap. For the ash cone request, if you make the teeth too sharp, it will look like a workshop token. If you soften them too much, my aunt will call it charming, which is usually fatal. Ned turned the sketch with one finger, already seeing where the inlay channel could sit. Fatal to whom? To taste, Beatrice said. Peregrine, passing behind them with Crown Company, slowed long enough to glance at the drawing. Too many teeth. It announces effort. Ned looked up. Good morning to you too. Peregrine's mouth twitched. Good morning. Remove 2 teeth from the design and pretend the restraint was intentional. Then he walked on before anyone could accuse him of helpfulness. Arthur stared after him. Did Roth just improve a commission? No, Livia said. He made a criticism that happened to be useful. There is a legal distinction. Ned folded Beatrice's sketch into his notebook beside Slip's warning. One piece of old life trouble pressed against one piece of new life work. The day still held questions too sharp for children to answer, but Latin waited, wand practice waited, Pike's workshop waited, and his friends were arguing over marmalade, grammar, bruises, and taste as if those things mattered too. Perhaps they did. Voss found Ned after wand practice, though found was too careless a word for anyone in white and gold. She was waiting outside the practice gallery beside Lady Wycliffe, which meant she had not drifted near him, borrowed him, or treated school corridors as hunting grounds. Permission stood beside her in a green coat with one hand resting on the head of a silver-topped cane, and Ned noticed that before he noticed his own pulse climbing. Arthur, still warm from shield drills, nearly walked into Ned's shoulder. Oh. Livia's eyes moved from Voss to Wycliffe to the practice gallery door. Formal request? Brief conversation, Wycliffe said. Witnessed and limited. Mr. Vale may remain in the corridor. Rafik lowered his voice. That is either comforting or worse. Both, Beatrice murmured. Voss looked at Ned, not unkindly. Edmund Vale, I have received your conduct entry from the tower event. Ned's fingers tightened around his wand before he remembered Pike's lectures about tools not being worry sticks. He slid it carefully into its case. Mistress Pike already gave me the clean copy. This is not a correction, Voss said. It is an acknowledgement. You obeyed limits under pressure, answered when asked, and did not enlarge your authority because the room was frightened. Ned did not know where to put that, so he put it in the same place as Harrow's dry praise and hoped the shelf did not collapse. Thank you, Justiciar. One day, Voss said, and the corridor seemed to narrow around the words, I may request you again. Properly, through Avalon, with named authority, written limits, and an adult responsible for every door you enter. Truth sometimes requires a tuner's ear. Arthur stood straighter, as if future danger had called cadence. Livia's pencil appeared from nowhere and stopped only when Wycliffe looked at it. Rafik's expression sharpened with the route map shape of consequences. Beatrice went still, reading the sentence behind the sentence. Ned heard it too. Respect was there. So was acclaim, polished, lawful, and patient enough to wait for his training to catch up. If I'm requested properly, do I get to refuse? Voss's face did not change, but Wycliffe's hand shifted on the cane. You get to ask who signs for the request, Voss said. You get to ask what the limit is. While you are a student, Avalon may refuse on your behalf. That isn't the same thing, Ned said. No, Voss replied. It is not. Learn enough that your questions become harder to answer badly. She inclined her head and left with Wycliffe, white and green, moving away through the corridor. Ned stood with his friends around him, feeling both steadier and more carefully marked than before. The crown had not taken his hand. It had only reminded him that it knew his name. The workshop should have felt safer after Voss, but safety had opinions and Mistress Pike was never shy about hers. Ned entered with Beatrice's sketch in his notebook, his wand properly cased, and his friends close enough behind him to count his courage without calling it that. The room smelled of filings, warm brass, vinegar, and old oil. Afternoon light lay across the benches in narrow bars, catching on clamps, glass jars, tagged scraps, and the little trays of permitted crystal dust. Pike held out her hand before he reached his usual stool. Sketch. Ned gave it over. It's for the Ashcombe fob. I know what it's for. I asked for the sketch, not your confession. Pike studied the gear shape, then glanced toward Beatrice. Better than his first instincts. Beatrice accepted that as if it were praise dressed for work. I had assistance from an objectionable source. Harrow, who had been standing near the far cabinet with Wycliffe, turned his head. If Mr. Roth has begun improving student commissions, the school may need another notice. Arthur brightened. I said nearly the same thing. No doubt less efficiently, Harrow said. Ned almost smiled, then lost it when Harrow came to the bench and picked up the sketch beside Pike's hand. The two masters looked at the little design as if it were not a watch fob but a map of everything adults wanted from him. Pike tapped the inset stone with one blunt nail. Fine circuit work. Small. Patient. Commercial enough to teach taste. Technical enough to teach control. Let him make it. Harrow's mouth flattened. His tuning marks make delay irresponsible. His making is not delay, Pike said. It is how the boy thinks without being turned into a listening instrument. The room quieted around that. Ned felt Livia stop beside him. Rafik's pencil stayed in his pocket for once. Beatrice looked at the sketch, not at Ned, which was kinder. Wycliffe stepped closer, cane touching the floor once. Master Harrow. Harrow did not look away from Pike. Tuning cannot be treated as an elective pleasure. The Empire will ask for him. And if all he becomes is what the Empire asks for, we will have failed him before he has graduated, Pike said. Ned's throat tightened. He had heard adults argue over what he could do. He had rarely heard them argue over what might be lost if he did it too well. Wycliffe took the sketch from between them and laid it flat on the bench. Mr. Vale will continue crystal systems under Master Harrow. He will continue supervised making under Mistress Pike. His commission work will be smaller, cleaner, and more tightly recorded until further notice. Ned looked at her. So sharper structure. Yes, Wycliffe said. Not a cage, Mr. Vale. A frame. Learn the difference while there is time. Pike pushed the sketch back toward him. Start by removing 2 teeth. It appears Mr. Roth was irritatingly correct. Ned picked up the pencil, bent over the paper, and shaved the gear into a cleaner shape while Harrow watched the line. Pike watched his hand, and Wycliffe watched the watchers. Evening settled into the workshop by degrees, not with drama, but with lamps being lowered, stools scraping back, and the last heat dying under the polishing plates. Wycliffe left first, then Harrow, each departure taking a different kind of pressure with it. Pike remained long enough to make Ned record the revised fob design, the removed teeth, the intended inlay, the dust allowance, the stone grade, and the fact that no one was to call the thing charming within her hearing. Arthur looked up from wiping a clamp. Is charming a prohibited technical term? It is a warning sign, Pike said, closing the ledger. It means someone intends to pay badly and praise excessively. Beatrice accepted the correction with perfect seriousness. Then we shall aim for restrained elegance and a proper invoice. Better, Pike said, and pointed her pencil at Ned. Clean the bench. Tools away in order. Dust into the marked tray. No pocketing sympathetic crumbs because they look lonely. Ned's hand stalked over a sliver of crystal dust. I wasn't. You considered its future. Rafik leaned around a rack of brass rods. To be fair, many scraps have improved futures after meeting him. Livia lifted the marked tray without looking up, only when properly recorded. Pike gave them all one last hard look, which somehow carried approval without softening enough to become dangerous. Then she went into the storeroom, leaving the door half open and her authority fully present. The 5 of them cleaned in companionable tiredness. Arthur polished clamps with soldierly solemnity until Rafik rearranged them half an inch out of line and nearly caused a duel. Livia corrected the bench label before it could be filed crooked. Beatrice examined the softened gear sketch and murmured one adjustment that made the whole shape quieter. Ned listened, shaved the line, and saw at once that she was right. When the last dust needed gathering, he drew his wand without thinking too much of it and cast the small cleaning charm Pike had drilled into him all year. The pale motes lifted from the bench, drifted neatly across the lamplight, and settled into the marked tray without spilling or flaring. His wrist stayed steady. The pitch stayed clean. No one gasped. No one praised him. Arthur only passed him the tray lid, and Livia slid the label across. Ned sealed it, wrote his initials, and set the tray on the shelf beside other ordinary student work. The signal had held. The crown had not let go. The Empire had learned another way to call his name, but for that moment his friends were near, his tools were clean, and his hands still knew how to make something small and true. End of Book 2.